Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore. Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
Salador, what are you knocking for? Knocking for? The mall's not open yet. My God. Who are you trying to get? I'm right here. I'm right here. Hello? I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Yeah, no, you can't come in yet. Hello? Why you closed? Cause I gotta work on getting everything set up, y'all. Oh my God, you're beating down the door. My goodness. Give me a second. My golly whiz. You guys are just excited. I get it. I get it. Salador. I guess door is in the name. You can't be that upset. You're just gonna have to wait. You're just gonna have to wait, I think. Waiting outside lines like Black Friday. You're kind of right. I ended up having a lot more entries than originally anticipated, so I'm making sure that I have everybody. My goodness gracious. Got a lot of really fun folks today. Can you believe that? Are you guys ready? I hope you're ready. I'm almost there. I have 30 images. Of course, there are multiples for a couple people, but I think that's a solid. Let me double check. Let's see. Like 28 individual entries? It's pretty cool. All right, let me get this out of the way. Are you guys ready? Welcome in, everyone. My goodness, hello. My gosh. Banging on the doors of the mall today. My goodness gracious, welcome everybody.
Mom, I'm hungry. Are we there yet? I
We're
want
not there.
chicken nuggies.
You have a food court right over there. Hi everybody, welcome in. My goodness gracious. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, welcome in. Hi everybody. Wow. Welcome in, everybody. This is the first time that we've done a VTuber design critique. We have done art critiques in the past, which have been very fun. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, okay. Thank you. Hello, welcome in. I'm happy to see there's some new faces and there's some familiar faces. Let me really quickly, I was so busy. There's so many entries. Let me make sure that I have a going live post on Blue Sky so folks know where they can find us. But I hope you guys have had a wonderful day so far. How have you been? Are you guys excited? I mean, I think it goes without saying that you guys are excited. So, that's kind of a moot point, but welcome in everybody. If you don't know me already, I'm Mandy Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And I'm very excited to take a look at your designs. I got a sneak peek of uh, of the folks that have been submitting, and I had to close the entries because we had so many. So I mean, you guys have a lot of really fun designs, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited to take a look at it. Let me make sure that I've got what I want. Oh no, that's not what I want. But welcome everybody. Let me find a good image to post for this. But welcome in everybody. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Means a lot to me. Uh you're very enthusiastic, I have to say. And I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. Let me see here. You know what? I'll just do this. We're doing a VTuber design critique. Let's go. Come on in. Wonderful. Bam. Done. Now I can give you my undivided attention. Welcome in, everybody. Oh no, if I knew entry would have been closed, I would have chosen only one to submit. That's okay. I had to make sure that I made a realistic expectation for myself because, like I said, we have about 28 enters, people that have entered. Sleepy currently chill until I go out to the insane hecot of to pick up some Neds. Well, I hope your journey goes well. Category is art. Should it be chatting instead? Uh, should it be chatting? Entrance. Yeah, I guess so. Submittees, submitters. Well, welcome in everybody. Like I said, I'm Manny Quinn Mall Mannequin. And let's turn the lights on in the mall. Entrees? Yeah, I think so. We'll turn the lights on. Zoop. There we go. Heck yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for your enthusiasm. If we end up liking this format, if you guys like this, I might do another one towards the latter portion of the year. Because like I said, we usually every month do art critiques specifically, um, which is for your art, not necessarily for art that might have been made by somebody else. But for the VTuber design critique, this is obviously if you've submitted the form. There was a place for you to give credit to the artist if you yourself weren't the artist. So yeah, this is a bit more open. But this is specifically about your VTuber model or your PNG tuber model, and of course, you don't have to be a streamer in order to have a model and have something that you want to be looked at. But yeah, so if you've never participated in one of these critiques before, I have some ground rules if that's okay. Um, First off, Uh, I like to say that if you leave a critique feeling worse than when you came in, that's my fault. Okay. My job is to make you feel encouraged and to give you ideas and inspiration and suggestions, but none of my suggestions have to be followed. My word is not a demand. In fact, you can totally disregard everything I say, and that's totally understandable, and I respect that 100%. Again, if you leave feeling worse or bad about this critique, I didn't give you proper feedback. I didn't give you the proper praise. I believe everybody's art deserves praise and encouragement. And that's not me trying to be like, everybody's great. And, that's me saying, as somebody who has professional experience, it is my job to make you feel like you're supported and encouraged, not to make you feel like you've been put down. So, going forward, just remember that all of these things are simply suggestions, and you don't have to take any of them. Absolutely. Most of the time, actually, I get kind of carried away with getting excited about seeing your designs and seeing the things that you've done. So I'm super, super excited about it. I'm super excited to see your art, to see your models. But yeah, and if you have any questions, I'm excited to do more of these. And feel free to ask questions, of course. If I'm going over your design and you have context for something that I don't have context for, then I will happily receive that context from you. I really want to see it. Understandable, everyone has different tastes, like the whole reason mine's set up the way it is, so I can switch outfits like a dress up doll versus struggling to convey all my ideas. That's fair, absolutely. Hi Tony, how are you? I have a couple pals. Hold on. I saw that Fable said something. Yeah. Hi Fable. Hi, welcome in. Hi everybody. Welcome in. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait. I have a friend of mine that wanted to submit and I closed it. Hi, everybody. Hello. That's some very lovely faces in here today. Hi, I love you too, Fable. Hello. We have some familiar faces on our list today, and we have some new faces. I'm very excited to meet you. If you guys are coming in here for the first time, based off you seeing me off of Blue Sky or meeting me on Twitch somehow, I'm really excited to meet you. Thank you so much. And again, for those of you that are just coming in, my job as somebody who is giving you a critique is to make you feel encouraged and to give you ideas and make you feel excited to continue, not to discourage you and make you feel like you want to stop. If anybody gives you art critique, this is okay, this is my personal take. If anybody gives you art critique, quote, that makes you feel bad about your art or your design and makes you feel worse, it is a mistake on their end. That's just my personal opinion. Um, of course, it can be very difficult to take critique sometimes, especially for something like a persona, an image that you put of yourself into the world. It's something very precious and very important. So, none of the things that I say are meant to be something that feels like an attack on yourself or your preferences. Absolutely not. I want everyone to feel encouraged. And so, yeah, going forward, we're gonna make sure that I'm giving you my full attention and my affection and my opinion as an artist who has a decade of professional experience and is currently working as a professional artist um, when I'm not hanging around in the mall. But two, or did I say A? B? B, that you feel encouraged to move forward with ideas, not only mine, you can ignore all of mine, oh, but your own ideas. Um, and C, that you participate in critiques like this more often. If you're an artist or even if you're not an artist, if somebody has critiques like these, I highly recommend that you input for them because perspective is is so important. Getting someone else's eyes on it, seeing what they noticed and what they didn't notice, that'll just help you go forward making cool designs and doing cool stuff. Let me take a sip of my water, but welcome in everybody. Miss submitting mine, so sad. Well, don't worry, I'll be back with more. If people really like this, then I'll make sure to do more. And of course, too, there are also something called a compliment stream, where the whole purpose is just submitting your design to be complimented and looked at. So, and hi Billy, how are you? Uh, High key prioritize everyone else. I just wanted to be one of the cool kids. You are really cool. Worked on my lore, but I need to decide on a style. That's fair. Thanks for the stickers, by the way. All of you guys have some really awesome designs, and if you have any questions throughout the process, let me know. I'm more than happy to answer them. But until then, should we get into our drawing screen? Let me make sure that I have everything set up. But welcome in and welcome again to those of you that are new. And for those of you that are my friends and I see you, hello, welcome back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And for those of you that again missed the critique, if you guys like this kind of style of stream, I'll do something like this again. But every month I do an art critique stream for art that you yourself have created. And if you'd like to submit to that for next month, this is the form to do it in. And like I said, that's for art that you've made. So make sure that you're only submitting stuff that you've made. And yeah, we do those monthly. And if you guys like this, like I said, I'll do another one. Let me open up our first entry. I'm gonna try to go in maybe alphabetical order, so that there's no rhyme or reason to what I've picked. Let me get in here. Also, let me know if the music is too much. I'm opening up my Photoshop because of course. I'm gonna be doing some drawovers of things, maybe some warping and stuff. So keep that in mind. If you've never been part of one of my critiques before, I am very hands-on with them. Awesome. We got some vaporwave so that you guys have some chill vibes today. So let me go with our first entrant, which is enterer Arya the Fox. And Arya's a pretty regular name around here. Let me open. Make sure that I get my correct. There we go. All right. First entry is Arya the Fox. And for those of you that don't know, I like to usually put somebody's name up in the corner. We have so many entries, so let me see if I can't. I'll keep this up. I'll keep this over here. There we go. All right, so this is Arya's human form, and come back. There we go. Let me get my little drawing glove on. There we go. I like drawing a lot. I mean, I should. It's my job. It's my job. You know, I love to draw, and I love one of the things that I've been really enjoying from doing art critiques is being able to see and talk about your art and also your ideas. Because even if you didn't draw this art for these models, they're your ideas, and also I really enjoy how personal it is, how much of a connection it has to your ideas and your feelings, and how you want to see, you want others to see yourself, and also how you see yourself. And I think VTubing is incredibly unique in that you have a a character that is built to encompass all of your favorite parts of yourself or things that you really idealize in others. And I think it's a really cool opportunity for people to like, I don't know, explore not only yourself, but because if you aren't making the art, sometimes maybe you haven't been asked questions about what kinds of preferences you have, like what kinds of ways you want to show a certain part of your personality or um so I think that's a really fun opportunity for people to kind of look introspectively and see, oh, you know what do I want to exhibit to others of myself. And of course, I'll have various amounts of familiarity with these submittees, people that have entered, people that have submitted. I have varying familiarity with some of these folks, so I'll have some context for some people, and some context will be lacking for others. I happen to know that Arya is a father figure, um, and so they have a very dad kind of vibe to them. I love also to this feels like there's a lot of personal connection to maybe things that Arya already likes to wear, in their everyday life, but has been put into a fun, like fantastical, like mixture where we have some of these fox features, but we have some fun tidbits. Looks like here on the pants, that there's some drawings, and I don't know if any, I don't know if kids still do this, but back in middle school in the aughts, drawing on your pants with like Sharpie or like pen was super popular. And seeing these designs of kitsune is bringing to mind Naruto, which was also very popular when I was in middle school. And so I love the vibe. We're kind of getting that kitsune mythology, but in a way that feels casual, and I really enjoy that. I always wanted to but my mother would have killed me. Yeah, yeah. I feel that. I feel that. I was always too much of a little puss to draw my clothes. Mine were on my Converse, always doodled on my canvas shoes. Yes, canvas shoes. You get like a lighter color, like a blank canvas. Aria Uto run, yeah. Yeah, get the arms back, just absolute backpack flopping. So yeah, so this is Aria. I really enjoy too seeing like this feels like a person I would meet, but with some fantasy elements added onto it, and I really enjoy that. I think that's a really fun mixture of self and of fantasy. And of course, Aria might not look like this at all. But this feels like somebody that I know. Oh gosh, my mom is calling me. Mother. I grew up on the poor side, so I had, like, 2 jeans for the year, so I had to wear my brother's pants. Yeah, yeah, also too, wanting to not ruin a few pairs of something. Yeah, I usually had, like, 2 pairs of jeans maybe, and that would until I wore holes through the knees. I remember drawing on my pants, and my mom had a fit, never happened again. "Hi, Billy." Alright, let me tell my mom, my literal mother. She always calls me on Sundays, and I'm doing shit on Sundays. Mom, it's the same time every week. Let me tell her. Let me tell my mom. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. For those of you that are just joining us, we're doing an art critique stream, but more so it's a VTuber design critique, rather. Let me tell my mom. Hello, I'm streaming. She only calls me when I'm streaming now. And I love my mom. I love her so much, and I love talking to her. I love being in her presence, but also, "Mommy, hello?" Okay, wonderful. So, yeah, I think this is a wonderful blend of it feels like this is somebody that I know, but also, has these fantasy elements of these ears, um, and the paws on the feet. I love the addition of the paws. So yeah, so that there's a lot to love about this design. I think the color palette's very cohesive as well. You have a very realistic jean color here. I think jeans are pretty hard for people to color. They either turn out too blue, or they turn out too gray. But in reality, jeans come in an array of colors. So if you're going for like a washed jean kind of vibe, this is a pretty standard color. Um, Speaking of color palettes, this is again a very simple design, but simple doesn't always mean bad. I think a lot of people, especially in like the VTubing and streaming space, feel as though they have to have these bombastic designs. And of course, if that's what you're interested in and that's what you're excited about, go ahead. You know what I mean? Hi, Blue Rose. How are you? How are you? Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in. We have this cream color here. Hi, welcome in. So yeah, simple designs can be super effective. They can look really good. But if you like extravagant designs that have a lot of detail, you can also do that. But just know that something can be too simple and something can be too complicated. And I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hi, Faye. How are you? Oh man, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. Ugh. Oh boy. Yep. Yep. Oh, there you go. There you go. Hi, welcome in. I do like the tone super bright versus the yeah, it fits the background very well. So if we take a look here at just the preliminary colors from this outfit, we're gonna see that this is actually just a hold on, this music's a little bit crazy in my ears. There we go. Music was a little wild in my ears. I had lots of beans. I think that's typically the case. So if we take a look here at the colors that Aria is using for this design, this is a primary color scheme, which if you don't know, I always tend to go through the color wheel when I do when I do these. But just a quick down low for the color wheel, which a lot of us have seen. You have your primary colors, which are your red, your yellow, and your blue. Those are your primaries. And if you take a look at those three, what do we see here? We see a red, we see a yellow, and a blue. They're just pastel. They're muted and softened, which makes them feel a little bit more um, muted and softened. They feel a little bit more realistic here as well. They're not as vibrant, and it's very friendly. Not only is the primary color scheme used for a lot of like main characters and superheroes, but usually is associated with children as well. Not to say that this is a child, but to say that I know that Arya has children. Giving a very fatherly, very welcomely kind of presence. Arya is achieving that, even if it's just through very, very subtle psychological cues that we're getting from these colors. I like the juxtaposition of the military spec pants and belt and a comfy sky blue cotton tee and cap, the floral pattern vest. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a mixture of like utility and it's very fatherly. The gloves, the pants. So yeah, you can see here we have a red, yellow, and a blue. So we already have a very strong color palette. If you want to know more about the color wheel, these are our primaries and they're called that because they are, in theory, the colors which mix to create all the other colors. If you use actual paint, that's a little debatable. Could be a little bit better if you used CMYK to mix colors. So you can see here that's our standard color wheel. And if you connect these, you have your primaries here and your secondaries here. So you'll see a lot of color schemes that have the orange, purple, and green, and you'll also see a lot of color schemes that have the blue, red, and yellow. So if you've ever seen those combos made before, that is because they are the secondary and the primary. There are also tertiary colors, and I'm not expecting you to care about or remember all this jargon, but the tertiaries are the colors mixed between. So you have your red, orange, your yellow orange, your yellow green here. Maybe make that a little brighter. Your yellow green, your blue green, your blue violet kind of color here. Could be a little bit more blue. And your red violet. So again, color theory is really fun, and also you don't always make these choices consciously. You're not always thinking about these colors in a way that's like, oh yeah, I'm using the color theory. I'm using all that good art knowledge to make my color. These are things that come very naturally to a lot of people. You'll see something that looks good, and you're like, yeah, that looks nice, and you might not always need to know why it looks nice. My design, for example, utilizes a lot of blue here, maybe a little bit of this, and a lot of this. And this color palette is basically a complementary palette. Complementary, meaning that they're opposites on the color wheel. Blue and orange are complementary, and they tend to look very nice together. So keep that in mind when you're pursuing your own art or designs. You know, red and green are complementary. You have blue and orange, rather blue and orange right here. You have purple and yellow, and of course, all of these around also do the same thing. The tertiaries as well. So that's why certain things look good together. If you've ever wondered, that's your answer. And if I'm missing some of your comments, I'm locking the fuck in. We got a lot of stuff. I feel like I could trust him in my garden. Yeah, absolutely. Could trust him with my Magic the Gathering cards. Yes. Mandy taught me that you always lead with the primary color when naming. Blue purple, not purple blue. Absolutely. Yeah, it's blue violet. Absolutely. A rainbow spider. Yeah, she's shooting rainbow spider webs. So yeah, we have a really fun soft palette. Everything about this character is meant to be friendly. However, we're getting this mischievousness, and that mischievousness is partially from at least in a Western view, the trickery, the mischievousness, the fun-loving nature that foxes tend to impart due to cultural subtext. And also this grin, this big toothy grin. So, if I were to update this at all, one of the things I know, and this is a style, and a lot of things too tend to be style choices. So, I know that people have made intentional style choices. So, any of the things that I say are purely suggestion, and if it is a personal art style or a personal choice of yours to omit or to include something that I omit or include, don't worry about it. It's not personal. It's simply everyone's individual preference. I recommend saving your palettes with hex codes, then every screen is different. My 3 monitors are all different and annoying. My main drawing tablet's also different. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. If you're really picky about color, then write down your hex codes, which are the number codes, numeric codes that are associated with different colors digitally. Um, but that's a whole other animal. So if I were to make any adjustments to this design, I really only have one. And my one adjustment is that I'm really missing a nose. Either it could be a kitsune style fox nose, or including a nose that is more reminiscent of a human kind of design, whether it's here, And I'm gonna keep kind of stylized. And one of the reasons why I'm really missing a nose is because it can really add balance to a face. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. I'm really not trying to break the style at all. But having that little bit of a nose, it is just gonna help balance the face, especially because there's a lot of space here. There's a lot of open like skin tone here. And in order to kind of bring that all together, having a nose of some sort really can anchor this specific design um, just a little bit better. Of course, if Arya has a different preference in nose shape, we could get a little bit creative. Maybe the bridge of the nose comes out in a slightly different way. Maybe there's just a little bit something different here with how it can be as realistic or as stylized as necessary. But I just really found that I was missing some sort of nose. And of course, too, excuse me, having a little bit of like a highlight as well to some of these things to help push it further from the face. Give Arya a Muppet nose. I mean, if that's the style that you prefer, that's definitely understandable. It's definitely something you can do. I'm just finding that I'm missing a nose. Hi, Junebug. I'm just going in. I'm trying not to make it super realistic. I'm really just trying to make sure that it stands off of the face enough. And of course, I can take this highlight and I can put this highlight maybe on the upper lid of the eye just to imply that there's an eyelid, give it just a little bit more. And of course, this might be a little too much, but by just having a little bit more definition on different parts of the face, we can really start making these features pop out a little bit more and keep this skin tone from getting too monotonous. So already we have, and let me copy this and let me bring in the original. I like to put the original so that I don't forget what it originally looked like. So officially 6 weeks starting today. Just found out that there are car seats that click into strollers. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that. So yeah, here is our after and our before. Really just balancing the face. Um, and it's really really subtle. I think sometimes too, um as having like a human eye, sometimes we really can't tell that something is off until we kind of nudge it around and we're like, oh. And that's why drawing faces is so difficult for people, is that it's really hard for us to kind of pinpoint what it is about something that's like just slightly off. I'm putting some detail in the mouth, around the lips, because again, this character feels very realistic. Obviously, they're very stylized, but they have realistic features to a point where I feel like I've seen somebody that looks like this. So by having the absence of a nose and absence of some more definition, there's like almost too much stylization and then almost not enough depending on what we're looking at. So again, here is the before and after. And again, it doesn't have to be so realistic. It could be as simple as just putting some line work on here, and keeping it very stylized. But for now, I'm just missing a little bit extra facial feature, just a little bit. Um, so yeah, I think too, for a character like this, the silhouette doesn't have to be crazy. I think the tail is a really fun way to break up that silhouette. You can kind of see here the rigging here, so I can infer that this tail is actively moving, even though this is a screenshot of the model. But it does look like he's got some really good expression. I'm imagining that the ears also move, so that adds some fun personality to Arya's model. And also, too, the arms are nice and far from the body. So even if we only had Arya standing here, we'd have a pretty clean silhouette. If you guys don't know what I mean by silhouette, it'd be basically the outline of your character. Are the features recognizable? And this is a little bit more difficult just because Arya is included in the background. I have a background here, so let me really quickly see if I can't um, try to select. Let me see. There is an object select tool. Hopefully, it'll select Aria out of the back here, but some of the values are a little close. There we go. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. Thanks, Photoshop. And let me get some of this extra. Yeah, there we go. Wonderful. So let me clear the background and let me show you what I mean by silhouette. I'm going to very quickly, and this is something that I recommend that you do, no matter if you're the artist or if you're working with an artist. I recommend that you test out the silhouette. So here we can see that there are a lot of recognizable features. We can see ears here. We can also see ears up here and what looks to be some sort of cap. We can see a sleeve. We can see the hand. We can see that the feet are actually more vulpine rather than human. We can kind of see the outline of some of these pockets here. And so we're getting a lot of information. And of course, there's a tail. So there's a lot of recognizable features. Even though this silhouette is simple, it is effective. We have a clear definition of where the head starts and stops. There's a lot of readable imagery here. If you wanted to add interest to something like this, of course, you could have hair that sticks out in different areas. Maybe there's a backpack, if Arya wanted to have a little bit more utilitarian nature, of course, with these like cargo military style pants, maybe Arya has some sort of backpack that just further shows things that Arya is doing. And maybe to keep it interesting, Arya only has the backpack on one shoulder. So we have the bag here. Maybe it's kind of holding here, and maybe there's like a strap, somewhere down at the bottom. So we can see that it's off kilter. Or if Arya, I happen to know that Arya does photography, so maybe instead of a backpack, it is a camera bag, something that's crossbody, kind of breaks up some of these strong rectangular shapes here, and also adds a bit more personality. I'm gonna just add like a big like lens area here. There we go. Also, I used the color from the belt. I'm going to use the color from the belt again for maybe like a zipper of some sort. Again, using some colors that already exist here in Arya's design. And hi there, welcome in. Oops, come here. Hi, 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 welcome in. Hi. There we go. Hi there, welcome in. Okay, so yeah, so aside from that, let me show you the before and the after. Here is the before. I really just added a little bit more detail to the face. Again, it doesn't have to be so realistic. I just did really quick rendering. But having a nose kind of balances it off. Adding subtle detail like eyelids and maybe a little bit of slight color to the lips around the mouth makes this character just a little bit closer to the realism that is coming here from the design itself, but still stylized and very friendly. And then I offered a little detail, which would be a camera bag. Aria has submitted photography to our art critiques before. So any kind of bag or something that could be carried around very easily. It also helps make the silhouette a little bit more interesting. Now we can see here that there's a pouch of some sort. Just really makes for some interest on a design that's fairly simple, but also adds a little bit more personality. We're kind of intrigued, like, what do they have in that bag? Like, what's going on? So I think that's a fun way to include a little bit more. And of course, too, if we wanted to do one last thing, depending on what Arya's hairstyle is, we could have a little bit more hair peeking out from under the cap here. Really short hairstyle, it seems. So I'm not trying to do too much. But by having a little bit of hair across the forehead, we are again breaking up some of these areas of really solid face, and just adding more interest. Hello? Hi. Hi, I'm sorry for interrupting. Did you have anything to eat today? I did. Just random smatterings of stuff. I had some fruit and toast and stuff. Because I'm hungry. I haven't like I had a pastry. Okay. So I didn't know if you want anything. Sure. Anywhere. Sure. I'm open to whatever. Do you want something you can eat? Sure. Because I'm not gonna eat now. I'll just order like Chipotle. Okay. Cool. It's my wife. Sorry. No, that's okay. I just came back and I'm not murdered. Well, good. I would hope not. Welcome back. My wife, everybody. We love my wife. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much all I'd have to add here. Just taking up some of that real estate that we have on the space, or on the face rather, making it feel a little bit more balanced and adding some more interest. Hi, mall wife. Hi, Prickles. So yeah, here is the before and the after. I don't want to change too much of the integrity of these characters either. I think there's a lot to love. So I am going to save. And for those of you that haven't had an art critique here before, I tend to go a little fast. So if you have any questions and you want to know what I'm doing and why, feel free to ask. But also, if you did submit to a critique, I do ask you in the form if you'd like to receive a either a GIF or a PNG of the critique, and I have asked your email for that, so it's just a little easier for me to give it back to you. But welcome in, everybody. Yeah. Also balances out the tail to the left having the bag on the. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. There we go. Oh, yeah. All right. I saw that Prickles has submitted their design. Let me make sure that I am saving this real quick, and then we'll head on to the next one, guys. But I really enjoyed this design. I think there's a lot to love. And yeah, I really also like that I've gotten to see now Arya's human design because I've seen the fox design before. It's like this kitsune playful back and forth. Let me go here, whip whip to the critique, and we'll do Pickles one. And let me get your other one. Yeah. Save image. I'm gonna do Pickles two. For those of you that sent your character as a transparent PNG, thank you so much. It's not a requirement, but it makes it a lot easier. Is it okay to have a truly average silhouette? Like if the vibe is just an average human who does average human things, or should a unique characteristic always be added purely for the interest of the silhouette, in your opinion? It really just depends. So, for example, these characters are what you want them to be, okay? So if you really just want a digital version of yourself as you are, that's 100% valid. You are totally justified in doing that. Or if you want to take an approach like this, where Arya has some features that relate to a story that are a little bit more fantastical, but seem to be put on something that I can assume is a very personally inspired look, that's also valid. Or if you're like, I want to be a witch alien from space, I want to have 18 arms and I want to have giant knockers and a big ass. Yeah, go ahead. You can totally do that. Um the the silhouette is a character design, like technical character design choice. However, if you're just interested in making a digital avatar for yourself that really just shows yourself and aspects of your personality, you don't have to think so technically. Critiques like these are really just to show areas that you can improve, not only in like the design per se, but just give you ideas and ways that you can add more personality to it. So, for example, having the context I do have about Arya, knowing that photography is something that they at least dabble in, having that be part of a design that's meant to represent them just shows people something really interesting about yourself in a visual way. Me telling you that I like to draw might be different than me having, pen as my as my little guy, my little text to speech. Obviously, she's meant to be like Clippy, but she's a pen, so she's Penny. But aspects of my personality and aspects of me are here and present, just in various forms. So, long answer to your short question. You don't have to do anything crazy with the silhouette, but having an interesting silhouette and having pieces of your personality there in a physical form, or at least in a digital form, that people can see, will make it easier for people to connect to you and the message that you want to put out to people. Um, and that could be as easy as having a facial expression, a hairstyle, something on your shirt. There's a lot of ways that you can incorporate it that really don't necessarily affect your silhouette. But having a cool silhouette makes you very recognizable. Makes it easier for people to tell who you are. Yeah, and having like a recognizable color palette also helps. But there's a lot of different things that go into making a recognizable design, and silhouette is only one of those. But it's not the end all be all. It's not the only thing. And welcome in everybody. Hi, it's good to see you all. Welcome in. We have just finished Aria the Fox. So yeah, this is our first one. We're going in alphabetical order. So this is our first design. And for those who are just coming in, welcome in. This is a VTuber design critique. The critique form is currently closed, but if you guys like this kind of thing and you want to see more of this in the future, that's good for me to know. And if you guys are interested in sharing your art made by you, I do monthly art critiques, which you can go here. And let me actually pin that. And again, that pinned is for an art critique of your own art, which is an unrelated thing, but I do those monthly. And for those of you that might be new here, I'm Mandy Quinn, mall mannequin, an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. But yeah, I'm a professional illustrator, and I have been for almost a decade. I have an education, so you don't have to. But welcome in, everybody. Would love to see more. Hell yeah. Let me also add into the title that you guys can do exclamation point critique. There we go. All right, on to the next one. We have, I believe, 29 to go through. So but I try not to yap, but I yap so much. All right, the next one is Excel Nobody, the nostalgia dummy. That's me. The submissions here were a smattering of screenshots of a bunch of different outfits. So I'm going to just choose what I feel is like one of the more default options, and I'll talk about that one. But I can see here that video games, especially Nintendo properties and Pokemon properties, seem to be really exciting, and you have a lot of variety here with your model. So that's really, really exciting to see. I love that you've given me an image into all of the different outfits. It really shows a light into what kinds of things you like to do with this model, and I think that's really fun. So I really like seeing all of these different variations. As somebody who really likes to dress up, I mean, I'm a mannequin. As someone who likes to dress up, I have a feeling that I resonate with this. The image quality might not be actually. It's fairly good. That's fairly good here. Let me get that cropped in a little bit more. Not sure if I made it in, but I'm gonna absorb all the knowledge. Oh, absolutely, you did. I'm gonna try my best to make sure that I get through all of the submissions. That's a personal goal of mine, is to make sure that everybody that did submit gets at least an opportunity to be talked to and seen. And that's why I closed the that's why I closed the submissions. Labeled main one that I use a lot. Is this the one that you use a lot? Hold on. This is Axel Nobody. Let me just make sure that I'm putting their name. I recommend doing the one that says main. Okay. There were quite a few images that were sent here. And so it was a little bit hard to discern which one you wanted to have primarily shown. Welcome in, welcome in. So let me go back. I'm gonna have to take a look real quick to find that one. But in the meantime, here is this design real quick. Let me go back to my form. Oh, my mullet. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Neo. How are you? I'm really quickly going back to my form to find your submission. Bow. Da da down. Bow, bow. Gotta make sure. There we go. Thankfully, with Google Forms, you can go in and find an um individual's submissions very easily. Let me find. Okay, I see. I see. All right, let me download this one. For those of you that had multiple submissions, I did select specific images for designs that I wanted to talk about, unless there was something about a design that I really wanted to showcase. Can't even remember if I submitted anything this time. I love these streams. I'm doing art. Oh, hell yeah. You did submit some designs. Wanted to showcase because I use Vtube, which is 4-frame animation. Oh, yeah, that's fun. I have a Vtube, a couple Vtube mini models. I made a Paper Mario style model. Um, Let me go back into my downloads. But yeah, for the future, if we do any kind of critique, I recommend keeping it simple. What do you want to be shown? Like, what is the one that you want to be looked at? It just makes it a little bit easier for me to make sure that I'm covering exactly what you want. So let me grab that. There we go. And I will rename. But again, that's not a problem. There's just so many. There's so many. Okay. Let me make sure that I am not butchering it too much. Also, too, having a smaller image that's a little bit clear will be really helpful as well. If you're curious in of how these are done. I have to find all of these. I have to find the ones that you like. There we go. I know that this is bloodied. We're just going to do the bloodied one because that's the easiest one for me to find. There we go. But we can get a good idea, a good vibe for the design without going overboard. Uncle Vito tube. Yeah. Yeah, Vito, I just call it Vito tube. In Kloop Studio, we have folders and folders. I can customize every part for my hair controls. Absolutely. For those of you that don't know, I was a PNG tuber up until May. So I have a video all about a program called Honk. I also have multiple different PNG tubers that I use for multiple different programs, anything from VitoTube Mini to PNG Tuber Plus and to Honk. So I have a lot of experience with making pieces that are meant to be swapped out, and I think that's a wonderful idea. If you are the artist behind what you're making and you really want a lot of customization and customizability, that's the way to go. Having things that you can swap out and customize and make, but being able to do so at a more reasonable level than expecting a fully rigged Live 2D model, that's a really smart and awesome choice. So I definitely commend having a lot of variety. I think that's really fun. From what we can see here in this design, obviously too, I know this is your main outfit that's been bloodied, but I'll take that. I'll take that into consideration. I think you have a pretty clear silhouette. You're here, and this is called a 3/4 angle. A lot of VTuber designs will be straight ahead, which can also be called a full view or a front-facing view. This is a 3/4 view, which is super helpful to show certain details. For a lot of you, you might actually default to drawing in 3/4. And that's one of the best ways to show off as many details as possible. You're not doing full profile, which is where you're facing to the side, and you're not doing full forward. And so what that allows us is we get a little bit more detail here about your ear. We can see pieces of your outfit on the side. We can get a little bit more detail on the shoes and the hairstyle just because you're facing off to the side a little bit. And if you work as a professional in character design, which I have for an animated television show, I also worked as an illustrator for that show, making character models and rigs. This is only one of 4 angles that we typically draw characters in. And we'll have some submissions going forward that have something called a character turnaround, which is very helpful for 3D models, but can be very useful for reference sheets if you have at least a view from the back, a view from the side, and a view from the front. But including a 3/4 view here is really, really helpful for people that are referencing this art to, not only to draw you, but just really nice for people to see a bit more of your design simply because you chose a more interesting angle. Of course, there's nothing wrong with having a front-facing angle, but having 3/4, especially for a PNG, makes it get a little bit more personality, and also lets us see a bit more of you when you have something like a PNG where you're not moving around, you're not flexing and stuff as much as you could if you had a different type of model. Which I mean, you're utilizing the format. I think one of the conversations that I've heard around PNG tubing, especially because I myself, until this May, uh, was a PNG tuber myself. I highly advocate about respecting the medium and choosing the program in the medium not because you have to settle for it, but because it is an intentional choice. Obviously, cost and customization and ability are all things that come into consideration when you're making something like this. So it could be that you only had a couple dollars to spare, or it could be that you had no money. And it was just your hard work and determination that made this happen. That is completely valid. However, let's say you had all the money in the world, you had all the time in the world. Making a PNG could be a stylistic and intentional choice, and is something that is just part of you conveying a really cool idea the way you want to convey it. There is no invalidation to your work and your love and your effort just because you're a PNG versus having something like a live 2D model. And I think because uh, the mediums are so broad now, there's a lot more accessibility to things like 3D avatars with Vroid. You can get Vroid, I believe, for free, and they have a lot of base models that you can edit. Obviously, you'll have to put a little bit of effort into learning the tool. But there are a lot of really free resources out there, especially YouTube videos and tutorials. So yeah, having a PNG does not have to be a stepping stone. It definitely can be. But if you are completely satisfied and happy with having a PNG, do it. In fact, I still use PNGs for custom events, for new outfits and ideas that I have, and I'm using not one type of PNG tuber program, rather, but multiple, just depending on what I want to do. So take that in consideration. If you are interested in exploring other mediums and you have ideas that you want to just kind of get into the world, use a PNG program. They're really fun. And also too, it's an interesting way to, like, reinterpret maybe it's the same design, just a different medium. Have fun with it. I mean, it's all just you being able to have fun with the narrative that you're creating. You're making a story, you're making an experience, and I don't know. I don't think anybody should made to be made to feel bad that they have to rely on PNG tools, especially because I got most of the following that I have off of being a PNG. So you're totally valid. And I love that you get to customize, you get to make a lot of variation with it because it's a PNG. Well, let me go. I did tag you on Blue Sky with a clear image in the program. This is the first time I've done it with new designs. Oh, okay. Let me grab that. Also helps because I'm non-binary. Having easier customization helps a lot with getting rid of my ponytail. Absolutely, yeah, 100%. There are benefits to using a PNG. You can make super expressive pose options to switch between. Absolutely, yeah. Having unique poses. Let me make sure that I go and get that. Having unique poses definitely is something that PNGs can offer if you don't have a flexible 3D model. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is so much easier to see. All right, guys, we got a big upgrade. Um Now let me like make this a little larger. We got a big old upgrade. There we go. I like the color that you chose for the for the backer. That's fun.
Here's your mall
Okay.
fact. Rigatoni 64. When the mall
Rigatoni.
closes for the night and janitorial staff have
Ah,
left, it is rumored that you can
we've
still
gotten
hear
this one
chat
before.
absolutely shitting themselves in the food court bathrooms.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's do color range. Let's select this. There we go. One moment. I'm trying to get some of this selected here. There we go. Let me drop that out. And let me put a good solid gray background in the back. Boom. It's a little off. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Fun fact, my artist Clark made my very first fan art a decade ago, and now I work with him. That's so exciting. I love to hear that. All right, let me choose a default gray. Sorry that this is a little. There we go. Hello? Oh, I still had my selection going. Let me just there we go. Alright, so now we have a nice default gray. We have a little bit of your drop shadow there, but that's not too much of a problem. So now we have a clearer image, which is much easier to work with. So yeah, all of the stuff that I said still stands. Having you in a 3/4 gets to show us a little bit more of yourself. Let me snooze this real quick. Snooze my ads real quick. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we're getting a lot of really interesting shapes, and what I'm gonna do here is the same thing that I did with Aria. Is I'll see what the silhouette looks like, and here, just from the silhouette, we can see a lot of defining features that make it more recognizable that it's you. We have the shape here of what looks to be a ball cap. We have a little bit of your hair. We have this ponytail shape here, and so we already have a really interesting asymmetrical situation happening here. We can see that there's an arm here and an arm here, and we can very clearly see not one, but two legs. Aw, Puka! Thank you so much for subscribing, resubscribing. Oh my gosh, 4 months. Thank you, Puka. Thank you. So yeah, we have a lot of really interesting shapes happening here, and it's all very recognizable. We can see that we can see kind of what's happening here, which is really fun. It's nice and strong, and again, that 3/4 view really, really helps. The 3/4 view is helping this stand out. Hi, Golden. How are you? Hello. Hi, yay, yay. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Hexware, thank you so much for your prime. That's very stellar of you. That's very cash money of you. Thank you so much. Welcome in everybody. We're doing VTuber designs. VTuber design critiques. So, one of the first things that I would adjust here would be some minor anatomical things. Your character is a bit off balance, which is a very easy fix. In fact, you could quite literally just doink. Done. um, we're adjusting that
Drink water or
center of
else.
gravity. I will drink my water. Thank you. Why is this like? Oh, it's because this image still has stuff on it. There we go. There we go. And let me actually really quickly. Do I still have the original? Yeah, there we go. Scale might be a little bit different. Let me just put this back where I found it, and I'll group this. So before, after. We've just changed your center of gravity so that your feet are more planted on the ground, especially if you're going to be standing on like a frame of some sort in your overlay. Having your center of gravity be a little bit more straight just makes you feel more balanced. It's a very simple thing that you can do. Here, if I take the same center of gravity, we can actually see that you look to be leaning back a little bit further. Of course, if you're in a specific pose and you're doing something a little bit more energetic, you're trying to do a little bit more movement or you're trying to capture more movement in your design, that's totally justified. But something as simple as just turning yourself a little bit to the side can help balance. And again, we mentioned this with Aria. There are very subtle things that you can do to your art or to a design that just fix an issue you didn't really know that you had, something that feels a little off, but you can't like quite put your finger on. And it's not necessarily a bad problem, you know, it's not necessarily an issue, but it's just one thing to help improve. I do just the angle in OBS, walk with a cane, so the balance is always an issue. Yeah, adjusting it because you can completely rotate it in OBS too and pose it however you like. So yeah, that's just a small thing, but having you move just slightly to the side will help the character feel a bit more balanced. Another thing that I would recommend, again, are some small anatomical fixes here. Hello? Okay, try to save the image, save the file, and it's like, it's gonna change. And I don't know, it's whatever. I fix it, not your problem. And again, these could be stylistic choices. So if it's a stylistic choice and it's intentional, take everything I say with a grain of salt. But here we have a really nice wide round eye shape, and on the other side, the eye is getting compressed. This is something that you can see in a lot of stylized cartoons. So a like Ed and Eddie, a lot of Cartoon Network properties have that one eye larger, one eye smaller, but it really just depends on your intention. That might not be what you're going for. But for a lot of artists, drawing that eye in perspective ends up equating to I'm going to make the eye smaller rather than changing the eye in space. So something like making this eye taller here. Also, we're going to lift the brow. So I'm just really quickly going to take this and I'm going to paste it. I'm going to lift that brow up. We want to make sure that the brow is actually basically in line with the one here on this side, but it's just a little bit more slender. Um, and then here, I'm going to just take your skin color here and just really quickly draw in that far eye. I think the angle that it's at is pretty good. It just is getting a little bit squashed over there. And that's not really a big deal, especially, like I said, if it's like a stylistic choice, you can take this with a grain of salt. I think one of the things that I go over a lot in our art critiques is that if you are making intentional stylistic choices, have the rest of the art back up your intentional choices. Like you want this thing to look like this, you want it to feel like this, and there might not be enough other things in the design that follow through with that same level of stylization. And if there aren't enough other things for us to glean context from, it actually looks more like a mistake than it would look like an intentional stylistic choice. Let me also kind of bring this eye over here. It's going to be a little bit wonky, but we're just kind of quickly drawing it in. Eye looks like it's actually looking up a little bit too much. There we go. Just trying to get a quick eye in there. There we go. And then we have this highlight here. So yeah, so here having this slightly adjusted, we have the before, that far eye is getting kind of compressed over there. And now it's a little bit more balanced. That eyebrow is raised. And I also can tell too that that might also have been so that the artist could avoid overlapping with your bangs too much, overlapping with your hair too much, which is totally understandable. In that case, we could do something. We see that the eye is actually over top of the bangs, which is also an intentional stylistic choice. But if we don't want to lose the bangs, we can also bring them out further just to make sure that none of that fun, sharp shape is getting lost. And actually, now by bringing your bangs out further, we're changing our silhouette. We're making it so that the bangs are a little bit further away from this ball cap here, and we're just getting a little bit more information than we had before. And now the eye isn't conflicting so much with your bangs. We have the before and the after, fully separated from the side of the face, but you still have your eye here, legible, easy to see, but not really changing your design too much and not compromising the ideas that you already had. Hi, Chauncey, welcome in. I'm curious about the pink up here. Is that, some dyed hair color? Is there a little bit of pink hair, or is that, a shadow? Because 'Cause I'd love to see more of that pink someplace else. I think it's a really fun pop of color. You'll see people pretty often incorporate really vibrant colors either on the underside of their hair, or as a streak in the hair, and the fact that it's underneath this ball cap, I wanna see more of your pink. I wanna see some more of that. So, I would love to see either maybe there's a streak that follows through in the ponytail, that kinda just comes out as like a big chunk, something like that, where there's like a little bit of, had purple in my hair for a few years, due to work. I had to hide it. It got very small. I see. Well, for a design like this, I would love to see more of that color. In fact, the values of these colors are very similar, so it's actually a little bit hard to see that maroon, that purple. And one easy way to see if your values are working or not is to take a mid-tone gray and change the blending mode to color. And as you can see, there's almost no difference between that purple here and the rest of the brown in your hair. So we can either change its contrast, or we can slightly adjust the color itself. But contrast is going to make it so much easier for us to read. So if it's a little bit more purple, I'm gonna lighten it up to almost like a lavender color. And again, that might not be your intention. You might not want that. That's okay. You don't have to listen to me. Just makes it a little bit easier for us to see what's going on. It gives us a little bit more hint of what's underneath of there. And I'm actually gonna bring this further out into the bangs a little bit as well, to show that maybe it looks a bit more like the dye is washing out. In fact, usually when dye washes out, unless you're dyeing over it, the dye is actually concentrated towards the ends of your hair. So let me actually change that a little bit. I see what you mean. I didn't ask for it in the ponytail because, being able to get rid of the ponytail. Absolutely, yeah, no, this isn't to say that you, have to keep any of these suggestions. Absolutely not. Let me go here and change this again. I'll keep this to color. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that lighter purpley color, and I'm actually gonna try to concentrate it towards the ends of the hair, to kinda show like, "Oh, this character had maybe a color that's a bit washed out." You can kinda keep it simple and stylized too. You don't have to do too much with that. But by incorporating some of that here, something here, and then maybe here at the edges of your hair. Again, this could totally not even be your intention, and that's okay. But if you had some purple in your hair and that's a detail that you'd like to incorporate, we could put a little bit of that there. It just adds some interest. There's a little bit something going on, and now we have a new color introduced. And if I turn this off, we can very clearly see where these colors are introduced when we turn it to grayscale. And again, this is all just ideas. None of this is meant to be like, you have to do this to make this a good design. That's absolutely not the case. Thrown back to early 2010 with this song. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you don't like the purple, you don't have to use purple. When hair washes out with dark colors also gets lighter towards the scalp. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it really just depends on how much of the dye you had, how much it's grown out. But that's a really fun detail to include, especially if this character is meant to bring to mind personal your personal appearance and things that you'd like to showcase. But again, not important to include if that's not what you're going for. One of the areas too, and we'll go back. Here's the original. Here's what we have so far. We've brought these bangs out a little bit further just to show a little bit more variation in our silhouette. We've also adjusted some of this with the far eye. I think with the eyebrows, I would almost rather them be entirely black and filled in rather than having definition on them because when they are given definition, it almost makes them feel as if they are made of the same material as the rest of your clothing because it's drawn and rendered in the same way. We still want, the contrast that black offers over this brown hair color so we don't lose your eyebrows. But having them be rendered makes it look a little bit more like it's part of the outfit rather than part of your face, which is a super, super easy change to make, but also is a personal preference. So, again, a lot of this comes down to personal preference. So, take that for what you will. Honestly, a side effect of the massive redesign, the OG design had a lot more of the purple, but I wanted to get rid of the majority of the references, like an Assassin's Creed logo. I wanted stickers so I could get rid of Pokeballs. Oh, I see. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And if this isn't in progress, maybe this is something that gives you ideas. One of the things that I would adjust only the outfit I think is really cool. I like that you have a lot of variation of what's happening here on the sleeves. I definitely wouldn't get rid of having detail, but like you said, Assassin's Creed, if that's not the detail that you're wanting, maybe it's something more abstract and geometric. I recommend your vibe is giving streetwear or skatewear. So look at references of what kind of modern streetwear uh, kind of designs and patterns are going on a sweatshirt or a hoodie like this. One of the things that I would adjust, however, with your silhouette is the hood is swallowing up your neck and shoulders. Um, we can still clearly see that there's a head and we can still clearly see that there's a body, but we're getting a little swallowed up here. So this would be something that would just be minor adjustments if this is something that you would be interested in changing. And of course, we can still tell that it's a hoodie. The most important thing is that we can see it's a hoodie, we know it's a hoodie, and we know that you're wearing it. So this would just be minor adjustments in shape and how far the hood comes up over your arms. So rather than having it cover up your shoulder here, your shoulder would actually come out in front of this hoodie. We're prioritizing the shape of your body rather than the shape of the hood. Um, and so we also can get a little bit clearer idea of where your body is starting and stopping. I'm going to bring this arm out a little bit more just to kind of give it a little bit more presence on that far side. And I'll go here. And just by doing that now, we can see that you have a little bit more of a shoulder happening here. And then I'm going to just go really quickly and I'm going to kind of define where that hood is starting and stopping. And I'm going to just kind of trim it down ever so slightly here. Just get a little bit more contrast. Contrast is the name of the game, where light and dark meet. I want your chest to kind of be a little bit more defined over here. So we're going to just make this area a little bit darker. There we go. So now I have a little bit more of a chest. There's a little bit more shoulder. And of course, we're going to cut down a little bit of where this hood is. So now we have a clear break between your hair and the hood, and it just makes it a little easier to tell what's going on back there. And we have a little bit more of a defined connection between head and body. So here is the before and the after. Again, the shoulders might be a little too large here for the drawing that I've done, but just going to show that you can give a little bit more presence to where your head and shoulders are connecting just by trimming that hood up just a little bit. And we're about to go into ads, so let me make sure that I have a side by side of this for you, and then I will get the next one ready. And then also we have a lot more people in here than we did at the start, so I'll go over the rules again for anybody that's curious once the ads are over. So yeah, let me get this set up. And thank you again for everybody that has submitted. If you're curious and would like to submit later, I will probably be doing this again. Let me move you over. Oops, no, not that one. Actually, yes, this one, but let me merge this. There we go. Move this over here. Wonderful. There we go. Yeah, very subtle changes. Really not trying to reinvent the wheel. I don't want to compromise people's intentions with their personality and their design. They're the one thing, and I know that only the people that have subs can hear me right now. Wink. But one of the things that I go into with care with any critique is acknowledging that you guys are making intentional choices. I think, and I might reiterate this when we're back from the ads, um, but, uh but I think with a lot of critiques, one of the reasons why critiques are taken so personally is because you're putting your love and attention and personality into these things, and then you're sending them to a stranger and having them tell you that there's stuff wrong with it. And I don't think there's enough acknowledgement of the things that you guys are doing right. And also too acknowledging that I can tell you're making intentional choices. Things that might be told, you might be told are like, "Oh, this is wrong," quote, quote. You're like, "This is, this isn't right." Those might be things that you intentionally added. Those might be things that you chose to put there. And so if somebody tells you, "Oh, this isn't right. Like you need to fix this." It feels more personal because now I'm telling you that, "Oh, this thing that you very intentionally put there is a problem," which isn't correct. So when I do things like this, I like to reiterate, I feel like this was a very intentional choice, or this might be the style that you're going for. So take this note with a grain of salt. This isn't a correction to your idea, it's a correction of technicality. Why we love, oh, thanks, Puka. Alice, the submissions for this critique are closed, but you can submit your own art to the art critique form. Makes me glad to have folders for every part to be able to make adjustments like the eyes. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let me make sure that this is saved and I'll grab the next one. We're going in alphabetical order. So the next one is Billy Smiles. Yippee! I love this WarioWare vibe. Also, two very stylistically interesting. Getting me so excited for my critique. Let's go. Let's go. The ads are almost over. So I'm going to reiterate everything I said, and then I'm also going to go over some of the rules. Some of the rules and the vibe. Let me fix myself in my chair. Also, I got a hydrate redeem a while ago. Oh, my coaster. Come back. She fell. Come here. Welcome back from the ads, yo. I'm going to take a sip of my drink. Okay. For those of you that are just joining me, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm Mandy Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And we are doing a VTuber design critique today. The critique submission is closed for the VTuber design critiques. However, if you yourself have art that you would like to have critiqued, we do monthly art critique streams. That is what the submission form is pinned. And I think I might actually unpin that so people don't get confused. But for anybody that is interested in that, there we go. There we go. For anybody that is interested, you can always do exclamation point critique, and that is for your art for a monthly art critique, not for this critique. I had over 30 submissions, and so I really had to make sure that I could actually get to these in time today because this is a yap heavy stream. But if you like streams like this and you would like to participate, it is more than likely that we're going to be doing another one. So don't get disheartened. There will be more. And for those of you that were in the ads, I was reiterating that I really like to pay special attention to the features that I feel are intentional choices. I think a lot of times in art critique, these are very personal characters or art that you're putting forth, and a lot of times you're putting a lot of attention and care into these specific design choices. So when I tell you that, oh, this is something that could be corrected or this is something that could be changed, it's often very difficult to hear that when you made intentional choices. So I really like to validate that people are making really intentional choices and that I am seeing those choices and that the changes that I'm offering aren't the end all be all. They aren't the standard. They are just ways to heighten your idea and bring it to a little bit more clarity. But again, I like to acknowledge that you guys are making intentional choices, and I really like to showcase the positive things that you guys are doing, because everybody has really awesome ideas, everybody has really cool style, and every person is putting forth their own intimate, personal vibe and idea. It really is important to let people know that the things that they're contributing are worthwhile and that they're special. Love how much care and intent you're putting into this. I thank you. I mean, I've seen I've seen and heard a lot of horror stories of people getting unsolicited advice for something that you've made for fun, something that you've made to be really, really personal. And that's why critiques for designs are a little bit more tough than critiques just for art. But like, this is something that you've spent a lot of time on. This is something that you might have spent money on. And so these changes aren't things that are meant to make you feel like you're wrong or that you didn't make a good choice and that you aren't valid in the ways that you're trying to put forth parts of your personality. You put a lot of love into this, and I want to give it the respect that it deserves and let you know that you guys are doing great. Um, that being said, if you have submitted, or if you haven't submitted before, rather, art critiques, I like to say very plain and simple that if you leave feeling discouraged and if you leave feeling worse than when you came in, that is my fault. That is not your fault. The critiquer, the person that is giving you the critique and the advice, should be doing so in a way that feels encouraging and that you have made something worthwhile. And that all of my ideas are simply suggestions and things that you could totally use going forward, but you don't have to. I will not take it personally. I want you to be able to contribute and feel like the choices you're making are valid and that you have something really special, which you do. Mandy, more like Chadney. Oh, God, thanks. Next up, we have Billy Smiles. Love Billy. Billy's really fun, and I think this model really goes to show an intense, funny personality. I mean, obviously you have a clown, but like I feel like it takes a very special person to literally put a garbage can on their head, and have such an angular, gritty style. I've mentioned this about Billy before, but there's aspects of WarioWare and Beetlejuice, literal trash. And you have this really interesting, intense, like carnival barker ringleader vibe. But there's something kind of untoward and shady happening with this character. And this just goes to show that you can choose an art style that further exemplifies the vibe you're going for. Just the art style alone and the treatment of some of the shape language on Billy's design are telling us things about Billy, this really rough, sharp edge, but really funny entertainer. And that's the vibe we're getting. That's the energy we're getting, and things that are personally significant. So I don't know if Billy's really into WarioWare, but this really graphic style is giving like 90s graphic art. It's very gritty. The color palette's really muted. And for those of you that were here earlier and saw me go over the color wheel, red and green are opposites on the color wheel. And one of the ways, or one of the things that kind of scare people away from using red and green, is because, at least for the West, red and green tend to have a connotation of like Christmas, and that's not necessarily always the case. Billy has used this really muted, almost gray green, and taken it out from being this vibrant to reading like moss or filth, which, I mean, we have a trash can to give us context with that. um, yeah, the trash top hat's awesome. Hi, Teddy. Welcome in, Raiders. A dog raid. Row, row. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Welcome, everybody. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Billy looks like he'd scam me in the best way. Absolutely. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, everybody. I'm Mandy Quinn, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we are doing a VTuber critique, design critique. Welcome in. What were you doing today? I'm happy to see you, and welcome, Raiders. If you guys don't already know me, I usually do art critiques every month. And this month we have been asked to do VTuber design critiques. And the submissions are currently closed just because there were so many. But welcome in. If you'd like to hang out and see what kinds of stuff I have to say about these awesome designs, feel free. Well, welcome, Raiders. I'm excited to see you. And if you guys would like to check out some of my art, you can take a look at my socials. I have all my art up on my coffee gallery. I also post on Blue Sky. So yeah, feel free to check that out. And I'm happy to see you. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm a mile a minute with my greetings. Well, welcome everybody. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. I hope you had a fabulous stream, Tenny. Let me see. We're currently talking about Billy Smiles. Heard critique. I'm sat. Let's go. Welcome in. This is our third one so far out of like 28. So these are yap heavy streams. Hopefully, the sound of my voice uh, is a positive one and not an absolutely grating experience. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I hope you had a fabulous stream. Welcome, Raiders. So this is Billy Smiles, and again, we're going through this color palette. There's something very gritty. It's very simple too. Again, with keeping your color palettes simple, as somebody who's covered in color, somebody who has a literal like rainbow color palette, there is a rhyme and reason for the colors that I've used and how much of each color I used. And so we can see here that Billy has opted for a simpler palette, which is very strong and very stylistically grounded. That being said, we have black, we have white, which are also very classic. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. We have black and white, and by extension, we have this gray. But you saw me color pick this gray here, and look, it's actually blue. If I put it here, it's giving this slate gray. So it feels like it's grounded here, but instead of just doing like a 50% gray, something like this, look at how much more personality this blue has here. It's just a subtle, it's not reading as blue, it's reading as gray, but this color palette has been elevated because of that subtle shift to something that's a little bit cooler and a little bit less stagnant. When you use black, usually if you're like mixing colors with black, I'm talking about like traditional paint, it can kind of suck some of the vibrance and the vibe out of a color. So most often when you see professional painters or illustrators using painted medium, they'll usually mix black together with some really deep blues and purples and browns. And that's also if you've ever had a marker that's a black marker and you've seen it like bleed, it's actually blue and green and stuff like that, rather than just like what we think of as black. And so a lot of the oomph out of a color can kind of be sapped away. But Billy's using black here as a stylistic choice. There are these very heavy-handed angular shadows that are giving comic book, video game, and a lot of really gritty edge because of these almost noir-esque comic style heavy-handed ink shadows. So black in Billy's design is an intentional choice and is not being blended and mixed into other things. It is its own standalone force. The black is super intentional. It's been brought in into the shape of the jacket. It is also a part of the outfit here, but we can see here that the eyelids and the brows are also very dark. Billy's design is doing something very unique in that shape is the priority. This vibrant, angular, gritty shape language, and the shape is being allowed to come forward. A lot of VTubers that you see in more of a corporate sense tend to have a very standard anime overarching style. And of course, there's subgenres to that style. So I'm not trying to invalidate that there is quite a lot of variety of style in thank you in the anime realm. However, this is almost exactly the opposite of that. We have thick, expressive lines. We have angles that don't necessarily always make sense in space. But Billy is going for this incredible silhouette and this grit. I mean, I can't use any other word than grit. These are very intentional choices that are being put together for us to receive the idea that this character is rough around the edges. And also the fact that he's also included values, monetary value to all of the pieces of this outfit is further showing us that this is almost like a con man character. This character puts high value on the things that they're wearing, but the things they're wearing are tattered and garbage. And so that makes us insinuate, okay, a trash can is being sold for $300. This bloody blazer and these sneakers are all being dished out at us for like a price. And the fact that Billy has chosen to include prices is all something that's part of this VTuber's character. Something as simple as showing us that he's putting monetary value on garbage items is part of the character, and that's really something special. That's not an artistic choice that was drawn in. That's written numbers. So, for those of you that aren't artists, or maybe you're new to your art journey and you're creating a design for any character, let alone your own character, something like that in your character design is part of the character. It really can be that simple. It really can be that simple. Let me go through some of these colors. You can also see that Billy has included a lot of texture here, not only in the line art, but here in the beard, there's almost like the CRTV kind of like buzz, but it also kind of feels like fabric. Like it's meant to be like cloth or something like that. There's a deep red, and then there's a bit of a lighter red. I'm gonna take this lighter red from the background. So here, this color scheme isn't really reading Christmas to us. It's reading more so in something a little grittier, almost like Joker-esque, which is its own unique thing. And so if you are afraid of color palettes like this, just know that it won't always look Christmas. We have a very slight hint of blue eyeshadow, which kind of falls into the same area as that gray. Little detail that stands out to me as a non-artist, there are swirls in the hands showing the fingers. Yeah, absolutely. So how he has his fists clenched. That's a really intentional choice here, and I like that. I like that a lot. There's also here in the ears that same shape language, that curling, again, bringing to mind Beetlejuice or even Tim Burton by extension, but this doesn't feel like it's trying to be super derivative of Tim Burton. This is its own unique mixture of vibe. For those of you that have also been trying to put a design together, and there's maybe that subconscious kind of fear that you're going to be like copying these ideas that you're seeing, you yourself act as a filter. All of the information, all of the media that you're consuming, you are intaking it and it's being filtered through your eye and your imagination. So you are taking bits and pieces of media that really stick out to you. So maybe you really like action figures and comic books. Maybe you really like anime, you really like video games, and you're taking all of these things and you're mashing them together. And oh, I gotta sneeze. Never mind. It happens to me all the time. How many almost sneezes have I ever had on this fucking channel? Anyway, let me take a drink of my water. 78% cringe, that's pretty good. Okay. So yeah, all of these ideas and things that you're coming forward to the table with, the way that you put them together. Oh, oh my gosh. Congratulations on being 100% cringe. Let's go. Can I get an exclamation point hype in the chat, please? Oh my god. If you're part of the Discord, you're gonna get a special a special role just because you have been made 100% cringe. Thank you so much for being cringe. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let me go to my cringeometer. There we go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Cringe Lord, Riz Lord. Oh my gosh. I was gonna say bless you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I love being cringe. Me too. So yeah, I really like the personality that's being shown to us. It doesn't matter what Billy's really wearing as much as how Billy's being presented to us. And this grungy, gritty, edgy vibe is very well portrayed to us. It's also incredibly unique. So we have a really unique perspective. We have something that's super graphic and easy to read. Um and and we can really see this really fun silhouette here. I'm going to do what I did again and show you guys the silhouette. Let me see if I can grab Billy out of here. Yeah, yeah. And no, I just want the okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's trying to give me all this stuff that I don't. I want this. Come here. It's trying to give me some of the text too, and I don't want that. I want the Billy. I want the Billy. Ew. Yeah, you guys are gross. I see. You guys are trying. You guys are trying. I see. I feel like you could be more cringe than that, though. I think you could be more cringe. Let me go in. 3%. Oh, Madam Berry. Oh my god. Let me go in here and continue to get this silhouette. Also just realized the style is common in kids cartoons. This character doesn't read as childish at all to me. I think that's very effective, successful. Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely giving us the vibe of a cartoon style, but it's more mature. Like this character feels like an adult, and in fact, this feels like this character almost might be adult rated as well, which is very funny. All right, let me get everything in here. Wonderful. Okay, so over top, I'm going to show you the silhouette here. Oops. So here we have a very boxy and angular silhouette, which is giving a very top-heavy character, but I don't feel like he's unbalanced. In fact, this character feels very sturdy despite having small feet and legs. And in fact, this is a very common character design practice where a very top-heavy and bulky character will be given smaller legs to further exemplify and make it really obvious that they are very large in the upper body. The legs being made more minuscule is making the rest of the body look much larger. And so this is a very intentional choice. But also, we can see here the repeated motif of very angular. There's very few smooth areas. This hat even has a little bit of that here. There's a little bit of a curve going on here. But really, everything is angular. Everything has at least some sort of edge to it. And we aren't too comfortable with this having too many round pieces. You can see, look at that. Everything is done very, and this again is a personal style, but this is all stuff that's helping us get an idea of this character just through the style. Oh, okay. All right. All right. We're stretching. We're stretching. All right. All right. Make sure you guys are standing up and stretching if you're drawing. Make sure you're stretching your wrists. Thank you. Thank you. So one of the things actually, one of the only things that I would change about this character would be the legs themselves. We have this really sharp, almost like porcupine top here, and I think that our legs and our feet uh, get a little too rounded for how angular and punchy everything else is, and they almost take a back seat to the rest of the design. I think it's kind of funny that he's got these expensive sneakers on, maybe they're damaged or a little bit rough, so maybe there's like the toe can come out of another one, and he's still showing you that, oh, these are high value sneakers, trust me, but they're kind of broken. They're kind of broken in rather. But one of the things that I'd like to do with this silhouette is help anchor these legs a little bit, make them feel a little bit more sturdy. One of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to add a sharp angle right here to the inner side of the leg, and already by doing that, uh, here is the, oh boy, let me just copy this here or delete that. So here is the before of the silhouette, and here is the after. By just making this sharp angle here, I have given a little bit more rigidity and sturdiness to the bottom half here, rather than having the ankle taper in. Having that taper is offering an area of tension and fragility. Welcome in. Ay, ay, ay. So right here, it almost feels like this area could snap really easily under this really strong and heavy top. So, by adding that little bit of strength there, it might be something that's kind of subconscious, but triangles are some of the strongest shapes. Oh, not a security scan.
Initiating security
No,
scan.
I'm too young to die. I'm not gonna die, don't worry. But my security's fine. Oh, jeez. Oh, what did I get, doctor?
Scan complete. Suspicious folder found.
No, no,
Sonic fanfic do not
no,
read.
no! That was private, Penny! Oh, God, that's private.
You should hydrate.
I will hydrate. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear God. Where did all these shrimp come
Yeah,
from?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it's just you slouching.
Yeah, yeah. So, triangles are incredibly strong and sturdy shapes. If you look at architecture, you're going to see a lot of triangles, especially with bridges like suspension bridges. Triangles are really the backbone of supporting weight and structure. Hi there, Mary. How are you? So, by just going here and offering a little bit of strength here and creating a bit of a triangular vibe here, we are immediately making the bottom look more sturdy. Before, after, and we're not taking away that diminished scale that makes the top look more big and impactful. We're just adding some stability to it, some sturdiness. Calling us shrimps out, yeah. Yeah, unshrimp yourselves, guys. So yeah, having that silhouette change, and also too, the shoes are quite round compared to everything else. So, if I were to do something else, I would probably go in here and add a little bit more angularity to these sneakers. And of course, by doing that, it immediately kind of makes them feel a little bit more like a dress shoe. Um, However, by adding that angularity, and even we could add some pointiness, but again, the pointiness just further pushes it away from being a sneaker. It's kind of hard to have sneakers that aren't round. I have a quick question if you don't mind answering. I sent mine in a previous critique for this one. I sent it as well, but I'm having internet issues. Did it go through properly? The other critique form is not for this specific event. This event is for VTuber Designs, so that was a completely different link. Um, However, did you just submit it or was it submitted before? Because in our initial batch, the submission was not there for your character. However, don't fret. We will be doing another one of these. I just had to close the form for this event specifically because there were so many submissions. It's a few days ago. Okay, so then you must have used the other critique link. Since you did submit it, let me grab it from that other one. But yeah, this was a totally unique form. No, yeah, no, you're okay. You're good. You're good. Let me make sure I grab it so at least I can honor that you have submitted. Um, Let me see. I'm actually also I'm not seeing it in the other form either. Interesting. Let me see. Let me just double check. Yeah, I don't have a submission in the other critique form either, but I will double check the art critique or the VTuber critique one just to make sure I didn't lose anything, that I didn't miss it. Cuz I want to make sure that I haven't missed it. Let's make sure to go here. And would that still be under Mary Berry? Yeah, it looks like there's also a couple that were being missed cuz I see Generic has put one in. And Generic didn't have one in when I was looking. Proto T, Jace, Neo, Orange Cherry. Okay, no. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not seeing yours in this form either, but don't worry. I will be opening this up again. I didn't realize that. Did I miss Generic's? I did. How did I miss his? Okay, well, let me make sure. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Oh my gosh, he's so tall. Master Jinchi, who? Oh. Let me make sure that I download these. Okay. If it's not there, then I'll submit next time. Absolutely, absolutely. I highly recommend that you guys submit. This is Billy Smiles XSL here. Let me put you guys over here. This is Billy. That's his name. Don't wear it out. Billy was actually in here earlier. Um, there we go. I can't believe I missed Generic, but yes, I did double check. And I did not see it, but I will make sure that when this goes back up again, that I make sure that you see it. Yeah, we're currently working on the silhouette here, and let me make sure. Let me go back to my downloads and rename. I cannot, I didn't even see Generic the first time, and I know the form is closed. Interesting. Rename to, okay, we'll put him in here. I'm going in alphabetical order, so if you are just coming in, this is B, so this goes to show you that there's we haven't gotten as far. Love super stylized characters. Me too. Hope stream's going well. Hi, yikes, welcome in. So yeah, so here you can see here on this left-hand side that I'm just kind of adding a little bit more angularity to this foot. In fact, let me just copy, boop, boop, boop. And I've straightened out the back of the leg. So the before of the silhouette and the after, we've added a little bit more sturdiness here. We've flared the toes out to the side to just further, you can see here we have another triangle. Triangle here, triangle here. And by having these two triangles, we're reinforcing this weight. And I really like to see that Billy is showing us the gut of this character. This character is not meant to be dainty. This character is meant to be very sturdy, very imposing, very wide and very broad, very barrel chested, which is just part of the vibe. I'm surprised I caught it early because I was asleep. Oh, well, welcome in. One thing too about this design is that these legs, we have a little bit of that off balance issue here. So you can kind of see here, if we go towards the base of the head and the spine, the legs are very far forward and would not be able to support this. So what we're going to do real quick is I'm just going to go here and I'm going to take these legs. I'm going to just take his legs right off. And I'm going to replace this with this red in the background here. Just trying to make it look as cohesive as it can. That's a good enough. And I'm going to take these legs back and I'm very simply going to rotate them and move them so that the heel is right about where that center of gravity is. And just by doing that, I draw on the, I did. Oh. Yeah, Billy's got an incredibly unique design. And it just goes to show too that if you have a design idea and you've got, what, is that in the right spot? No, it's in the wrong spot. Why is it so far over? Why is it so far over? There we go. If you have a unique idea and you kind of want to explore an unconventional design, don't hesitate. It's really unique. It stands out, and it's important to try and get your idea out there. Let me flatten the bottom of the foot as well, just a smudge, just a smudge. Oops. Oh boy. Ah, geez. There we go. So now I can show you the before of this character. Girl, hold on. Wow. Let me get this back up to the top. There we go. So here's the after. Before, after. We've added a little bit of sturdiness to this form just by making sure that the heel is sitting under that center of gravity. Uh I can take people's legs, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I'm also learning a lot of characters' critiques, so I love that. Oh yeah, learning a lot? Yes, I hope that's the case. I really hope that's the case. So let me merge. So again, changing the silhouette of these legs here to be a little bit more sturdy like this will really help give this character a bit more balance. So what I'm going to do, and if you are using, if you're making a design yourself or you're working with an artist to make a design, definitely take a look at this silhouette. Again, someone asked if silhouette was something that was necessary for a simpler design. Not necessarily, but silhouette can help make things look a little bit more grounded, literally. Can also bring attention to areas that were less clear. We can see there are shoulders, we can see that there's a head, we can see there's a top hat. We can see that there's some sort of large coat or even a cloak, maybe, and we can see that there are legs. So everything is here, even though we don't have distinct difference between like the arms versus the body. This character is meant to be very bulky. So what we're doing here is we're adding structure in a way that's easier for us to see because it's been made just a silhouette, and it makes those things more obvious, makes things a little easier to pick out. Aria, you missed yours. But the VOD will be up, so don't worry. Don't worry at all. Hi, welcome in. I'm gonna go in real quick and I'm gonna adjust the silhouette here. Actually, let me do a symmetry. Let me grab a symmetry tool here. Welcome in. let me grab the symmetry tool, make sure that it's brought out to the side as far as it can. And I'm just really quickly going to draw here where my new silhouette was, and I'll fill in some of the detail. So we have these stripes here on the pants that I'm just going to bring down a little lower. We have this red shoe that has the toe like a Converse or like a something like that. I'm even going to incorporate a little bit of this heel to the shoe just to show us a little bit more. And then the sneaker here, we're going to just kind of box it. I'm keeping it kind of boxy, kind of keeping it so that it still holds true to Billy's style, and is actually a little bit closer to the rest of the style than what we had before. Something very boxy. We're gonna also do this to the sole, maybe. Maybe there's something like this, keeping it kind of angular, because again, that's what the rest of Billy's style is telling us, is that it's very angular. I'm gonna make sure the tongue of the shoe is very angular. And now we have this shoe that's giving us a little bit more to work with in terms of like stability for this character, but also something that is a little bit closer to the rest. Maybe do something like that. And again, these shoes might end up looking a little bit too new for this character. So if that's something that we want to combat, we can start incorporating different things to make these shoes look less new. So I'm going to turn the symmetry off. We've added some stability here. Again, we have our before and our after. Before, after. And you see the shoes are actually black or like gray. So let me go back here. There's some red around the edge. So I'm just gonna make sure that I follow through with that. I don't wanna change the design too much actually. The black is also a choice that'll make this look a little bit more stable. Oh yeah, here, we'll just kinda, but maybe there's something where like if Billy is not upkeeping his outfit, maybe the one side has like the toe exposed. So something like this, where we actually have a little bit more of his actual foot in here. Let me grab some of the skin tone here. So yeah, so now we have some toes peeking through. Maybe we take a little bit of this instead of having the clean shoe be like white. We're taking this off-white color instead, and making sure that that is, where anywhere that could be white is actually this off-white color. Obviously too, we have some values too that we want to make sure that we don't lose, but for all intents and purposes, that is just one of the few things that we can add. We're now giving this character some stability. We're also adding some more personality. We're showing his toes. Maybe his toenails are this green color, like this. That's kind of fun. So yeah, we have a lot to love. There's a lot of cool ideas coming through here. There's a lot of really interesting vibes that are being captured by this style. And I think it's really fun. And hi, Bios, welcome in. If I'm not greeting you fast enough, I'm sorry. I am speed running through these designs. Let me merge this, and I'm just trying to make sure that I am getting everything looked at. And for any of you that wish to make submissions for the future, those will be normal art critique. So I will make it known when I am doing that, so you will be able to resubmit or submit for the first time if you haven't already. Toe peeking out, I love that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of funny to have the juxtaposition of the shoes being worth $2,000, but he's worn a hole through them. You're good. I'm just trying to do my daily pencil paper studies. That's exciting. I hope it's going well. So yeah, we made a small adjustment to the posture of this profile view, and we've made a small adjustment to the presence of the legs down here. In fact, I feel like I kind of want to see a little bit more of that red actually. I missed that. I know I colored them black, but I think maybe like just the heel is left that black color and the rest is red. I think that kind of gives us a little bit more. There we go. All right. Yeah. There we go. Pulls in that jacket a little bit more. All right. Huge thank you to Billy for submitting. And Aria, since you're here now, I'll just show you very quickly what we worked on. Um, let's see here. So these were I did very few changes. Most of the things, of course, are stylistic in nature, so they are choices that were made for a stylistic goal. So these are simply suggestions. One of the things was that I was really missing a nose of some sort. It doesn't have to look like this, but bringing some balance to the face. There is a lot of this skin tone, this empty skin tone here, and I think that since some of these facial features are very realistic, the lack of a nose is kind of offsetting the rest of the style. It's either not stylized enough or too stylized. Sorry. So here, all I did is I added a bit of a nose. I added some color to the lips, just as a little bit of variation away from all this skin tone. I added some eyelids, and I put a little peak of hair right underneath the cap, again, just to break up that empty face right there. And then I added a camera bag or some sort of utility bag just to kind of break up some of the rectangular outfit here, but also to add another detail that shows more of your personality, maybe things that you're interested in. So very, very small tweaks, not anything crazy. I like the cartoony villain look for Billy. Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, we're going in alphabetical order. Our next one is Buffy Chew, which is this super cute design, really cute. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for goth baddies, you know. We all have our types, and a goth baddie is definitely a type I enjoy. Very pretty design, really fun character design, a very fun color palette as well. The one of the things that I'm noticing here is a really good example for those of you that'll have dark hair colors. And this is something that's giving Hex Girls to me. If you don't know who the Hex Girls are, they are a Scooby Doo sub character. If you didn't grow up on Scooby Doo like I did, sucks. That sucks for you guys. Uh, but if you like goth baddies, then you're gonna love the Hex Girls. Hold on. So using a colorful highlight for black hair, especially with this warm red and pink and a vampiress kind of vibe. Hex Girls is an inspo. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. So the Hex Girls utilize this technique to give this character more interest because she does have black hair. The Hanna-Barbera or Hanna-Barbera rather, Scooby-Doo, but a lot of really classic cartoons that started in the 60s and 70s were utilizing very few colors. They were to make it the production a lot faster. The silhouettes were a lot cleaner, and it was just a little bit easier. And for characters that had solid hair, like black hair, they could break that up with a highlight usually. And this character, you can see also their black outfits also have colored highlights. Not only does this offer a color coding kind of thing, so we can tell these characters apart based on their color schemes. This character, she's got red hair, but she's kind of got this like maroon purple kind of vibe to her. This one has a lot of green, and of course, the main Hex Girl has a lot of red. And even though they're all wearing black clothes, black clothing itself does have tonality to it. So you could have a black that's a bit cooler, maybe a bit more purple. You could have a black that reads a bit more blue or green, or even towards a brown, especially when it's in the light. So by putting these highlights in that color, they're not only making a black silhouette more legible, so you can kind of see where the body is and kind of get the idea that it's either like a velvet, or some sort of richer fabric, but you're also getting some individuality between these characters that are all wearing black. So if you have characters that wear a lot of black and you're utilizing color, um, putting these highlights here in a fun color just helps it read as a little bit more unique. Also helps it read as a different material. You can see here that Buffy has this gray here. These highlights are showing you that the hair is a different material than the bodice and the hips. It's also reading a bit like leather instead. So we're getting a different materiality. We're getting different materials, which is something that in our critiques that we've done for art critiques in the past, rendering to make something look like a different material can add a lot of interest. So Buffy here has a pretty complicated design, but is actually done quite simply. There isn't too much going on because Buffy is repeating these motifs. A motif is something that you find in anything. It can be in music, it can be in something visual, it can be in writing, but basically, it is a repeated, intentional detail that makes something feel more cohesive because that same detail is reoccurring. So, for example, we have the shape of these highlights, and if you guys pay really close attention, Buffy, this feels intentional. The highlights are shaped like bats as well. This looks like a bat. This looks like a bat. This looks like a bat. So not only is Buffy incorporating a really fun style, there's a really stylized, sharp-edged highlight, but now these highlights are also reading as bat silhouettes themselves, which is a really fun detail. They are intentional. Yeah, exactly. So see, we have a very intentional, and it's not every single one of them because it doesn't have to be. These are just popping up in very specific spots, but the same shape language is being used, so we're really getting the same idea, without every single one of them having to be that bat silhouette, but that is a motif that this bat character is utilizing. Another design motif that Buffy is using, and something like this for some people might be too complex, something for others it might be not complex enough, but something that's really strengthening this design is a cohesion in color and the motif of we have this purple striping. Again, striping also brings to mind Tim Burton, Gothic fashion, Gothic media. This pinstriping is very Victorian as well, which a lot of trad goth and Gothic clothing subgenres also draw a lot from Victorian and Edwardian fashion, and these stripes were very fashionable. And so, not only do we see them here in this bodice, but we're seeing them repeated in these really nice sleeves here, almost these gloves, and also here in the base of the shoe. And we've been given a very cohesive palette because this purple is warm enough to feel like it belongs with these pinkish reds, these maroons, and these wine colors, sanguine colors. And if you don't know what sanguine, it's blood color. So instead of just using a really bright red, we have this really rich wine red right here. We're getting some of this purple here as well. There's that, it's like a plum color, and we have a little bit of a lighter plum. This one's actually a bit cooler, but it's warm enough that it doesn't feel like it's pushing too far away from these other colors we have. And then we have this really rich, vibrant pink. You see over here, it's actually reading more as a pink than it's reading a red. And that further rounds it off. If you imagine colors as corners of your shape, each square has the four corners, or maybe you have a triangle. So you have your red, you have your blue, and you have your yellow for your primary scheme. If you imagine rounding those corners so it's not so sharp, maybe you're moving the yellow a little bit to the side. So maybe it's a pastel yellow, or maybe it's a little bit more green, but it's still very yellow. Or you're softening it, you're making it a little bit more uh, a little bit cooler of a color just so it's not so intense. This pink is a nice rich pink color, but it's not that sharp biting red. If I were to change this to red, would it still look good? Probably. Here, if I were to change this to red, look at that. So this is like a very primary red color. But now that I've changed that red, look at how much this red is standing out from us. It's pulling our eye way too much. This red doesn't feel as connected to this deep plum color that Buffy has used to symbolize like maybe black or even a really dark purple. It could be that the hair is meant to be dark purple, but if this is meant to be black hair, we've avoided using black by using a really nice deep shade, and these highlights are now a little bit too drastic. They're so sharp. So by getting rid of that bright, warm, hot, like orangey red and replacing it with this sweet pink color, we've softened this and we've brought it to a place where it feels a little bit more connected to the purple and the plum that we're using. So all of these are very intentional choices, very intentional design choices. And again, using black here, using black and this silvery color are helping us distinguish materials from each other. So in real life, this character might be wearing almost all black with a bit of purple, and maybe their hair is also black. But Buffy is showing us that they're only using black in these very intentional spaces to show that it's a totally different material. And that variety will bring spice to your designs. It'll get interest, it'll gather your attention more. But also, this character reads like they're wearing dark colors. They read like they are goth, that they are using a lot of goth imagery and cultural reference and stuff like that. So we're getting the idea, but there's a lot more interest because Buffy has chosen not to just use black. Black is actually reserved for only very specific parts. And so if you're using a lot of darker colors, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind because the black is only one small part. And actually, too, you can see here that white isn't even being used in its entirety. We have the silvery color right here, and we also have an off white which is just a really light gray. So Buffy is also not using straight white either, which I recommend staying away from unless you are intentionally going for like a really stark black and white. Avoiding bright white and just pure black will help just round your design out a little bit more. Um, Such fun detail. I love that so much. The pinstripes, not sure if they're actually pinstripes specifically, but they read as it, and I love it. And that sharp red is so gorge, not for the hair. Absolutely, yeah. So if this character had more warm red, because even this red here is this cooler, like burgundy wine color, that's being brought towards purple, not being brought towards orange. So by using this sweet pink with this slightly warmer red, the whole tone of this character is brought to a cooler palette rather than a warmer palette. And so, yeah, keeping this color scheme homogeneous by choosing a very specific color is it's very subtle, but it works. Other inspos were Morticia Adams and Elvira, which I feel like you kind of tell with the hair. Absolutely, we love Elvira. The big bump in the back, definitely, definitely. Yes, a very cute design. I think the color palette and the shape language really stand out. One of the things that I would recommend, and again, we're really seeing the difference between the hair, which is still very shiny, and the leather parts, which are also very shiny. We're getting two distinct different materials because of how much contrast there is and the colors that were chosen. One thing that I might suggest is that instead of this gray, this is more of like a 30% gray. I would actually lean it in a little bit more towards your purple. So instead of that 30% gray, I would probably go to something like this instead. Not so much that it reads as a purple, but that it's reading as a gray, but it's tinted towards purple. So if I were to, let me copy this, and if I were to just kind of take this color and kind of slap it here, we're still being given the idea that this is a different material. We're still being shown that it's shiny and vivid, but now it's kind of taken into a place where it's much more homogenized, I'll say. So here is the before and the after. It's a really subtle change, but by just adjusting that gray to be something that has a bit more of a color to it, it's leaning more purple than gray, it'll just add that much more interest. That's something that we mentioned with Billy, where instead of having just a gray trash can, the gray was actually more of a blue, but it read as gray with the context. A lot of what you'll see with designs, you'll be learning through context clues. So, for example, if I zoom in here, this could be a cat character. This could be some sort of, um, just seeing these angular features, this really dramatic winged eyeliner. This nose and mouth and these shapes could be reminiscent more of like jungle cat kind of vibe, more like a tigress or like a panther of some sort. But when I start zooming out, we're getting less and less cat and more bat. And then you get to this point and you're not even seeing all of the ear. and you're feeling, okay, oh, I see bat now. Oh, the shape of the bangs, the highlights. Oh, these ears are giving me a bit more of an impression that this isn't a feline, but in fact, oh, okay, now I'm confirmed that they're a bat. And so we're given context. There's a lot of similarity in color palettes and shape language, but we're being given context by Buffy that cement that this character is in fact a bat character. You don't even have to really see too much to really understand that that's what Buffy's going for. So, if you find that people are like misinterpreting your idea, they might not be understanding what you're going for, try putting more concrete context, like these bat wings. Having this specific rounded shape to the ears is something that I've seen in stylized bat characters before, having them be very wide. Seeing these like ridges, these stylized ridges, also something that I see in bat characters. And you can see here too that a lot of bats tend to have like a nose that's pushed up a bit more. And Buffy hasn't really chosen to make a nose that stands out too drastically, but this nose fits our character, works well with the face. The face feels balanced, and has cemented bat features in other places, like our very, very intentional shape language that I pointed out earlier. Here we have the corset here. If you needed help seeing more, bat bat shape right here. We have bat shape right here. We have bat here, bat here. We have bat here, 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 here. We have bat here, we have bat here. So if you needed to know where all of that bat imagery is coming from, it's everywhere. Even the shape here. And even if this character did not have the wings on the head as like a secondary set of ears, I feel like we would still understand that this character is meant to be a bat, um, rather than a black cat or something like that. Um, so yeah, so the only change that I would look into is just making that gray into a purple. Let me Here's the before and the after. It really just brings it a little more towards the rest of your color, but the rest of the color is super strong. And again, if we want to take a look at silhouette of this character, everything is very legible. We're seeing a lot of this character here. And again, let me see if this will work for me. I'm using the, there we go. There we go. Hello? There we go. Lovely. Let me make sure that I'm using my lasso tool. Oops. Just trying to make sure that I am grabbing the silhouette of this character. We're getting all of your leg here. It got a little confused with the logo, but I'll just cut that out. Cut that out. Doo doo doo. Lovely. Let me snooze those ads real quick. I love freaking bats. I love Halloween. I'd love if the things were a bit longer. Personal preference. Kind of hard to tell from afar, especially on the phone. Fangs are now another set of lip piercings. That's also fair. When we get closer in, though, we can see that there are different colors, and I think also too because we have a sketchy line. The sketchy line art also makes it a little bit more difficult to read, but this is definitely a really strong proof of concept. You can also kind of see here there's fluff around the neck, which is another thing that I feel is very significant to like bat characters having like almost like a dewlap, which is a feature that rabbits have, that really thick fold of fat and fur around the throat. But that I also imagine with bats having a very thick, fluffy collar, and I love that it's kind of a subtle nod to that. So looking at the silhouette, we have two distinct arms. We can see exactly where the hair is. We're seeing a waist. We're seeing the hint of some details here. We can see our feet, and we have this very dramatic Morticia Adams style ripped up train to this skirt situation. We can also get the hint of either horns or ears. We know they're ears. But this is a very, very solid, distinct, and recognizable silhouette. This character, you can tell where different parts of their body are. You can see these important details, like their claws, like these little details on the sleeve. We can see these wings. So, this is a very clear and intentional silhouette. And if you're looking to do something like this is a good example. You can see everything clearly. You can tell there's design choices. You can see there's detail. And you can kind of get a vibe for this character without having to see anything inside. One of the things that I will edit just a smudge is here on the wings where they're making contact with the hair. I feel like it's called a tangent. So when something's touching just on the edge where maybe two lines are meeting in an odd way, that's called a tangent. So one of the things that I would recommend is either making the wings much larger or bringing them in just a little bit, or changing their posture. So by just doing this small change right here, I have gotten rid of that tangent. I have made sure that they're not overlapping in an odd way, and the wings are still in the same posture. However, um, if you would like, you could also bring them out to the side a little bit more. Oops, bring them out to the side like this. So something a little bit more dainty as well. So you could bring them out here, something like this, so that it's much further away from the side of the face and or side of the hair rather. Uh or just make sure that it's not crossing paths with your hair. And this will just make it even more of a clear silhouette, even more of an easy to read. There's really no um spot that's giving us some unnecessary tension where they're like overlapping. Um I do like how these wings are pulled in. They're kind of hugging you. And so I really enjoy this posture better than this posture. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, other than that, there's not really anything that I would change in this character aside from that small adjustment to the silhouette. Here is our before. We're kind of making one thing with silhouettes too. Is that we often look at negative space as well. So our eye will kind of create shapes out of these negative shapes. And so by alleviating that, we're not getting a new shape here. We're not seeing that as another thing. We're kind of seeing this dark silhouette, this black wing as its own object rather than seeing it as like two objects. If that makes sense. Did I get an A plus? No improvement? Yeah, absolutely, Billy. Since you're back, I can show you really quickly in just a moment. But Buffy, thank you so much. This is such a cute design. I really enjoy it. I think it's really sweet. Um, this is a really good design. I really enjoy it. So yeah, aside from this small change to like the silhouette, just breaking that tangent there, and alphering that purpley color here instead of gray. Um, that's all that I would change. Everyone's gone for their review. I know. They're in here and then they go. Oh my gosh, here. Let me purple instead of a gray. Bam. And then like small silhouette change here. Something like that. Let me copy this. Oops. Copy, remove, and then I will paste, merge together. I'm just making sure that I am providing all of the feedback, so it's a little easier for you to see. There we go. Thank you so much. I'm glad you noticed the stuff in my design, and thank you for the critique. I'm glad guys like my design. Oh yeah, it's so cute. It's a really cute design. There's so much intent happening here. Let's see. Let me make sure. I'll put this in a different color. Shoop. Oh nope, that's not what I wanted. Hello? There. Yes, that's what I wanted. No tangent. There we go. For things that are a little less obvious, I like to write it down so that when you look back at these images, if you did choose for these to be sent to you, I like to make it a little bit more obvious um, that that's what I was pointing out. Very good theming. Yeah, excellent. I want to get ice cream and water off. Oh, you went to get ice cream? What kind of ice cream did you get? All right. But for now, thank you so much. I'm saving all of these. Billy, let me open yours up real quick because we have some ads coming. So let me open yours up real quick. So as you can see between the top and the bottom, I really did not do too much. Most of my critique was actually me just talking about the strengths of your design. One of the things that I did do, mango, let's fucking go. One of the things that I did do is I straightened the back of your leg. And I don't know if you just got chopped off with the ads. Sorry about that. But I straightened the back of the leg to give you some sturdiness because you're very top heavy, which is a good thing. And we've created multiple triangles because of this. We have a triangle here, reading very sturdy. We have triangles, I'll make a different color. Triangle here, and another color. Triangle here. So now we are reinforcing this structure. We're making you read a lot more sturdy just by a very small tweak, which is straightening the back of this leg. I also added some angularity to your sneakers to make them feel a little bit more cohesive with the rest of the really angular style while also keeping them legible as a sneaker. And then I also kind of put your toes coming through this one because they were a little too pristine. So yeah, there really wasn't very much. Also here, I altered your center of balance here. So up top, your profile's leaning forward, or rather falling backward, and I just rotated the legs down to be more under your center of gravity. And that's it. That's all I did. Toes for free? Yeah, 2 of them. I even put the green on your nails. Got some funky green toenails. Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much for your submissions. I've been really enjoying these. We're going in order. The next one is Cherry Lemonade, and Cherry submitted 2 designs, and the only reason that I'm going to be talking about the 2 of them is because the second one that was submitted was so unique that I wanted to bring it to attention because I really enjoyed the uniqueness of it. Life is beautiful. Okay, and the ads are still about a minute in. So what I'm going to say is if you guys need to go take a break, get something to eat, get something to drink, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, make sure you're standing up and stretching. I'm going to take a sip of my drink and then we'll get to talking about some of this. Yeah. We also have all the color palette already put out to the side, so I don't have to do that. Yeah, cherry lemonade sounds dope. I would love some. I would actually a limeade. Limeade sounds wonderful. Yeah. So there are 2 designs that are submitted by Cherry. Here is one design which I really enjoy. Um, I think that pink green color palette is coming through, and I love to see it. We'd love to see a red green slash pink green kind of vibe. But this one I really wanted to talk about. Fully rendered one on my main design. This one is a new outfit. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah. Limeades are so delicious. I agree, I agree. Been on a strawberry lemonade binge? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. We love a good tart sweet beverage. Oh my goodness. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Let me fix my posture. Sorry if you hear my chair absolutely dying under the stress of me putting my leg up. So Cherry has submitted 2 designs. This is their main design, and then this is an additional design kind of based off of that. We're getting a lot of the same shape language. I'll go about in a second. The reason that I wanted to talk about both is that this concept is introducing to us a lot of really interesting things that I don't think we see very often in the VTubing space. And this is stuff that I mentioned with Billy's design as well. Things that I think are really worth talking about. Let me put this away real quick. I think I'll keep that away for now. So this character design is reading very abstract. It's giving the very like 50s and 60s design language very, very experimental. It's actually kind of getting towards the 80s, where the 80s there's something called a 30-year cycle where every 30 years or so design ideas and patterns and styles will kind of recur. So in the 50s, there was a lot of design language that harkened back to the 20s. So Art Deco, rounding the edges of things, kind of, but still putting their own spin. And so the atomic 50s art style had a lot of this pen and ink, very geometric, taking ideas from the 20s Art Deco, which again, very geometric, but making it more mid-century. Um, the 60s kind of did that, but there's also like this postmodern futurism. So think if you've ever seen like Walt Disney's like Epcot. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. Um, let's see. Have you tried the Olipop soda? Oh yeah, yeah, the custom soda. So we're getting a lot of cool design ideas here. So the 50s had their take on the 20s, and then the 80s had their take on the 50s, the atomic art style using these starburst shapes, again, geometry, but incorporating this very interesting textured pen work. And I know that this is just a concept sketch. If you take a look here, we're using this granular textured paper kind of vibe here. We're kind of getting this irregularity. There's structure, there's repeating motifs, so we have some symmetry. But we're also kind of breaking it with aspects of the clothing like this scarf and the swoop on this skirt. So everything about this is reading to me like a really fascinating 80s fashion sketch, but we're getting hints of the inspiration that someone from the 80s would have had when making this sketch. Thank you so much for
Mall
resubscribing.
DU1, Pep Dance Mall DU1.
Pep Dance Mall DU1 Pep Dance. So yeah. So this is giving a lot of text, a lot of subtext, and again, this unique take on somebody's structure is like I said, unique. We're seeing it's almost cubism as well. If you're unfamiliar with cubism, Pablo Picasso is a really good example of cubism. And to put cubism very simply, cubism is the idea where you're drawing multiple angles of the same thing, the same subject at the same time. So, for example, there's a very famous piece by Picasso that is a chair, but he's not only drawing the front view of the chair, but also simultaneously drawing the side of the chair and parts of the back of the chair as well. And so, in Cubism, it is an attempt for them to show you multiple angles, almost a three-dimension kind of vibe with only one static image. And that's the challenge of cubism. So there are aspects of cubism in this where we can see here from with context from Cherry's original design. Cherry has these buns here that are in this almost cascading set of spheres. So there's this silhouette here that is very recognizable to Cherry. Cherry has intentionally made a sphere here, getting slightly larger, they're cascading, and then a sphere down here. And so this language is being repeated here in the same exact place, in the same exact way, in the same exact scale. So Cherry is now creating a sphere, 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 sphere. Also very subtle is the fact that Cherry is also telling us about other aspects of their design. So we saw here that the top of these spheres is drenched in this pink sugary syrup kind of thing, and the top of our spheres here are also now covered in the same color or a similar color in the same place. So if you're interested in abstracting a character design, or investigating ways to make a new outfit for your character that still feels like your character, these are ways that you can make it incredibly obvious to somebody that this is meant to be the same character, just in a different universe or in a different perspective. So yeah, never attempted something like cubism makes me nervous. Oh yeah, so this is a really fun way to kind of and of course these are very different. They look like different characters. But they are the same if you're paying close attention. And they're following a lot of the same shape rules. So here we have these two yellowish horns, and look, we have a horn here, and look, this color in isolation is actually a really light pink, but because it's been brought to a slightly warmer place, it's more of like a peach, but it's reading to us as slightly yellowed compared, and again, it's all about the context. It's more yellow compared to these things over here. So they're bat ears. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, having that segmenting here is reading as very bat. Yeah, I can see that here too. So yeah, so having these two triangular shapes and also having a slightly more yellow color is further hammering home that this is meant to be the same character, just a very different style. Which is really cool. Really cool. Yeah, I recommend looking into cubism. It's quite an interesting style, a movement rather. If you're also interested, hi Gidget, how are you? I also recommend looking into Dadaism. Uh, just dumped my Dr. Pepper on my blanket. Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry. Make sure you take care of yourself. Hi, Gidget. Um, if you're interested, I recommend looking into Dadaism. Dada is a movement from the 20s and 30s that is very similar to meme culture. Like memes, how we just take absurdist symbolism and unrelated imagery and slap them together for a new satirical context. Um, highly recommend. Highly recommend looking into it. Back from errands. Yeah, it is very warm. It's been very hot recently. Um, so yeah, I recommend if you are unfamiliar with certain art movements and art history, I did take like 5 art history classes, so you don't have to. But if you like stuff like this, I recommend looking into art movements. This if we're going with the 80s, check out the Memphis art movement. Memphis style was actually originally architecture and furniture, and it became so popular and unanimous with the 80s and the early 90s that if you type in Memphis print, I'll show it to you and you will recognize what a Memphis print is. Um, and you've probably used it before. This is a Memphis print. Hi, Lady Ace, how are you? I had to conduct a piece for a master's assignment from that era. I don't remember the title, but some of the lyrics go, "See me dance the polka, Mr. Wag the bear, my top hat and whiskers, tra-la-la-la trap the fair." It's crazy. Yeah, very silly. Very weird mixture of ideas. Hi, ladies. How are you? So yeah, Memphis, this very angular style is playing off of prior movements, but Memphis furniture and architecture were actually the first iterations of this type of style. So if I were to type in Memphis furniture, we're gonna get a very different idea, but a lot of the same vibe. So for example, let me grab this. Oh, this is a perfect example. Copy. So this is an example of Memphis furniture. So the patterning, a lot of Memphis patterns that you see are actually like a 90s and more modern take on it. This was no doubt oh my gosh. This was no doubt made, like, in the past, like, 10 years at the oldest. So stuff like this idea, like, definitely look at furniture, definitely look at art from the 80s, from the 50s even, to kinda get some of that idea. Reminds me a lot of the, Gucci architecture. Yeah, Gucci architecture was very, very popular as well. Another instance of, like, very playful, architecture. If you were in the 90s and saw a lot of really highly themed and highly stylized and colorful architecture, that is inspired by a lot of these ideas. So anyway, I didn't have anything to say to improve this. I just wanted to touch on how incredibly unique this character design is, and that if you are somebody who's wanting to push boundaries and try new things, but you already have a character established, this is a really good example of a way that you can explore. And it doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to take this for as a literal invitation to make an abstract Memphis style fashion portrait kind of piece. I'm just saying, feel free to take risks and try something different because this is something that's so incredibly interesting and rich with subtext uh, that might not have all been intentional subtext, but it's stuff that, depending on who's viewing it, they're going to be reading into it. They're going to be seeing and then remembering things that call from their own experiences. So I recommend that you take risks and try new things because that's where you're going to be getting just a more incredibly unique design than what you might have had if you had tried to play it safe and And again, it's okay to play it safe. It's okay to use ideas that you already like and you already know that work. But don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to try things. Um, Corporate Memphis abstract base. Yeah. Phone died. I'm back. Welcome back. Oh, not a security scan. Anything but this.
Initiating security scan.
No, I'm okay. I don't need it. I don't need the security scan. Please, I don't need it. Oh god. I don't need it. I don't
Scan complete.
Uh-huh.
Wow, it really smells like a dog in here.
Oh, it doesn't smell like anything in here. Get out of there. Get. I don't need it. I don't need it. All right, so this is Cherry's initial design, and this is the one that I'll actually be talking about. So let me put a background on this bad boy. Doink. There we go. And then let me make a copy of this because I always forget to make a copy. There we go. What is this? Hello? Sorry, I was noticing that I've saved a file as Z, and I don't know what I must have accidentally pressed like backspace while saving. 90%, my goodness. Let me go to the art critique. What is Z? What are you? Oh, that's you. Let me rename that. Rename Batty Chew. Buffy Chew, not Batty Chew. Buffy Chew. Boop, there we go. Renamed it. Must have accidentally renamed. Wonderful. Okay, so this is Cherry Lemonade's design, and some of the things that we can immediately tell that exemplify cherry and lemonade are the color scheme. So I don't know how common it is to have like a cherry lemonade or just like a lemonade in general for other cultures or countries, but in a North American kind of context, cherry lemonade is very, very, very synonymous with a warm pale yellow and different shades of pink, which already these three colors read as a cherry or a strawberry lemonade. Success. Done. We've already done it. These three colors to like a North American person, many of them rather, would read as like a because that's just it's in food, it's in packaging, it's in branding. It is a very common thing. So these three colors, as they are already very strong. And something that Cherry has incorporated is green as well, taking the color of an accessory color from the stem of the cherries or the leaf from a lime, taking that green and adding that in is now completing a complementary color scheme. Remember, we talked about red and green. We have made the red a little bit softer to be more pink so that it is reading more less than Christmas and more of something kind of refreshing and very fruity and very vibrant. So, if you are wondering why pink and green go together very well, that is because they're complementary on the color wheel. They pretty much belong together. We've just made red much more approachable by making it pink. And the yellow is hammering down the lemon, the lemonade. It's in these sweet pastels as well, so it's less harsh. It's kind of sitting in the same neighborhood as these pink colors. I love the name, also love the color scheme. Absolutely, yeah. So this color scheme, if I just showed this to you, it would read very vibrant, very summery, very fruity, at least to a lot of people. So already we are being given all this context with just the color. And so now, what kinds of things is Cherry incorporating that makes it a little bit more obvious? Oops. Makes it a little bit more obvious, or rather, they might not be as obvious, but they are plays on the theme. We have here on the inside of the coat, this is a wedge of a citrus fruit right here. If you are familiar with what it looks like on the inside of a piece of citrus, that's just right here, right there. And that's a really subtle design choice that Cherry made to put back the citrus in this cherry lemonade. It's adding the lemonade to the cherry and vice versa. I love all the shapes and highlights. Yeah, the rendering is really nice. You can see here that these highlights are being given this same abstract kind of vibe. And something actually really interesting, we can see that this character, not only because of their skin tone, but because of the way that the hair is shaped, has a bit more of like a natural hair texture. A lot of people of color have natural hairstyles, and they have these really nice volume, full, shaped styles like space buns and braids even, and you can kind of see here, right back here, very subtle. It's a hidden feature that Cherry has incorporated. They might not be braids, but these segments that often are associated with stylized braids or with very specific ways of combing the hair. You can part the hair in different ways to pull it back up into these buns, but even more so, the texture of the hair are all of these really subtle details. There's hearts, but there look at this. There's a cherry right here. Here's our cherry. Cherry, cherry. And then we have another piece here of maybe the hair shaved on the side. It's the cherry again. So instead of just having all of these here, you can see the baby hairs too, which are also synonymous of a textured natural hairstyle, but also you can kind of see that here. These spirals are a motif that are recurring. You can kind of see these are offering us some texture, but instead of just using only textured brushes or only kind of something that looks like a literal interpretation of textured hair, Cherry has used patterns to imply texture. There's something very soft and very subtle, but these, here's a lemon right here. That's a lemon. Beep beep. Kind of silly lemon. But now instead of just making it look, okay, this is a textured hairstyle, Cherry has chosen to very intentionally put pattern there to give it from afar a textured appearance, but from close up has a special meaning. Um, that is something that is so incredibly intentional and specific to you, um, that there really is no wrong way to add personality into a design. And if you are looking to make a design more personality forward, have more to do with you, think of other ways that you can incorporate your personality, whether it's literal or not. Obviously, too, other people of color will find that this is a great source of representation. They're seeing hairstyles that they've worn or enjoy. They're seeing the texture there, they're seeing the color there, and this is just one way that you can not only represent yourself, but represent other people in a way that's super creative and really fun and has to do with your design. I mean, and it's so subtle, it's so incredibly subtle. Um, when life gives you lemons, cherry makes damn good OC. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, we also see here we have a broken fang, which is just a bit of asymmetrical design. The eyes here as well. This is something that's also pretty common, where you see the highlights are another way for you to express personality and get some more oomph behind the window to the soul, which are eyes specifically. So yeah, so just a lot of really interesting choices, and I think seeing that other design first and seeing how because the thing is that, like I mentioned, don't be afraid to take risks. But Cherry drew that design specifically because it really feels like that style is something that resonates with Cherry. Cherry, it's a very difficult and specific art style to nail down, and so we can see through the way that you've highlighted things, the way that you're including angularity into a lot of this, these highlights here, these swirls, these extra bits of texture. See, the fur here is actually a sequence of these starburst shapes, these diamonds. This shape language is how Cherry draws. These shapes are how Cherry draws. So we can definitely tell that that abstracted style plays a larger part in the way that Cherry already creates art. Welcome in, thanks for the follow. So yeah, just a lot of really interesting uh tidbits that are very personal. And if you're not an artist, don't worry. I recommend finding media that stands out to you, whether or not it has anything to do with a VTuber at all. So, for example, if Cherry were going to somebody and asking for a commission, they would either seek somebody out that already specializes in that style that they're really looking for, or they would incorporate things like Memphis prints and furniture and architecture and things like textured hairstyles and fun prints and things like that to kind of capture that same vibe. Mint color kinda makes the yellow pop. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And so here we have a very cohesive color scheme again, and we really only we're really only paying attention to the top. This is another Thank goodness it's sent as a transparent PNG. Here's another example of a silhouette. If I were to show you this silhouette and you knew Cherry, you would be able to recognize this as Cherry. Um, Almost everything is pretty symmetrical. Obviously, we have pieces of the interim that are a little less symmetrical, but the head, from the shoulders up, we have this really fun, very obvious, blocky, bulbous shape here. But we still are given enough interest and enough information to understand what's happening here. So, for example, we can tell there's some hair here, there's some hair here, there's hair here, and we have these shapes. The hair goes back here. Oh, look, here's their ear. So we can kind of see, okay, there's the rest of the face. We can kind of imagine that the rest of the face is here. Obviously, there's a lot more going on. We have here, we have ears, and we have a very clear distinguishing area where the neck and shoulders are. So we're without having anything else, we can already tell what is where, and it's asymmetrical, so we're getting a little bit more interest. And one thing to take into account is if you are making a VTuber model, most often you're only going to see them like this. You're probably not going to see the rest of the outfit, so make sure that things are legible and very clear here on the top portion. Of course, you want to make sure that the bottom is balanced too, but we're really fighting for attention with just this upper half. So maybe even we have a little bit more. Let's say that they show a bit more torso. We have a very interesting, compelling design. We also have these really bright, wide eyes, so expressing is going to be very simple for Cherry to do. And like I said, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So having a lot of contrast, a large area of white, because everything else is a little bit warmer and darker. So we have these big, round eyes that are really pulling our attention right to the middle of the face. It's going to make it easier for people to not only feel a little bit more connected because they can make eye contact, but it's just a visual, our brains see contrast. For people that have some impairments, like visual impairments, a lot of times, if they have limited visibility, they have limited access to sight, contrast is what they'll see before anything else. So, having harsh black and white or light and dark, that is what's going to make something more easily visible. So, the same thing works to people that don't have visual impairments. Contrast is what's going to make something more easily seeable, more easily legible. Did you draw this yourself? I like the shape of the white top because it drags your eyes to see the face. Yeah, yeah, a big swoop. That's a fun detail. Swoop, swoop. It also lets us see plenty of the shoulder. Of course, too, remember how I mentioned with Buffy that the we see negative space too. So by incorporating a heart shape here, we're seeing a negative space. We're obviously seeing both the shirt and the body and the shoulders. But we're seeing negative space too. Our body, our eyes are filling in, our brain is filling in all these negative spaces. So this is kind of becoming its own shape. We're not just seeing what's there, but we're also seeing what's not there. This becomes its own shape as well. And it's almost as important what you do with the empty spaces as what you do with the filled space. Um, and of course, too, we have other areas of asymmetry here in the socks. A really common and really fun way to play is having your socks be a different height. Kind of gives you like this fun, um, disheveled look. And obviously, too, we have more obvious iconography here. We have the lemons, we have the cherries. It's very obvious that we see those, but something that's less obvious. Look at the toe of the shoe. Whoop, that's a lemon right there. Bonk, bonk. And all Cherry had to do was instead of having the shoe look like this, Cherry brought this in to the side right here, doink doink, doink doink, and then made the little bumps on the side of a lemon. And now it looks like a lemon. Really is so incredibly subtle. And if you pay attention to the top of a sneaker, there will often be ventilation holes in a sneaker. So you'll kind of see like this number on the top of sneakers where there's going to be like these segments of holes. We can see here that not only does that kind of bring to mind the pitting of a lemon because it has a very bumpy rind on the outside, but it's also something that you find in sneakers where there are ventilation holes on the top of sneakers. So these are things that are super subtle. And again, too, we have like carbonated soda kind of vibe, like a bubbly liquid here, with these droplets, very syrupy, very sweet. And that's something here that we see as a motif. Um, if you're finding trouble with making designs look consistent, Cherry has limited the yellow to just being on these cuffs. The drippiness is just at the bottom. And again, you see here we have the yellow again here on the trim. The trim is very intentional, and now we have that same drippiness happening here in like a cherry syrup. So, making sure that you're keeping accents in the same places will help something feel a bit more realized and intentional rather than it feeling out of place. If that makes sense. The only thing really that I would change about this silhouette would be the wings. I feel like you have such an incredible silhouette here, so it would either have the wings be reduced or enlarged, depending on the vibe that you're going with. You are a bat character, so obviously you want them to be included, and they're offering some really cool shape language, but they're overlapping ever so slightly with things, either not overlapping enough or overlapping too much. So we have a pretty recognizable design. We can tell these are wings, but they're butting up on spaces where they could probably be brought out a little bit more. One thing here, we are just so slightly almost a tangent here. And the one thing that we don't want is we don't want to take away from all of the other pieces of your design by making these wings too big. Because if we make them too large, we're just gonna make it look like it's wings. Wings are all we see. And we don't wanna pull away from you and your design. Let me give this a little bit more breathing room. Just a smudge. There we go. And then I'll make this larger. So yeah, the placement of the wings is very intentional. Like I can tell you don't want to be swallowed up by the wings. Absolutely. But if we can avoid it overlapping too much, we might be able to make this silhouette read just a bit clearer. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these wings away and see if we can't just really quickly take a look at your silhouette without them. And then we can add them back in a way that doesn't interrupt the silhouette that you've already built. Just gonna grab these. It's gonna be a little messy. It's gonna be a little slapdash, but these areas of overlap or where they almost overlap um, are so subtle. Uh, I am not the taker of wings and the legs. Mandy Quin Mall Mannequin is a giver, not a taker. Wingies are a little pulled in so they look better on stream. Don't take up too much of the screen. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. You don't want to get swallowed up by the wings. Exactly. Size placement or change of placement could both be options. Absolutely. There's so many ways that you could incorporate things like ideas. So for example, Cherry has incorporated cherries both literally but also in color and in shape. The hair could bring to mind cherries. We have color. We have literally repeating of cherries and cherries and cherries and cherries. We're given the vibe of the lemonade through like these drops. So like cherry has, yes, literally told you that they have lemon and cherry. But they've also used that as a theme and pulled in ideas around cherry lemonade with like texture and color. So there are more, it's more than just here is a cherry, here is a lemon. Yes, those are included, and yes, that's good. It makes it more obvious for people to pick up on, but there are other things around those ideas uh, that push it forward. So that the same could be said about wings. So, for example, when we were looking at Buffy's design, Buffy did literally have bat wings, but Buffy incorporated the shape of bats into the highlights on their outfit to further hammer home bat, bat, bat. So, yes, I'm literally a bat, but also here's all of the subtle cues that are not even very obvious bat, bat, bat. And those details can be where the wings are. Maybe the character doesn't have wings at all, but those bat silhouettes are what are bringing in the iconography of wings. So, Cherry wanted to be sure that the wings weren't taking up
Bam, bam,
too
bam,
much.
bam, bam.
You're right, you're right. Cherry wanted to make sure that the wings weren't taking up too much of the silhouette, so they're pulled in. However, the problem with having them pulled in is now they're taking away from all of this other design language that we're using. So if I pull this back, you can see here We have a very clear shoulder. We can see the shoulders, we can see both the arms, we can see your torso, we can see your legs. Everything is super clear. So what could we do with your wings? And let me put the wings back here. What could we do with these wings to one, make them look good and legible on stream, to not take away from the rest of the design? What kinds of things can we do? Well, we could make them smaller. So, for example, and again, these are all intentional choices. So it might not, Cherry might not want small wings. That's okay. Cherry doesn't have to have small wings. So having the wings be smaller, have something like this where they're out to the side and we're incorporating a little bit of that curly cue that you had in here. Let me So by having these wings be smaller, we're adding interest visually and we can see 100% these are wings on this character. Hi Shiva, how are you? Are you ready? Shoulders almost look like a lemon. Yeah, the piece of the jacket here, are the slice of like a lemon, a slice of like a pink lemon. So yeah, if we were to bring these pieces, these wings out and reduce their scale, they're still legible on screen. They're not taking up too much space, but we're also not interacting with the hair. So now the silhouette of your head is completely isolated. We have no problem seeing where your head begins, where your shoulders begin.
When's the last time you saved?
I'll save it right now. Saved. Thank you. And we're still making sure that we're incorporating your unique shape here. The ends of your wings have these really interesting. If you guys don't know, bats will often have their fingers at the apex of the wing, and they use those to grip and walk around with. Mostly up here at this like joint right up here, but this shape here not only reminds me of like the stem of the fruit that you're referencing, cherries and lemons, but also kind of makes me think of how bats like climb and grip on things. Um, so yeah, this swirl here I don't want to get rid of. The smaller, bigger wings could be like a toggle. Absolutely, yeah. So if you are the person rigging, you can also choose if you want to have a back and forth with your wings. But something like this just makes it way, way easier for us to make sure that we're not losing any of this really good design language that you've already used for the rest of you. And it's still reminiscent. We can still tell that they're wings. It's way more obvious that they're wings, and it's way more obvious where the pieces of your features start and stop. If I were to, oops, hello? Let me just take this, clip that into here. Hold on. So here is, let me take this. There's this silhouette, which again, these still read like wings, but now the head has some conflict, the arms have some conflict. So now if we replace with this, there are no conflicting shapes here. We can undoubtedly see what's happening here. Let me go back in here and kind of go back in with your color scheme to make it a little bit easier to see uh what's going on here too. This is going to be kind of messy. It's not going to be perfect, but it will at least get the vibe here. Also, too, if you wanted to, the wings could get some of the imagery of leaves. So the leaves of the fruit could also be brought in, the stems, which is kind of the vibe I'm already getting. Here is that green again. We're making sure that we're not losing any of that. Wonderful. And again, of course, I don't have any line work or anything on these, but this is kind of the vibe with it pulled back. And of course, there are other silhouettes that you can use for wings. So let's say you still really want a larger wing. This is just one of many options. If I were to do this, I could take another silhouette that I really enjoy is having the wings be a little bit more towards the middle of the back rather than up towards the shoulder blades. So we could do something like this instead. Obviously, too, there's a little bit more conflict with where it falls on the body. Original wings did a great job of maintaining balance. It doesn't feel top heavy. The new wings do the same. They don't mess with the balance. Absolutely, yeah. So there's nothing wrong with the original. This is literally just other ways for you to convey silhouette. Another thing that I don't see, too often is people talking about how the color affects the silhouette too. Obviously, if we have the wings like this, we're now eating into some more of your silhouette. But it really just depends on how you want them to show, how you want, what features you want to pull out more of. We can kind of reduce this a little bit more. Maybe we have it kind of thin and pulled in, and where they're a little bit less of a presence. But you can kind of see here, these also read as wings. We're still seeing your shoulders, we're still seeing your head, but on a stream, we probably wouldn't see them as much until you pull back. Again, there's just more than one way to do anything. So, and this is just a personal preference. This isn't even something that has to be fixed. It's just a legibility thing. And I think the original, they look like wings, they feel like wings, they vibe with the style, and they don't take up too much room. Because if you try to push them too far back, then you won't be able to tell their wings. So overall, I think this is a really cool style. I really like all of the subtle detail. I think this is a really cool design. And let me just turn this on, and I will do the side by side. Uh, there we go. I'll do the side by side for you for the notes. Thank you so much for your submissions. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys um don't mind me talking about the other design too much, and getting into the weeds about like art history and some of the things that I find cool about a design. There's so much to appreciate about the work that people are doing. So really just want to hammer home that like all of these things, all these suggestions are just ideas. No way is this the only way that you can or should do anything. Thank you for looking at my design. I appreciate the feedback. Absolutely. Thank you so much for submitting. My nose is itchy. Meh. All right, on to the next one. Speaking of silhouettes, when you critique mine, I'm struggling with silhouette and accessories. Oh, you got it. You got it. We're going in alphabetical order. And I'm gonna try I wanna give people good attention. We're 3 hours in, and I have only gone through, let's see, I've only gone through 5. My track record is abysmal. So I am going to try to be as concise as possible. Um, I've sent the VTuber on TikTok. Oh, have you seen the VTuber on TikTok? Oh, Cherry? I was like, wait, what? All right. So the next one is Doran V. This is Doran. Let me make sure I save this. There we go. So this is Doran. And we have finally a little bit of a different medium here. Um, we are seeing a 3D character, but not just a 3D VTuber, but a VTuber that is incorporating aspects of toy. So I'm getting Gunpla, I'm getting Gundam. I'm also getting kind of like a 2000s like a chunky action figure kind of vibe. I'm getting something like educational kids game kind of vibe, or like television show, but I'm also getting stop motion claymation. There's a lot and like early 2000s 3D TV show. So we're getting a lot of really interesting, mostly retro, but really heavy with context design here. Um, yeah, absolutely. 2000s toy. Let's go. Well, there we go. Yeah. Green's my favorite color. I love the facial expressions. Absolutely. Um Squeech 3D does VTuber design critiques regularly. They only do 5 or 6 for a 4-hour stream. Yeah, I end up doing for my art critiques, I usually only do like 8 to 10 things max, but I am doing much heavier art, like heavier drawing over those. So I'm gonna make sure that I give people the proper attention, and if it ends up going on too long, then I will do the second half of this next week. Um, did I miss being able to submit my design? Yes. For now, we had 30 entries. So for now, the link is closed, but I will be doing more of this because it seems so I will be if I have to end up cutting it for brevity, I will do the next ones because I am going to a concert. So but next Sunday we can continue if I need to split this up into two. So yeah, so we're immediately with no other context. Doran is giving us toy, mecha, action figure, and this claymation style of 3D. This very textural plastic vibe is further hammering home that they are a toy, that they are meant to be perceived as a physical object as well, like a physical. There's a lot of tactile, meaning like there's texture, like you can feel this character. Uh, oh no, please. No, Crow. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Oh my gosh. It froze. I'm back. Oh jeez. All right. Oh. All right, everybody. Make sure you refresh. Oh my god. Are we good still? Jesus. Refresh. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Wow. So yeah, Doran, all of the remember when we were talking about PNG tubers earlier? Using a PNG or using 3D or using Live 2D are all tools through which you can put forth part of your idea. It is part of a whole. Cut out
Hydrate
for a
or
minute or
die
two, but it's
straight
stable.
loser.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I will take a drink. Oh my god. All right. I've taken a good sip of water. All right, everybody, stretch. Make sure you're stretching your wrists. Everybody, make sure you're back. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All
Time
right.
to stop shrimping.
I'll stop shrimping. I'll stop shrimping. Welcome back, everybody. My goodness. My gracious. Are you guys good? Can everybody hear me? Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, there we go. Let me snooze the ads again. Perfect. All right. So if you guys remember, we were talking about PNG tubers. We were talking about using different tools and different mediums. That is very much a part of this design here. Using 3D is giving Doran much more of a tactile, visceral connection to toys and plastic. And without that context, without this medium, the part of that design wouldn't be present. Doran intentionally choosing 3D as the way that they're presenting themselves is part of the design. So again, if you feel discouraged about uh making VTuber designs, whether you have to use Vroid or whether you're using a PNG, just know that that can be part of your design. And you can use multiple depending on what kind of ideas you have, what kinds of things you want to try, what kind of things you want to do. You can do multiple things. No one's stopping you. It's just about what you want to pursue. So, I really like this design. I mean, every just from me calling out what I noticed immediately, I mean, it's all, Doran confirmed, yes, I'm a 2000s toy. So all of this iconography is present here. But some of the more obvious things that are reading as a toy, we have these very blocky textures and shapes here. So very blocky shape here. Um, we have these very obvious segments and joints that are telling us, okay, this character is comprised of more mechanical parts. Here around the fingers, you can see the joints, very, very chunky, square, plastic robot. And some of the way that this is constructed makes me think specifically of like America's take on Bandai toys. So like things that were made, and this isn't a commentary on the design, but toys that were a little bit cheaper to make had more like bulky parts. So having this very squared off, sharp edge part structure to the hands here just makes it look more like this is like a toy rather than like a Gundam that's meant to be assembled for a couple $100. Like this feels like a very accessible character. You also read as very friendly and very forthcoming. So it's really nice to see. I'm not sure if I submitted the turnaround sheet, but I can if that helps. Now I chose this one because it gives us a good idea of your personality and also gives us the idea of your design. And I just really liked the presentation of this one. I like that I can really get the impression of the texture of the plastic, especially on the darker green parts. Yeah, absolutely. These are called specular highlights, and these really do show that material. We even have this here, which is reading as like a more translucent kind of color. Gotta go. Well, welcome. Thanks for coming by, and if I see you later, then I'll see you later. So this material here is reading as a different material. It's almost like translucent, almost like a glow in the dark material. And the reason that it reads different is because it has way less contrast. It doesn't have this same like hard highlight. But it also has something called subsurface scattering, where you can kind of get the vibe that there's like, see how it's a little dark around the edge? It's kind of giving me the idea that we are seeing partially through it, but it's like a milky, um, opaque plastic, but the light can still travel into it and bounce out. So it's kind of giving us, see how there's like this darker edge. You can almost see where like the edge of the plastic is right here, and where the inside, which is here. It's very subtle and kind of hard to do. But with this 3D material, you can see here. Here's a better look. It's this actually. It's this gem here, but it's still in that interesting color material. We kind of see that coming back in other areas. But yeah, because this is a 3D model, it is a little bit more obvious when there's different materials are being used. Um, and again, we have these very intentional these highlights here, being kind of rough and bumpy, are giving us the texture of this plastic. We can kind of see that it's been molded, and also too, you can see here that there are some very intentional, there's this pitting that's happening. So either it was molded with defaults during manufacturing, or this toy has been very well loved. We can see the little pitting here. It looks like there's a segment here, which is part of the design itself. But yeah, we're being given some really interesting texture and material nature to this, and because it's 3D, this design has been strengthened. The idea behind this design has been strengthened. I highly recommend, if you guys don't already know, Alpine Showtime is a another 3D creator, and Alpine uses 3D models as well, and has a very claymation, tangible, physical art style. Alpine has a really incredible vibe, so I highly recommend that you take a look at them. Let me do. If you're interested in VTubers like this that have a lot of personality with physical, tangible designs, and Doran is tapping into not only nostalgia, because we can kind of feel this character, like I feel like we can all kind of feel this. That's what tactile means. You could feel it. But also too, a lot of us have had toys like this. So fabulous. We really don't even have to investigate too much to feel the vibe that you're putting forward. And also too, if we're going to go from like a color standpoint, you might be saying, okay, well, Mandy, you've mentioned about having color palettes, but this is just green. Yeah, Doran is just green. However, we are being given. Hold on. There we go. We're doing. Oops. Hold on. Let me save. Make sure that I don't get rid of this. Um, but Doran has chosen a variety of greens to help with legibility. Not only does it feel like they're different materials because the colors are different and some of the shading and rendering is different, but even if this is a 2D drawn character, using these different greens and using them in the same places helps us assign a specific material to those spaces. And Doran has provided us with contrast. So we have, not only do we have like these dark areas that are very dark black, but we have these rich greens that we're kind of getting here into the hair. Oops, there we go. So we have this dark green, and everywhere that the hair, this chest plate, and the legs, those are all reading as being made of the same material. Then you have this shinier plastic for the main body, and again, we're seeing that on the arms and the face. Uh, are you saving a VOD of this one? Yes, yes, the VOD will be up and will be available. And I also make sure that I save the VODs. I still have to put some of our other ones up on YouTube. I have a VOD channel. And if you're interested, I have a link to my VOD channel here. I try to at least once a week sit down and get some things scheduled to be uploaded. So I'm hoping to have this up as soon as possible. But it will be available here on my. It'll be available here as a VOD for the next like 2 weeks or whatever. But welcome in. I'm going in order, so Dragonfly, you're actually right in time. You'll you'll be up soon. So here, you can see that we're kind of getting a variety of these colors based on what materials are being used where. I think shaders, opacity, etc., really give life to a 3D model character. Absolutely. Then we're kind of going up to yellow here. We have this like cool greeny electric yellow. We'll incorporate that from the logo as well. Uh, Let me bring these a little closer. So yeah, so you can see here that Doran's not just relying on one shade of green, they're relying on multiple shades to help convey different materials being used and also offer contrast. And then one final uh, nail in the design coffin is this Tamagotchi digi screen situation that we have for the eyes here. You can see those little pixel areas that can very easily change to show expressions. And so having a screen as the eyes is not only something that's nostalgic, again, reading Tamagotchi, reading Pixel Chicks, reading like old style toy and video games, but it's also a really easy way for Doran to now be super hyper expressive without having to make the eyes a super complicated part of the model. Eyes in models are like 3D models, eyes are very difficult to get a handle on. Um, so Doran has not only incorporated that material component, that program component into this, but has now also given us an aspect of nostalgia by having this little cyber screen visor. So it's really strong. I have a question. Is there going to be an art critique and a separate VTuber critique now? Like we don't submit our tuber for art critique. If so, I will be doing monthly art critiques as much as possible. That is my main goal. I am coming at this from like my usual is coming at it from an art side. So I prefer in the art critiques that you are the artist that made the art when you submit it. It is for your benefit as an artist to participate in those critiques. This one was just because people seemed really interested in having their designs critiqued in those VTuber critiques. So I made this as a way for people to be able to submit their designs even if they weren't the original artist. And I'm treating it as a separate thing. Mostly because I am approaching the art critique streams as a way to give you art tips. So I can definitely help with character design. That is part of an art tip. I definitely try to answer your questions if you have them. But mostly the art critique streams are about your art, whereas this stream specifically is about just your VTuber design. Is it okay? So the tubers are cool if we did the art. Yeah, yeah. The only stipulation rather for art critique stream is that you made the art. And I am happy to answer character design questions, but this was just an opportunity for other people to submit designs. Thanks for that. Lots of people either outsource for their model or outsource to get an upgrade. Absolutely, yeah. So this is treated as a different special event, just because this isn't what I usually do. Specifically, only VTuber design stuff. So yeah, we can see here that we have an incredible variety, and not only is it helping us nail down that these are different materials, but it's also making it easier to see different parts of Doran. Uh, this is also something that I would call an analogous color palette. If we go back to our color wheel, I gotta open up the color bar again. We have our, oops, we have our red, we have our yellow, we have our blue, we have our orange, we have our green, we have our violet, And then we have our tertiaries. So we have our primaries, our secondaries. Now our tertiaries are the blends in between. Oh, it could be a little bit more red. Like that. Like that. Make my yellow a little bit brighter. Like this. Make my green a little greener. Just kind of going one area after the next. We're going to go a little bit more blue here. Maybe a little bit more blue there. And a little bit warmer here. So we can take a look here and see that Doran is only really utilizing colors from right here. Maybe incorporating a little bit of this blue. We can see that actually a lot of the highlighting is this blue color here. Oh my gosh, let me choose a color. Right here, right here, right here, here. You can kind of see a little bit of blue. That's more so as a lighting situation. But this is an analogous color scheme, meaning that Doran is using colors that are right next to each other on the color wheel. That's what analogous means. So if you ever see somebody that's using a lot of sunset colors, excuse me, maybe a lot of sunset colors, that's analogous. Maybe you can use something like this where you have a lot of fiery oranges, and maybe you're using like one shade from the complementary side. That's what analogous means. I'm thinking of adding some more variety, making the screen more obvious from a distance. Also some chrome pieces, absolutely. So if you incorporate a lot of blue into those chrome pieces, it would make them feel like they're part of this analogous color scheme. Not necessarily making them super blue, but like we've mentioned a couple times um, throughout this critique stream, instead of using gray, just tinting that gray ever so slightly towards blue. So this color here, and then having some of the darker parts be, you know, like this shade here, really hammering home that chrome vibe here. Something like this instead just makes it feel a little bit more anchored in the color scheme that you've already been developing. Or because you are living in this green neighborhood here, you're very heavily leaning in this green neighborhood, then I would recommend pulling from the opposite right here. So if you're wanting to introduce something and breaking just the analogous, you're bringing now in the complementary. So if you're really looking to make it a little bit different and add a little bit of variation, then I might recommend taking some of this actually pinkish red and incorporating it into different areas of your design. So maybe a button every once in a while is this pinkish red color. And if you're wanting the visor, you could either do that by changing the color or changing the value. So, for example, I could take the visor itself, and if you want it to be a little bit more distinct from a distance, let me just duplicate this layer. Yeah. Okay, let me lock the original. Then you could go in and just lighten it. So really make it stand out. I might bring it a little bit more towards blue. So we're reincorporating that blue. We're making it really light. And then I'll go back in with uh, this color here to reaffirm. Obviously, this isn't as nuanced and pixelated, but you know, you'll have to forgive me. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could pull a little bit of that subtle blue back in. Let me see if I can't give it a little bit better nuance as well. I'm going to reselect that. I'm going to take a soft brush and I'm going to grab a bit of that blue and kind of just pop it in on the sides here. You could also go for an electric blue if you really, really wanted to. But, you know, again, that isn't necessary. But yeah, just that little bit, you know, there's contrast now against the rest of the face, just because we've made it lighter rather than fully changing the color. Maybe they released a version of me with a black light. That's cool. Or a backlight rather. Yeah, backlight version. Yeah. Black light would also be kind of cool. So yeah, there's a, you have a bit of this right here. Shoop. There's like a darker piece here from where that little pixel area is. So yeah, you could definitely lighten it up, or you could go by changing the color. Um, Let me grab this. You could also play around with changing the color. Let's see what it would look like. The pinkish red might not be the vibe that you're looking for, but now not only is it lighter, but it is definitely pulling away from the green because that pink is offsetting it. But again, that might not be the vibe you're looking for. It's really about preference. Hi, BZ, how are you? And welcome in, y'all. For those of you that are joining me, welcome in. The red pops, but it's not too big of an area to overwhelm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, did you look at all of them for a second before stream just to make sure they were valid? Yes, I did look at all of the designs before stream. I had to download every single one of them. I had to download all of them. Let me actually copy that and let me change that to color so we can get a better look. I know we're in the ads, y'all, so oops. Well, I'm just gonna do this. Let me change this to color. Something like this. So now we're it's really, really obvious to see on the other side. And it's really nice, and we're just pulling in just an accent color that really makes it pop. And because we don't want it to read as Christmassy, we've made it this like pink color uh instead of being straight red. Also makes it look a little less violent uh of a color. So yeah, uh help computer? What are you talking about, Seldor? Welcome in. I'm gonna take a sip of my water. I've been yapping. I've been yapping for what, 3.5 hours? All right. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. Welcome in. Yeah,
Hydrate or die straight, loser.
absolutely. I will hydrate and not die straight. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. All right, we have about a minute left of our ads, but I want to make sure that people don't miss any of the additional commentary that I have here. So I'm going to put another variant on this side. While we're actually, I'm just going to do the same thing here, but to all of the visors, so you can kind of see what it looks like on all of the visors. And of course, this is also something that could change. Maybe the visor has um, color changing capability. That could be a fun toggle. There's that. Then there's this one. I love how unamused you're looking here. Subtlety too, with it being a 3D model. You can see that the light is being cast on the bottom of this shape here. And sometimes that just isn't something that's captured in a live 2D kind of model. So yeah, so that's what it looks like with that pink visor. Let me go back in with this. Oh yeah, okay. Let me go back in here with this. Just kind of incorporating some of that color in different spots. If you wanted to as well, you could incorporate a bit of a blue back in to kind of hammer in that primary color scheme as well, having like a secondary vibe of the primaries. Make that still look like it's a light. And now it's just kind of a little trio of things. Maybe incorporate, because we see the same blue in the teeth right here. Actually, I'll take this blue is a little bit cooler of a color. So maybe we have slightly different motifs in the buttons, things that would be more specifically receiving a unique color palette. And you mentioned that you wanted to introduce some chrome, so that could be a really cool opportunity to put chrome here, maybe on the earpieces here, to make it stand out against the face. But again, I really don't think you need to do too much. This is the same blue color that is already in your teeth and some of the lighting that you have here. Um, by adding subtle amounts of variation to some of these things, maybe make this a little bit like the shinier material here. By adding variation to some of it, you're now maintaining your analogous color scheme, and it still looks really strong. But now you're just giving us a little bit more, just an oomph more. So yeah, a little bit of a shiny situation there. Again, this is very, very simple, the rendering that I'm doing. So take it with a grain of salt. But we have a little bit of shininess here. Again, a different material. And often too, when you have like toys, it's like this thin, plasticky chrome kind of material. That's something that with all of the texture that you already have, I think that wouldn't be very hard for you to get a nice material that works. I have to go, but thank you for the stream. I really appreciate all the designs submitted and your commentary suggestions. Hope you have a great stream. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. And thanks for hopping by. I really appreciate it. So yeah, just incorporating a little bit of that third, you have like the primary colors, so you have the red, yellow, blue, but then you're predominantly green. And details like the power button here, maybe they're highlighted a little bit more, so it makes it a little bit easier for people to see that is maybe it's like got a lighting aspect to it. Makes it a little easier for people to be able to tell that that's an on button. Um, but yeah, so really, I mean, I think the design is super successful. I think it's super on brand. It really works. I get a lot of the ideas that you're going for. It's very obvious what you're trying to achieve with this character, and it works really well. Let me delete that. And so with this, if you're wanting those eyes to read from a distance, making that pinkish red immediately, here is the before and the after. Again, before, after. And just having that one punch of the complementary color just makes the rest of the green so much more impactful. Um, if you're worried or if you're concerned about adding more or less, you might be able to add more of this pink color into places like the hands and feet, especially if the hands touch your face a lot, offering some contrast here. And if this is something like an ulterior, outfit, where you're, considering other options just for different things. Here is that bright pink hand, very, very vibrant and like child friendly vibe here to the hands. And if I did this, now that hand is standing out from the face, uh, like with no problem. Like you can definitely see where the hand is, where the face is, and just having little bits of this pink, you don't need to overwhelm it. But having little bits of that pink will really just make it super, super obvious uh, that that you're using your green to the strength of the green. The pink makes the green stand out, and vice versa. Maybe there's style elements that you add in, like stripes. Uh, Things like that. But yeah, just the little bits of green just make or little bits of pink rather make that green stand out. Before, after. The hands are rated E for everyone. So yeah, it really is a subtle change, but it ends up making a lot of impact. Um But yeah, thank you so much for this submission. I really love seeing a 3D model as well. I love to see it. I think the vibe is on point, and I really love to see this. I love to see the creativity and the variety. We're on to the next one, which is Dragonfly VT. Thank you for your input. Of course, of course. This is Dragonfly, aka Zeppy. And this is their submission. And the name is a bit misleading. We have a dragonfly, but then we're getting this cute Gyaru character. And I kind of see these make me think of branches and antlers, but then we have almost like ram horns on the side here. A little bit of this maple leaf, which is fun. I don't know if you're Canadian, but I like uh that little nod. Um it's because I use multiple characters. I see, I see, I see. So this character that says the species is a type of alien. So I definitely get the vibe that this, like from just small details. So how the eyes have a little bit of something else happening here with the pupil. Hi, Celador. So there's a little bit of something happening here with the pupils. Um, yeah, just makes it feel a little otherworldly, which is giving us a hint of this character's space nature. However, the alien nature is really obscure, so we're not getting too much alien. I'm seeing there's hooves here, and this patterning here is reading almost like traditional wear. So whether it's native or something towards like Mongolian or European. We're getting something kind of native here, and I think the hooves and the antlers and having like this very geometric blue and yellow also kind of brings to mind very forest and nature and like nomadic culture. And there's like a lot of subtext there. So the colors are very separated from the rest of this design. One thing I really enjoy is I like that we are being given a bit of mystery. There's something about this character that we want to know more about, and by incorporating sometimes grotesque features like these off-kilter antlers, but putting like a bow and a star, and having these very cute anime eyes, but giving them a little bit of a unique pupil. These things are all giving us some sort of mystery and sort of intrigue to a character that would definitely need something to stand out. So I really like that we are getting to see something kind of mysterious and otherworldly about this character. Um, the one thing that I wish is that we had more otherworldliness. So we can kind of see all the way back here, this tail here. Let me choose a better color. Uh, we're seeing a bit of a tail back here, and we're also seeing I can see there's like a fungus here, so there's like mushrooms. We also have a mushroom here. We have a mushroom very subtly there. Lots of lore stuff not explained on the sheet. Sorry. The main sheet's pretty massive. The ankle design shows a region that they're from. Okay. Yeah. So we're seeing these like pincers back here and some fungus and a tail. But the hair is really, really blocking a lot of that really important stuff. One thing about character design that we've talked about before in this critique specifically is how you want to have the silhouette be legible, and parts of the silhouette can reaffirm the vibe that you're carrying for a character. So to have a lot of story and depth behind your character and really want people to know that story in depth, there are ways that you can incorporate it more into the design of the character to show us a bit more about it without any context. This is also something that I've talked about in our art critiques, where if I can look at your character and I can get a really solid idea of what your character's, where they're from, what they're made out of, what kinds of things you do, what kind of vibe you're going for, that's a really strong character design. If you take a look, we just went to Doran. I could just look at Doran and I could start rattling off a bunch of ideas that I was getting that Doran confirmed. Oh, yes, I am a toy from the 2000s. And by me having rattled off a bunch of things that I was reminded of by looking at this design, Doran communicated to me, this is what I am, and this is what you'll get by watching me, or this is the vibe that I bring to the table. So, there are a lot of really awesome things here too. We can see that this character is very fashion forward. This character really cares about accessories, really cares about this sweet appearance, and we love that. And I think there's definitely something that we could know more about this character that isn't completely hidden by some of these design features. So let me get this character separated from the background. Let me select a color range. Let me see if I can't get this kind of separated here. There we go. But yeah, one of the things about a character design that I highly recommend is showing the character design to other people and asking for their what they think of it, like where they think this character's from or what aspects of this character they can recognize because when they do that, you can see if your message is coming across. Character design is one of many ways that you are communicating with somebody. You're communicating with an audience. Sorry, moving in my chair. Unshrimp yourselves if you're shrimped. There we go. So yeah, character design is just one of many ways that you are communicating with somebody. And so I would love to see more of the alien in this creature. And there's also, you said there's really complex lore. There's some really interesting stuff happening, and I want to see more of that. So if you don't mind, is there significance behind the alien and like mushrooms? I see that you have some mushroom kind of incorporated here. um, what kind of significance do we have to the tail? I'm really happy that you noticed the fashion, the shrooms. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So this character very clearly cares about fashion. And now it's just about how we can bring some of your really important lore to the forefront. Uh, in the meantime, let me copy and paste. One of the things that I noticed here is there is a little bit of inconsistency with color palette. So we have these features. The alien features are very this black and purpley gray. So we have this deep black here. We have these pretty purple highlights, and then we have this green. It's very, very unique compared to everything else, which feels like it's very intentional. If this is like more of like a a facade that this alien creature is putting on. Maybe it's something that lures people. Maybe you're trying to entice people. If you are a fungus creature and you're trying to feed off of people, maybe this gyaru fashionable design is meant to lure people forward. In that case, anything that has to do with the alien portion of you should remain in the same color family. So, for example, we have this very rich green, we have this purple, and this deeper plum purple that's acting as our black. We can put a little bit of a lighter green, maybe get into like the limeish a little bit here, and then let me grab a more purple, like a dusty purple. And let's just say that this is our alien palette. This reads very alien. Purple green is something that's very associated with space in pop culture. So having these colors, which you've already chosen here in like these little background pieces, and having almost like insectoid vibe is very space, very alien. So something that I kind of wish you would see is that these like pincers up here or horns were actually color coded because they are not quite the same as what we're seeing here. They're technically a fungus, the main body being part of a mishmash of life forms to give it something to walk around. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think too, we can just say that all of the alien parts are the same colors. So we can say, okay, this part is the alien and this part is the facade. So these pieces up here, I would definitely love to see them as, let me do color. I would love to see these more homogenized with the rest of the pieces that are kind of alien. So I'm gonna just kind of go here, and grab this, and I'm just gonna really quickly go over here. This dark color, this purpley color, will also make sure that it stands out against the hair. Back to our color theory stuff. The hair is predominantly in a yellowy blonde kind of place. So by having the purple, the dark purple, we're not only creating contrast, but we have a color contrast as well. This purple against yellow. That is giving us a clear distinction between the blonde hair and these like pincer horns. So here is the before. where it kind of blends in, and there's the after. And of course, let me do another one where we kind of take some of these same shades here. Gonna try to get it to match as well as I can. That way too, these colors show us, okay, oh, where else do I see this color? Oh, I see this color here. I see these colors here. These areas are the alien areas, and so we can connect them together because now they share a design motif. Same thing with another motif. You have segments in those almost insectoid looking um, pieces in the back. So if I went back here and I added some of those segments, here is a, oh, let me do up here, having a segment kind of right here, kind of showing that it's made out of something similar to those these really pointy, interesting pieces back here. Just going right in here and really hammering home that yes, this is made out of the same material. Just like we were talking about with Doran just now, different shades of green told us that there were different materials happening. So anything that was that darker shade of green, we could kind of assume that it was made out of the same thing. Also, the same shapes being repeated. So you have this really pointy, this really, really pointy horn shape here. And that shape also appears here. So by having them be the same color, not only is it standing up off of the face more, but we can now connect these two ideas to each other. Same thing with these here. I'm just going to go over really quickly. And I think just pushing them back into these are like the antennae, these are like antlers. They're very spindly, they're already kind of segmented. This idea is just further showing us these are all related parts. It's actually tails. There's 3 tails growing mushrooms. The style of tail is determined by their class: warrior-like, dragon-like armor tails, magistrate-like, lizard-like tails. Builder 4 class had beaver tails, but it looked dumb, so I scrapped it. Yeah, so there's a lot of ideas happening here. There's a lot of information. So the more that we can make these ideas match each other, the more we'll make the drasticness of these ideas feel more cohesive. It's awesome to have ideas, it's awesome to have a world that you're building, but if things become too drastic, too varied, it makes your message and your ideas much harder for your audience to read. It'll become more difficult for them to see any one of your specific ideas because there are so many of your awesome ideas present. Um, so you're putting so many options, so much interest that it's becoming harder for people to actually see the cool vision that you're actually trying to take forward, the cool ideas that you're trying to put into this space. So maybe we incorporate more of that green into the tips here, almost giving us a bit of like a poison kind of vibe. Um, we're also incorporating that fungus, kind of like moss and fungus. We're kind of really hammering home some of those ideas, and we're bringing back uh, the same color from your mushrooms. I get that. It's a lot, especially with her. Yeah, and the thing is too, it's not a bad thing to have ideas. It's not a bad thing to have variety. But when you're conveying a bunch of different things visually together, you can make intentional choices like via color that will make them feel like they belong together, even if they're from completely different things. Now we have a better idea. If I group this together, we have the before and the after. Immediately just from that, and let me lighten up this background, or maybe I'll darken it. Might need to darken it up a little bit. There's a lot of mid-tone value as well here. Hi Axel. What if the builder class had ant tails? I know that they aren't called tails, but ant butts. Oh, a thorax? Possibly. I think one of the things here is I don't think we have to get rid of the tails. I think that we could work on the silhouette to help those tails read more as tails. But yeah, it's not a bad thing to have a lot of ideas. It's not a bad thing to incorporate a lot of things. But if we just, like I said, if we just incorporate something like color, before, after, we can now tell that these pieces are meant to sit with these other pieces. Um, it makes it look more like these are connected to each other, they're related to each other, even if they're different pieces from different creatures. There's a disease that they can get where the mushrooms grow all over, making them look monstrous. The Last of Us came out. Oh yeah. Yeah, so see these pieces, they could be from different creatures, from different insectoids or animals, and those are obviously different from each other, but by making them the same color, we are now told that they are coming from the same source, even if they are different things. Um, One of the things here as well, if we look at the silhouette like we did with other characters, the silhouette here is being a bit swallowed up by some of the shapes that we're using. The hair here is taking up a lot of the visuals. So if we look here, we can see where there is a head and some antler shapes. We can also see where there are feet, but everywhere else is now being completely consumed by the hair in this silhouette. Which means that if we are seeing this character from afar, or if we're only getting a glimpse of this character, we're not really able to tell too much about them. And all that we're trying to do is make it super obvious that there is a certain vibe behind this character. That's our goal. We want it to be legible, we want it to be readable. And so we can do a couple things. We still want to have this large, luscious hair. So what we might be able to do is style it in a way that makes it feel a little bit better in terms of silhouette. So if I were to take some of this hair, I might choose to pin it off to another side. Let me try to capture some of this character without the hair real quick. Because like I said, we're missing a lot of your awesome ideas. A lot of the things that you want to share with the story of this character are being missed because they're just being swallowed up by other ideas. So let me continue to remove some of this and then we'll add it back. Four others of her species have been drawn and the others don't have the hair problem. Yeah, yeah. There and I think too, having a fashionable character, you want the hair to be part of that expression. You want them to be able to have uh another aspect of their personality, another aspect of their design. And hair also offers a lot to work with. Um, it's really fun to style the hair. I think, as a mannequin, I have 3 different hairstyles. And so even if it's just like a toggle or something, where this character's hair is in different areas, it's just that right now, as it is, this hair is keeping us from seeing all the really cool ideas that you have. So let's put that here, and let me just erase some of this. There we go. Just kind of clean up a little bit of this. Let me put the tail back here. Okay, so now we can see the character's silhouette. And let me go over here. Let me clip this in. And now we have a very clean silhouette. If I knew that you'd cut stuff out, I would have sent the PSD. That's okay. I only have image files available for to be sent, so don't worry about that. Um, so yeah, so if I were to draw back here, you have these tails. So now let's just say that the tails are here in this shape here. And let's say that this one is kind of like this shape here. We can now very clearly see where the head is, where the torso and arms are, where the hips are, the legs. We can see everything that's here. And so this silhouette is much more recognizable than it was with all of that hair. And of course, color is another thing that we could use to help push this away. However, there's just so much hair, and that it really is swallowing up the silhouette. One of the things that I would recommend is putting the tails in front of the hair. So if you want those tails to be visible, don't put them behind the hair. They would most likely appear under the hair, or in this case, in front of it. So that way we'd be able to see that cool shape. We'd be able to understand what's going on, and the hair would not be hiding as much. especially too, you have these mushrooms, so who knows how much of those mushrooms are actually visible. We have some really fascinating things that we could do with those. And thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And of course, too, contrast is also something that would be awesome to incorporate more of. Um, First off, let me go back to the original, and let me show you. There's a lot of mid-tone values here, and I think just by switching up some of those, we'll be able to make some of it a lot clearer. So if we take a look here, the hair and the shirt are almost the same exact shade of gray here. We have a lot of mid-tone. The background is also a mid-tone gray. So you can really see those dark areas, but you can almost barely see. So by making your light colors lighter and your dark colors darker and pushing how dark something is in front of something else, you could probably not have to change the design at all and make it more legible. I've actually copy pasted the same tails for the warriors, peak laziness. When Fia drew this one, I think it was suggested with the hair tail layering. I see, I see. Um, oh my gosh, I don't wanna miss any of your chats as well. Oh, yeah, okay, 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 we're talking about cantrips. So, yeah, so something that we could do here is we could make the hair either lighter or darker, or vice versa. The shirt could be lighter or darker, and that would immediately push some of these things more forward and make it a lot more recognizable. From afar, we can see here that a lot of the facial features have disappeared, and the body is kind of blending in. So, one thing that I'm gonna do that's a super easy change is I'm gonna start darkening and lightening things, and hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier to read. So let me lighten the hair. We don't want to get rid of the color so much, but now that I've lightened this up, and let me do the same thing here with this hair. We just have a lot of contrast issues, but they're super easy to fix. And they'll just help make this character that you've put all this time and attention into even easier to see. We're just doing some kind of messy selection here, so pardon the messiness. Just gonna select some of this hair here. And even here, I don't want to grab the ears of your character, but the skin tone and the hair are reading very similar. And we're just making sure that we're picking out everything here so that we can just kind of get a vibe, a reading of getting these values slightly adjusted. Okay, let me go back to my hue saturation. We're gonna do something like this. Something like this. So if our hair was much lighter, obviously this is a little too light in some instances. But if the hair is lighter and we turn this on, now we can see there's a lot more contrast. So here's the before and the after. We can see the skin, which is a darker, warmer tone. We can see the skin a lot easier. And one of the things too, we can darken up the shirt a little bit. I don't want to get rid of the intentional like color choices, so I'm going to try to keep these colors as close as possible, while also just trying to make them a little bit more legible. Hello? There we go. So yeah, darkening this pink up a little bit so that the hair can stand out. And we'll make sure that the hair can stand off of the skin can stand off of the shirt, etc. Without compromising all of the ideas that you have here. So yeah, it's really small stuff, just further makes your idea and your vision clearer. Um, and makes it a little bit easier for people to see the details that you've put in. Because all these things are very intentional. It's very clear you've got a story that you really want to tell. And by making these small adjustments or adjustments like these, you don't have to make these same things. By taking this into account, it'll make it easier for people to read and understand your story at a glance. So let me just darken this up. So now with just these subtle changes, obviously too, this is a very vibrant color. This is a very loud color. So let me actually adjust that a little bit. maybe we warm it up a smudge, and I'm gonna lighten it just a little. There we go. And so now here is the before and the after. It's much easier for us to see where this shirt starts and stops. And if we're having trouble seeing it against the skin, maybe we add a design detail where it's like lighter at the ends, something like this, where we have where it is meeting skin, it has a lighter section just to make it a little bit easier for us to see where things are starting and stopping. I move the tails forward so they're in front of the long hair, making it permanent. Hey, and these are all suggestions. You don't have to take these to heart at all. They're all just things, tools in your arsenal, information in your arsenal. Let me undo the multiply. Okay. Undo this. And then bring the same color back down here, maybe. So keeping that same motif of having the end be that lighter color. We have that same dark color here. And again, just kind of making things easier to read, but not getting rid of any of your intentional choices. Again, you guys have made all of these things super intentional. And so I want to like respect and honor the fact that you guys have made intentional choices. Just going in and adding some interest using the same colors. Again, using the same colors and patterns in certain areas will just further hammer home that they are meant to be from the same place or made of the same material. And so something like this, I'll go in here and just kind of go through. We're again keeping the edges light and the middle dark as a way to, there we go, as a way to keep it consistent with the shirt. I can't do anything about the colors because I'm pretty inept and I'm not sure if Fia's okay with me doing that, but I know they're fine with layering. Absolutely, no. And these aren't changes that you have to, like, literally, you don't have to make these changes. The whole point of a critique should be to give you ideas and inspiration for future endeavors. I don't expect anyone to go through and make these changes and do this stuff. I really hope that that's not the impression. I want to make sure that people feel like their choices are respected and that these are literally just suggestions. Let me go here. I'm going to I'm going to change the skirt's tone a little bit to better match the blue that you've already used. It's very subtle. Um, it's giving like a jean skirt with like some tulle underneath of it. Maybe even a little bit lighter, a little bit less than that. Just trying to get that blue to better match the blue that you've used on these bows here and make it a little bit more cohesive. One of the things also that I would consider is now that we see that our alien parts are delegated to being the black and the green, I think it would be a good idea also to remove areas of black from other design elements to make sure that we are only giving those colors to the things that are supposed to be from that same place, the alien realm. So for these things, I would just take either a deep purple color or some sort of like deep blue instead of the black and put that on there instead. So I'm going to try to make this a little bit less crazy colored here. So we'll just take this deep blue, something like that, and just kind of hammer home that this is part of the facade. This is part of the Gyaru outfit rather than being part of the alien creature and the fungi. So let me just kind of, and again, blue doesn't have to be it, but this also kind of touches back on the Hex Girl stuff where characters with like black hair or dark silhouettes will have colors other than black to help make it look a little bit less like it is all just one color. This really doesn't read very well. Let me take this dark blue here. something like this. So it'll also soften it up a little bit by putting the blue here on the pink. It'll look a little bit less intense than the black on the pink, and just kind of soften it up. And again, we're only saving the black and the purple and the green for the areas that are alien, and then putting other alternatives everywhere else. So now, if I go to the original, we have the before, and then we have the after. See how, just from a distance, how much easier it is to see what's going on. Before, after. The hair is no longer dominating. We haven't gotten rid of your hair. We have just changed its value and pushed your tails in front. And now it's much easier for us to see. Before, after. I want to lean into the girly pop, paint the hooves like nails. Yeah, I think that's a really fun idea. Trivia, the shirt text is a reference to Mycon, fungus aliens, in Star Control 2. Really darn good sci-fi RPG from the 90s. Yeah, so that's a really fun integration of something that's really personal and really exciting. Let me go here to this as well. Take that same blue here on the collar. You're nasty. You're nasty. And I think too, if this is a mushroom, have the mushrooms only be seen in colors that are referencing them. Oh my god, you guys are a lot. You guys are a lot. So we're reserving those colors for just where. And now that mushroom is much easier to see, much easier to see. uh, and it also is now related to the mushrooms that you have here all over the tails. Um, Makes it a little bit more obvious that they're meant to be the same mushroom or similar. Um, and then other small fine details. So like if this is a jean skirt, maybe the edge has fraying. So maybe we do something like this where there's like fraying on the edge here to kind of like, oh yeah, this is made out of denim. It also gives us another texture, gives us a lighter color. So we have some more contrast here, gives us a little bit more interest on this design. And then also too, maybe there's an additional belt around the waist, again for some contrast. We have like this layered belt effect. Maybe instead of this dark blue, um, we have like a darker like purple or something that still kind of harkens into this design without it being, here's this, just extra interest for very little work. Let me take this again. This is all just me going kind of ham with the design. These aren't necessarily requirements. And I'm going to make a heart-shaped buckle because I think a heart-shaped buckle is really fun. Again, just another way for you to hammer home like, oh, this is the Gyaru, maybe there's studs on this. We're going with like the fashion forward, and offering some more interest and some more contrast. Here is the after that we have so far. This is Dragonfly VT, and here's the before, after, before, after. Yes, Celador. I'm gonna make some small changes. I'm gonna make the blue the same color down here, and I'm gonna actually just make this all blue, just so it sticks out and it doesn't blend in with your fur. And I'm going to make the fur match the colors used up here. I'm going to actually just select these down here. And yeah, Axel had a fun idea where maybe the hooves are painted like nail polish. That's really fun. We're going to lighten this up so that it matches the hair. And now we have more contrast down there. And then maybe we take like this pink color and we just kind of put this down here. pink color. Boop, 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 just to further. And of course, too, we could also argue the opposite, where maybe these are meant to be more of the same color as our other features, so that we're not going too far. So in contrast, we'll take that purple. Make sure that we have some more highlights of that purple here to really hammer home that those are part of the alien design. One of the focal points of Gyaru is the makeup and nails and deco de hell. Absolutely, yeah. There's a bunch of things that you could do to this design to add more alien or more Gyaru. But at the end of the day, the biggest thing that will help is adding some more contrast. Before, after. This just the change of making things lighter and darker will help to make this design way more legible and make it easier for not only you to see but for others to see. The last area that I would like to see some more contrast is the face. The pale eyelashes are super cute. I love that idea, but they end up making a face that's already being swallowed up by a bunch of hair, hard to read. So I'll go in and I'm just taking this really deep purple color and I'm just gonna, well, maybe not on that layer, but I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna darken the lashes. I think for very specific characters, the dark lashes could definitely, or the light lashes rather, could definitely be um, an awesome design, and I love the idea of this, like, blonde hair, a darker skin tone and lighter lashes, but the dark lashes are offering us just enough contrast to make your face stand out and read, as a face. And of course, this is all just, down to a personal thing, so if you really love those blonde eyelashes, don't let me or anyone else discourage you from having big, beautiful blonde lashes. Um, just making a little bit more. I'm gonna make my hand a little bit steadier here, but thickening up the lashes a little bit, playing into that gyaru, making sure that there's a lot of lash there, really playing up that this character has makeup on, just definitely hammering home. Like, this is a fashionista. This character really cares about their appearance. They really care about the foot they're putting forward or the hoof that they're putting forward. Um, and it is something that means something to them. It's very important. Um, so yeah, just adding a little bit more of the mascara. And now, and I might even just copy, paste, reflect. If we're putting the eyelashes in front of the hair on one side, I would like to see them in front of the hair on the other side. Let me undo my clipping mask here, and then we'll reclip it. There we go. And now we have the eyes are forward, they are in front. Another fun Gyaru fact, they make their eyes bigger than they are. I say make them smaller to look human, maybe. A fun twist. Big thing Gyaru seems to be very specific puppyish shape of the lower lash, not attached to the eyelid. Yeah, there's a lot of makeup that is involved with Gyaru in street fashion that you see here. So just trying to get contrast on the face. I'm gonna go in. Is this the eyelashes? There we go. I'm gonna go in and I'm just gonna lighten up the eye white just a bit. Again, for contrast's sake. And I'm gonna still keep a shadow there, but just small things just help this face pop out. So now, if I turn this off before, after, there's no question where those eyes are. No question where your eyes are, including some more of this lovely. Let me see if I can't drew a symmetry here. There we go. We have this really pretty highlight, so maybe there's a highlight under the eyes, just to kind of pull that out a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of highlight to the lip right down here. Maybe we include some of this pink to the upper lip, or maybe a little bit of pink from your outfit to the upper lip and the lower lip here. Just really hammering home this is a character that's wearing makeup. This character is trying to stand out. A lot of what makeup actually does it is makeup adds contrast to your face, and it's very intentional. That's what contouring is. Contouring in makeup is adding contrast. So going in underneath the lash line and kind of like pulling out some of the eye there. You know, maybe we put a little bit more of this pink here in the eyeshadow, like that. Something like that. Um, Goes for all anime style ones, but on her 3D model, the eyeballs are so big that they overlap inside the skull. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So yeah, so I'm just going in and I'm just adding really subtle bits, highlights, highlight to the tip of the nose, a highlight down here to the inner corner of the eyes, maybe adding a little bit of sparkle to the eyelids, and all without not I'm not trying to change the character. I want this character uh to stay. I want to make sure that we're incorporating all of the really awesome stuff that you have been incorporating with your character. Let me do last use symmetry. I'll do a little bit more blush just to really hammer home that this character has makeup on. Maybe a little bit around the nose or a little bit here on the tip of the nose. Maybe not. So now, again, this might be too much for your own personal taste. That's totally understandable. Um, so now if I show you the before and the after, there's no question where that face is. We can immediately see the face. It sticks out to us. The areas that are alien in nature all look the same. The hooves, the tails, and the horns and antlers are all the same color or similar color scheme. We're only seeing green and purple in those areas. And we are homogenizing the center to have a little bit more contrast, having some consistency, and we're adding a little bit of interest on areas where we're transitioning from one piece of clothing or one part of the body to another. And if I do this, you can see here is the after. In our grayscale, we can see where the hair is, we can see where the tails are, we can see where the face is, and here is the before. So yeah, so really it's just a matter of exploring contrast and bringing home some of the ideas and just kind of bringing them closer together. You can still have big bold ideas. If you just bring them closer together to one another, you can make it more obvious that those things belong there, even if they're from all over the place. um at one point long, long ago, I made her eyelashes different colors to match heterochromia. That was oh no, not at all. That's actually something that you see a lot in VTuber designs. There are a couple VTubers that have a pale set of eyelashes and a dark set of eyelashes. It's something that is really fun if you see people that have vitiligo or perhaps have altered pigmentation in their hair and eyelashes and eyebrows. That is absolutely something that can be a really striking feature for a character. Absolutely. So, no, it's not dumb at all. In fact, having these dark eyelashes is more so akin to wearing makeup rather than what the actual lashes are. So maybe the lashes of this character are naturally blonde, but they have made it a point to put that mascara on to really hammer on that gyaru street fashion. It looked oh yeah. And one thing too, if you'd like to incorporate more of the heterochromia in there, maybe on the opposite side, the eyeshadow is a different color. So maybe I just go over here and I change the eyeshadow to match the blue instead, like here. There we go. So now we have that same on-off Harlequin kind of one side with the blue and pink, one side with the pink and blue. and we've maintained that original idea that you had, but in a way that is a little bit easier to see. That's super exciting. Um, and yeah, I hope that this was constructive. I really like the ideas that you're bringing to the table in this original. I love that I can tell that this is a fashion forward, trendy person, and they've got a bit of mystery to them. There's something otherworldly happening. And this is just making, whether or not these are the colors you choose, by choosing to add more contrast, it is just making it so much easier for us to see your ideas. And your intention behind them. So before, after. Let me put them side by side. And thank you again for your submission. I really love to see these art pieces. You guys, your designs, your submissions, I've been really enjoying working on them. I wish I had the bandwidth to do all of them. Cuz I would love to. All of them ever. So, um let me move this off to the side. There we go. And then let me just trim in the edge. Lovely. So yeah, we didn't really I was going to experiment with another hairstyle, but with this solution, we didn't even have to change your hairstyle. So you can maintain those big locks. Of course, of course. I'm really happy that I got to see your design. And we're gonna move on to the next one. Thank you so much. And again, if you just take a look at them side by side, this one's just a little bit easier to see individual pieces of your character's design. They're still giving Gyaru, they're still giving Barbie, but then there's like these interesting things that we're kind of curious to know more about. Um, the next person that is up is Fable Storyteller. Fable is one of my pals. Fable did tell me to to prioritize other entries. So what I'll do is I'll just talk about Fable very quickly, and then we'll move on. This is my pal Fable. I've drawn Fable several times. Uh, we Fable is also a professional illustrator, and I have actually worked with Fable before. Um, Let me show you the art that I've made of Fable. At this point, I've gotten to draw Fable a couple times, which was really exciting. So I've drawn Fable 2 times. This was a thank you that I made for Fable, and this was super super fun to draw. And then this was a birthday present for Fable. Again, very fun to draw, super sweet. I love my friends. So because she has insisted that I prioritize other folks, I'm just going to talk about Fable really quickly and share some of the things that really work with Fable. So Fable is a shooting star who is here to make your wish come true and here to collect stories. So that's why her name is Storyteller. It's like storyteller, very fun. And her hair is very specifically meant to bring to mind the tail of a comet or the tail of a shooting star. And so Fable has utilized a lot of really interesting iconography. So we have these star shapes not only in the design but also in overlays. Fable has made all of their same art. And remember that we mentioned a motif. This diamond star shape is the only shape that Fable is using for stars. Diamond, 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 diamond. And it's repeating diamond, diamond, diamond. All the jewelry has the same color, the same style, and that same shape. So Fable is really hammering home a motif and is allocating certain ideas to certain materials and certain areas. So if I were to take a mid-tone gray, one of the things that we'll see here is the contrast. The hair is very pale, the skin's very pale, but the clothing is offering a variety of mid-tone and of really dark, high contrast areas. So we're kind of getting a full range of value rather than just having a lot of values that are either too light, too dark, or too in the middle. Having a variety just makes things easier to see. Um, and Fable, you can see here, has incorporated this glowing effect to the hair that helps it stand up off of the rest of the body that isn't glowing. So even though those values are quite similar, the skin and the hair, there's enough of a style, a glow put onto this to help it read a little bit different. Photoshop's being mean to me. Stop it, Photoshop. So yeah, and there's just one little tidbit. Fable has chosen not only this analogous, just like Doran, Fable has a very analogous color scheme. So Fable uses a lot of blues. Obviously, too, her skin is not in the same tone. It's more of like a human flesh tone, more of like a lighter skin tone. But the clothing is analogous, going from the dark blues and purples into the lighter blues, almost blue green territory, but not quite. So Fable has broken that up by choosing a complementary color. Remember that blue's complementary color is orange. So we have, oops, these are obviously these aren't the same colors as Fable, but blue and orange are complementary colors to each other. So this color is actually more of a blue green, and the complementary of blue green is actually red orange, a little bit more red than it. So blue, green, and red, orange are complementary. And we also see purple and yellow. And again, we're going to a analogous scheme. Violet, or red violet rather, has yellow orange as its analogous. So see how all of these things are kind of being brought to mind here. So we're taking the same warmth here. We're taking Fable's bluish green color, and we're taking like a yellowy gold, and they are all pulling color theory from these three schemes, the purple and the blue versus the yellow and the red. And she has arrived at a warm tone and a cool tone. And of course, now we have all these accessory colors here. We have some darks that are offering. This is actually a really deep, like navy color. So we're pulling, there's actually like a gradient of colors as well. Fable is really just living in the same neighborhood of blues and then gold. So we have these gold tones very specifically meant to be gold rather than yellow. It reads as gold. It has a metallic finish to it. And then as an extra bit of vibrancy, Fable has gotten into now, instead of a complementary palette entirely, it's now a primary palette where Fable has introduced the red from our red, blue, green primary color scheme. This is actually, obviously it's more of a magenta color or like a red violet. But we are kind of getting into the red of our red, blue, green. So red, blue, or red, blue, yellow, rather, not RGB. See that? Red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow. So Fable has made a primary color scheme that's like slightly to the left. This is very similar to my favorite color scheme, which is red violet, yellow orange, and blue green. Slightly different than Fables, but you can see these are very, very similar. Very similar. So this being a primary, it is a triad. That's what it's called when it's a triangle. It's a triad, and it is a tertiary triad. All of these words you don't have to care about. Uh, but just know that Fable basically took the primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and nudged them a little bit to the left. But the color scheme is predominantly complementary with just a bit of accent with that bright magenta. And by doing that, Fable has added just an element of interest, almost like this iridescent starlight kind of vibe. And you can see that coming back in the eyes. Also, here, shooting star, star. Fable is only using the 4-point star, the diamond shape for stars. There aren't any 5-point, there aren't any 6-point. Fable is just meticulously using the same star to make sure that it feels cohesive. We can also see here in the galaxy that same magenta is showing up. So Fable is bringing that magenta, but in very subtle ways, and it feels very cohesive. High contrast, high interest, really fun shape to this ponytail, really excellent pieces that break the silhouette. And yeah, art school works words help us know what to Google later. Absolutely. So yeah, so this is my friend Fable. We rushed through this one just because Oh my god, stop, Photoshop, stop. But yeah, so again, this just really exemplifies the things that we've already talked about, and also I get to show my friends really cool design. Um, I think there's a lot of opportunities to have like different outfits and different hairstyles. But I personally, I wouldn't change this design. I think there's a lot going on and a lot working for it. Um, so yeah, huge love to Fable. Yeah, the ear caps also add interest. They're also part of that like diamond shape kind of vibe. Um, one of the things actually, well, one thing I did change about this design when I drew Fable, I actually drew Fable with gold heels. So I added another element of gold and like gold zippers to the shoes. Um, just because of that same like gold cap. But we really don't see the heels of Fable's shoes too much. But having some gold elements on the shoes to just kind of further nail home that same recurring pattern of gold on the dark stuff just is the only thing I would change. That's like nitpicky. All right, let me go to my next one. I know our ads just kicked up. I'm trying to keep a watch on those so that you guys aren't missing anything. I want to make sure that you guys um, get to see everything. The next time, and again, we might because I've only made it through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I made it through 7, 8 technically. I've made it through 8 out of our 28 designs, so I might have to split this up to next week. Hi, Fable. Are you just coming in? Fable, I just talked about your design. I didn't do anything crazy. I just talked about your design. Let me take a sip of my water. Ugh. So we might have to split this up into a part 2. Um, yeah, we're gonna have to split this up because there were so many submissions. So we'll probably pick up more on Sunday. I'm gonna keep going though. I'm gonna try to get through at least half of them today. Been lurking. Oh, I love you too, Fable. I'm gonna try to get through at least half of them today, and then we can get through the other half next Sunday. And if I need to do, I can't do Saturday, but we'll see. Thanks for being bloated and nasty. All right, I'm gonna take a little talking break while I get. Here is another part of phase design. Let me get those lined up. Nope. Yes.
Remember to drink some water, Mandi.
Thank you. Thank you. I will. Trying to line these up. Oh, they are lined up. Perfect. So we have this, and we have this design with and without the little jacket. Still working on this, struggling and need help. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll get started once the ads finish.
Check your posture.
Okay, yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. I'm stretching my back. Thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. Yeah, baby. I'll run to the store while you're resting your voice and drinking. Oh, hell yeah. Hope you have a good time at the store. All right. Are you back, everybody? Welcome back from the ads, everybody. So I've only made it through 8 designs. This will be our 9th. So I will have to break this up so that this isn't an 18-hour stream. But I will go through everybody's submissions. I will not leave one behind. I'm thinking we're going to be continuing this after I make it through half. I'm going to be continuing this on next Sunday as well. So this will be a 2-parter. For any of you that aren't reached today, I'm just going in alphabetical order. So for any of you that aren't reached today, don't worry. I will be putting it on Blue Sky when I will be doing the second half, which should be next Sunday. But we have a few more that we're going to be doing. And if I'm good to do more, I will. But I took a look at our list and I realized that there's probably no way that I'm gonna be able to get through all of them. But we'll see. We'll see. Hi, Inkspot. How are you? How are you? Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 more to go. So yeah. So yeah. I'm gonna try to get through half. So I need to do another, let's see, another 5. I think I can make that happen. Girl advice. All right. So this is Faye. Is it Faye Irene? Is it Farienne? How do you like to pronounce that? Um, that's a lot of people. Yeah, it was way more than I expected. So I really appreciate your patience while I work on getting through all of them because I really like doing this. I really want to see as many people as possible. Damn, there we go. All right. Let me go here. Oh, thank you. My original hair. Bayreen. Okay, I got you. I got you. All right, one moment. So yeah, we're gonna be splitting this up to next Sunday as well. So don't worry, I still have this one and 5 others left to do. So I'm not ending stream. But then the other 14 will be done next week. I might change it so something else to match the character more. I don't know yet about the name. That's fair. I remember that we've taken a look at some other of your designs as well throughout the past all of our critiques. So I'm really excited to see your ideas. I'm really excited to see what you come up with, and it's really nice to just see more designs. We're back at it again with the pink green combo, which is really fun. We have strawberry, we have cherry, so we're getting like this cute, fun, summery kind of spring actually, because it's a little bit more pastel. So you said that you were looking for silhouette and accessory ideas. I really like the strawberry cardigan. I really like, the off the shoulder is definitely something that I see a lot with trying to make sure that something has a little bit more visual interest by giving it some asymmetry. So let me get, I might keep it like a lighter gray because your character has a lot of gray too. So I don't want to, oh my gosh. I hate having so many monitors because in Photoshop we'll just throw stuff around. There we go. Always wear my sweaters like that. So, oh yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah, it's just another little bit of hello? Okay. Hold on. There we go. I'm gonna make sure that I'm not deleting anything. I'm gonna do the tolerance to 50. There we go. Just trying to not to get rid of um any of the bits that we don't want to get rid of. Okay, so I have like this light gray background now. I'm losing a little bit of the ears, but that's something that's obviously you're using gray in your design, so that's not the fault of your design. One of the things that you could do is if you're looking for just a little bit more contrast, maybe having the tips of the ears lean more white. Let me make sure that I am without them being like bright white. I'm gonna. I don't have any notes for the cardigan. I think the cardigan's super cute. I guess the only thing with the cardigan would be putting the bag in front of it to have that show. But this is definitely an exploratory type of design. I can see that you're trying new things. So just having the bag in front of the cardigan. But I mean, that's probably something you already planned on having. But that way we can see that design, that cute purse. Um, Also, perhaps having the introduction of some slightly different colors. So coming in with like a green. Let me try not to draw over anything. There we go. So having like a green strap instead will give you a little bit more contrast across the chest. And then also when you have the cardigan on and it's green, let me just, when you have the cardigan on and you have green, you have a little bit of that green coming through. Let me actually copy this bag here. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to copy that and paste it over. What on earth? Did I? Okay, I just copied it out of the wrong thing. There we go. Was thinking about that, making it green. Yeah, yeah. Well, hi, Mystical. How are you? Welcome in. Wasn't you? I know. So yeah, having the bag in front of the cardigan and having that be a green strap will just help it set apart from the rest of the pink on the cardigan. I love all the strawberries are designed. Yeah, it's super cute. It's super cute. One of the things that I really like, again, we have another example of adding some interest and asymmetry by having your socks at different heights. It's also very cozy. The white sneaker is a really good choice. We're going for high contrast, and also it is a similar design motif to your shirt. And this just goes to show that there is strength in having simplicity in your designs. Faye is making it super easy for us to see different aspects of the design, and but repeating a lot of these design ideas in a way which makes it feel like the outfit not only matches but also conveys a strong idea. I'm going in real quick and adding the gray from your muzzle to the tip of the ears here. And that's just a personal preference. You don't have to do that. But it gives it a little bit more contrast, especially on this background here. Um, and if you're interested too in doing a little bit on the underside of the hair, I see that you put some light color on the bottom of the hair here, which is really cute. I love that. Helps it stand off of the neck. And we might be able to incorporate some more of that light color under there as well. Uh, Something like this, obviously, too. You don't have to make it so gray or so like I'm gonna try to warm it up to get it a little bit closer to the colors that you've been using. Oops. There we go. Almost a subtle pinkiness to what's happening back there, which is really cute. And I don't want to lose any of the details. So let me just kind of put some of this back. But yeah, just another area of interest that that you can add. You know, of course, too, I'm a sucker for like having the tips of stuff be like paler, especially on furry designs. Um, and the same thing here with like the edges here. But obviously, you know, we're just one making sure that there's dark against light, light against dark, and that will make it way easier for us to read what's happening here. But these are just these are just me playing around and me having fun, not anything super constructive for the design itself. Um, I just really like playing around with it. There's a million ways that you can do stuff like this, so honestly, really just have fun. Do whatever makes you happy, whatever, looks good to you, and that's really what should matter. No matter what I say in the critiques, um, doing what looks good to you, is super important. Um, Actually, instead of making the head lighter, maybe incorporating a bit of the bang because we have that face mask here, and if we want to make sure that it's more visible, we can lighten it up a little bit like we did down here. Maybe get some of these lighter values here. Not so much that the eyes get pulled away from, but just so that the face mask is made a little bit more obvious compared to the rest. And if I put my outline, because it will be seen with outlines, let me re-establish outlines. So just having that little bit right here, before, after. And again, this is all just subject to your own personal taste, so you don't have to worry about making any of this a reality. But by doing some of that, It just makes it a little bit easier for us to see the hair versus the mask here. Before, after. And if this is too much, that's also too much. I just like playing around. I like seeing one thing that I think could be kind of cool. You don't really have like a scene vibe. This character isn't reminiscent of like a scene kind of thing, but something kind of trendy that I think could be really cute and add a little bit more interest as well with the raccoon vibe. Would be taking the same striping from your tail and incorporating that striping here on the bangs. And maybe if it's just on one side, or maybe it's on both, but making it really obvious that we have some striping here. Um, just a little bit of interest. Oops, just a little bit of interest, making sure that we're not kind of like making it look like it's pulling away from the style that you're after, but just also just really hammering home that this character is a raccoon. Um, could also mean that instead of having that be the colors of the tail, could be that those are actually dyed. Maybe there's dyed hair, which is leaning a bit more seen, admittedly. Um, I was going for more simple and casual. Hey, absolutely. You do not have to take any of this as a mandatory. These are all literally just ideas. So here is that pink right there. And if I took some of the green, this could be something where maybe it's too much. Maybe you don't like the pink and green, just keeping it as that. Or you don't have to have any color in it at all. Um, but yeah, this feels like a very casual, this feels like a good, cute, casual outfit. And I really like it. It reads as raccoon. I'm not confused as to what this character is supposed to be. This reads like a very comfy, cozy, trendy, casual character. And they read as a raccoon. It's very, very clear, very, very concise. So I definitely it's reading how I how I would assume you want it read. One thing with these arm warmers is that I almost wish that they were either bracelets or they were the entire sleeve. Because the leg warmers are super cute. But here with your cardigan, let me do the cardigan. We have that full big billowy sleeve, and the cardigan is already giving us that big poofy sleeve that that these arm warmers are giving. So it could be an opportunity for you to play around with something different so that you have more of a reason to use the cardigan or the bare arm look. So let me try. Hold on, let me get that. I also like the little fang. I think that's really cute. I love the bob hairstyle. The silhouette is super clear. We can tell where the tail is. We can tell where the hair is. Everything's very clear. So I really don't think the silhouette has anything to fuss about. We can see your tail, we can see the body. The haircut is also giving the let me get rid of that. The haircut is also reading like the shape of a raccoon's face. They tend to have their cheeks like push out a little bit more to the sides. So the haircut is actually giving us like a raccoon kind of feel without literally having to make your face that shape. So one of the things that could be neat is if we actually played with um, the arms being bare instead, and then had some fun accessories. So let me make some really quick. It's gonna be kind of messy. Actually, let me continue with this real quick. I'm gonna take this. Whoops. And I'm just gonna kind of get your arm looking. There we go. Gonna undo the symmetry. Oops. Need this color now. And I see too that you have a fun gradient in the fur. Here. All good. I have them separated for easily remove. Oh, absolutely. And I like the idea of including them. Like I think it could be fun to um have an option. Like if you're making an outfit, you can do toggles for these. Super, super simple. Let's do a little bit of a gradient here. But I think if it's casual, thinking about um, the thinking about some accessories like bracelets or a watch, maybe your character has something like an Apple Watch kind of vibe. Hi, Prickles. Oh my gosh, I know you're more cringe than that. I know you're more cringe than that. Okay, so here is the character with just their arms. And now considering the same like stripiness, we can incorporate bracelets. Thank you. There we go. We could incorporate something like a bracelet to imply a stripe without it literally being a stripe. So let me take some of this and I'm gonna make like a big old chunky like accent bracelet of some sort. Gonna just, hi, welcome in. Hi there. Hi, hi, welcome in. Gonna just do a big old welcome in. So we can take ideas like this and have like an accent piece. So we're getting some more texture. I think that's really fun. We're getting some texture in here. I'm gonna take some pink. Maybe there's some beads here. You can really experiment with making different shapes and ideas and textures and color and still hammering home that this is a casual fun outfit. Maybe if you're really missing something on the arm, maybe there are some other patterns that you can put, so you can reintroduce the striping, or here on the inner area of the arm we can reintroduce some of this pale color. We'll do the last use symmetry. We could do something like this, where the inside of the arm has a little bit of that lighter color. Let me grab and just kind of reaffirm my. There we go. So having a little bit of variation of that color there on the inside of the arm. And yeah, and then really going ham with your accessories. You can just kind of play around with what you like. Um, So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna do something like a watch. Maybe it's like a strawberry watch instead of an Apple Watch. Maybe we're getting some different values, some different ideas here. Really just playing around. Oops, playing around with different ideas and I don't know, just kind of having a fun time. And then I'm gonna just take this and I'm just gonna, something like that. Think of doing that with the inside of the thighs too. Yeah, that would be really fun. Just kind of having the inner areas be a little bit lighter, like the belly, like you have here already. You could do a really fun thing is bangles. This was something that I ended up doing a lot of, with I have a lot of bracelets on my character, and bracelets are like not the old aren't they're not the end all be all to character design. But if there's something that you're looking to add some personality and you want to add some color, especially break up some of the heaviness of having the arms be bare, I definitely recommend exploring what kinds of bracelets this character would wear. Maybe they have like a woven bracelet here from one of their friends or family. Maybe they've got, you can incorporate some white too. So maybe you have, like a big, like a white, situation here. You can also go in with like a charm of some sort. Let's do like a silvery kind of vibe here. Really just hammers home that this is like a metal kind of vibe, something like that. So yeah, and you can also make a lot of texture. So if you wanted to have some sparkles, if you wanted to have striping, like we go back in here and we can grab these stripes, you know, maybe I'll make it like a darker color. Stripe, stripe, stripe. you really can just kind of go off and have a good time. And then when your character is wearing the cardigan, there's more of a reason to have that cardigan on here. The cardigan is changing the silhouette. It's big enough to cover up your bracelets, but now that the cardigan's off, we get to see a little bit more of your character's arms. And if you're wanting a little bit more, you can always come back in here. I really like having the white shoulder, but maybe if you want to incorporate a bit more of the pink from your collar, you could also do that just to give it a little bit more interest on the shoulders, but leaving it cropped on the bottom without that pink. There's infinite possibilities. There's so much you can do, especially with a character that has a lot of personal significance. If this is fashion that you like wearing, if this is stuff that you own, there's a lot of opportunities to play around with this. One of the things that I would definitely recommend is finding more ways to separate the hair from the rest of your face, like we were doing here. Um, so definitely getting a little bit more contrast in here. And we don't want to compromise the face mask because that is what is making you very raccoon. So let me go back in. It could be too that maybe the bangs are just really pale. So for example, maybe your two-tone hair color is really coming from having like the bangs, almost like a rogue kind of thing from X-Men. But maybe you're coming in with this kind of vibe. And then we're really hammering home that the bangs are a totally different color than the rest. But if you don't like that segmented kind of vibe, that is understandable. Obviously, uh, that's kinda wild. Let's do I don't wanna lose your there we go. I don't wanna lose the details, so we could do something like that and keep the rest dark, something like that. Put this back here, really darken it back there. We're just trying to make sure that, things are legible, so either you make things lighter or you make things darker. Maybe we make sure that the edge of the chin is lighter. Maybe the throat also has a little bit of a lighter component on it too. So yeah, there's tons of ways for you to incorporate that idea, but it really just depends on the vibe that you like personally. And again, there's so many different ways. One thing, like I said, maybe we incorporate a little bit lighter, right on the inside, kind of like what you're doing with like the arms. Oops, wrong way. So have like this stripe, 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 just to make sure that the face stands out. So now or after, everything around the face is made much lighter to contrast how dark the face is. So we can go in here and we can take this dark color, maybe go in a little bit darker, not completely black, but kind of fade that out too. And really just make sure that your hair and your face are separated from one another like that. It's just a back and forth. It really is just playing around and seeing what stands out to you, um, and what you like. And but yeah, contrast is just going to help make things super easy to read. So here is, let me go back here. Boop, boop. The face here, and of course too the bottom of the hair might be something that needs to stay a little bit darker. Just to, if you do choose to make the center of the face a little bit lighter. Um, Let me just go. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. So yeah, really, really cute design. I think there's so much to love. Here's the before. Hi, such a cute design. Yeah, it is. Here's the before, or the before and the after. And then the cardigan, I really just put the purse in front. Um, and here, let me actually update. There we go. So yeah. And then we have the before and the after. I think the design is super cute. I think the design's super strong. I think you utilize a lot of color theory. You utilize a lot of really trying to make a simple design really fun. And this is just another really good example of how a design can be simple but be very effective and very strong. Let me grab this and let me actually add a third one so that we have a version with the cardigan and one without. There we go. And I like to show all the versions side by side just so uh, you get to see few changes you're suggesting, Manny, are so good. Hey, and this is all just like a matter of suggestion. It's really most of this comes down to your own personal taste. And of course, with one change might come others. So if you do choose to make the bangs lighter, you might have to adjust other things, make them darker, or adjust some of the contrast to account for that. But at the end of the day, I think the original design is very legible. It is a raccoon. You're wearing a really cute, cozy outfit, and the colors of the outfit are really strong. They're using the complementary scheme. If you wanted to introduce some other colors, you could do like a pastel yellow as like a tertiary, like a third color, or even play more off of like this blue. But I really like what you did here. I really like this design, and I think it's super cute. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. I feel like as an artist, we're never done with our favorite works. Absolutely. Yeah, Happy and Joy Design gone through many reworks. Absolutely. And I'm really, really lucky that I've gotten to see multiple of those. I've gotten to get to know you through the ideas that you're putting forward. Thank you so, so much. For those of you, again, that have submitted and requested to get these back, I'll send those out via email. And for those of you, of course, that didn't request it, I won't communicate. But yeah, let's go on to the next one. We have four more to do, five more to do today. Thanks so much. I appreciate all the feedback. Absolutely, and I love the work that you're doing. I really like this a lot. We have 5 more that we're gonna try to do today, and then the other 14, I'm splitting it exactly in half. The other 14, we will do on next Sunday. I wasn't anticipating so many people, so thank you guys so much for all of your excitement, and I really appreciate you. Let me open up the next one. So the next one is Flower Boy Puka. We've seen Puka several times before on this stream, and I always love getting a look at Puka. Gonna lurk a bit and my work on my model. Oh, thank you so much for coming by, and I hope you have a good lurk. Uh, Not only are you cool artist, a cool awesome artist, you're also really good at giving advice. I really appreciate that. And again, I don't ever expect people to take this advice. This is really just one person out of a sea of hundreds of thousands that you could be interacting with. So really, the biggest thing is to remember to prioritize the things that you enjoy, and really just focus on making yourself happy before anyone else. No matter what I say, no matter how compelling or educated it might be or sound, it is really just up to you and what you like. And if you're happy with it, that's all that matters. And I can give suggestions till my face turns blue, but at the end of the day, it is about you before it's about anybody else. All I can do is offer you feedback on how to make your ideas clearer visually. But other than that, I'm not going to tell you what kind of character to make. I'm not going to tell you to compromise the integrity of your ideas and the things that you enjoy, just to make something like appeal to more people. You know what I mean? Hi, or hi there, Zach. I almost said hi, Mandy. That's not me. Hi, Zach. How are you? And hi, Nuts. Welcome in. We're back at it again with Puka. And I'm back at it again with taking a sip of my drink. So we have another design from Puka, which is incorporating a lot of really fun ideas. Puka has a couple different clown designs, whether it's of themselves or of other clowns. And we can see here that if you have been around before, Puka is incorporating this really unique idea of having the worm on strings as braids for a POC character, which is kind of similar. If you guys were here earlier in the stream looking at Cherry Lemonade, Cherry incorporated a lot of really fabulous hair texture, but as part of the uniqueness of the design, in a way that wasn't literally just textured hair. We had textured hair, we could tell that it was textured hair, but now we're playing with a really interesting interpretation. It's not just that these are braids, these are worms on string, and they're colorful. We're getting some really fascinating like personality out of them as well. And Puka and I have done a collab before, where I drew Puka with one of their other iterations of this design. Let me see if I can't find it. There we go. So this is the art that I drew of Puka, where they had these really big pigtails made out of the worms on strings, and a lot of really fascinating design elements like these big chunky shoes. And I love getting to see Puka in different ways. Old me and the new me. Yeah, I love getting to see uh, the variation in your ideas and your designs. I think these are really fun. And I just really had a good time drawing you. It gives me some experience drawing some really cool people. So that's really fun. So now we kind of have a similar vibe here. The worms are awesome. I think the worms are such a unique idea. And I really like seeing too, we have this, it's called the jellyfish haircut. We have this really fun curled bang here. And then we have these really cute worms here. Worm on strings. It's hard to see some of the it's hard to see some of the writing. Looks like there's some neck ruffles and things too. I remember this design. Yeah, this is a new version of one of Puka's designs. So I'd really love to see it. Let me I'm so sorry. No, you're okay. I think the design itself is super clear, so we don't have to read too much. Don't worry. I'm only just now learning how to read, so don't worry about it. One of the things that I love is it was a PSD file I sent to my model mama. Oh, ooh, that's exciting. One of the things that I'd love to see is the same thing where we're talking about motif and repeating of a design throughout other areas. Just hammer home the like the trim here. We've done this on a couple different designs, having the trim be the same color in different areas. Hi, Jeannie, how are you? So for example, I'm going to take this off-white color and I'm just going to go back in. Let me actually see if I can't get, hello? There we go. Let me see if I can't get a symmetry tool up. This is a very cozy outfit. I'm getting pajama pants. I'm getting like a big baggy sweatshirt. So what I'm going to do here is usually like pullovers will have like a band around the edge that's more a little bit tighter around the wrist. But we have some areas of some pretty intense blocks of color. We have a lot of solid areas that aren't broken up by anything. So by putting this trim on the edge, not only are we giving it a little bit of like a finishing touch, we're giving it like a cap, but we're also matching the rest of the design here. I'm going to go in and I'm going to take a slightly darker gray here. I'm going to turn it a little bit blue because we already have blue in our design. And I'm just going to go in really, really simply with like that ribbing that's on the edges of some sort of like pullover. And again, we're now just adding visual interest to an already visually interesting design. We're taking up some of that space that's big and empty, and we're just giving it a little bit more of a finality. We're giving it a little bit more going on. I can't not keep saying the word interest, but you know. So now we're also using the same color as these pants, but we have the all three pieces of this top, sleeve 1, sleeve 2, and the torso are finished in the same way. In fact, you can also convey this idea by giving it a little bit more structure. So I'm going to just go in and I'm going to pull these in like this. These big baggy sleeves remind me of number 3 from Codename Kids Next Door. And it really just shows like my hands are being swallowed up by this incredibly large, fun sweater. Just going in. I'm really just simplifying because our sleeve is so wavy. I'm finishing it out. Oops. Hello? I don't want text. I'm That's what I was thinking. Yeah, yeah. So we're just finishing it off with this really simplified version so that the rest of the sleeve can be big and baggy and impactful and like wobbly, and then the cuffs there are just taken in nice and tight, so if you were to scrunch them up they would still kind of hug your arm a little. I didn't want to have to worry about the hands. That's also fair. I think the stars on the pants would look cute on the sleeves. Yeah, that is also something we've done. We've gotten to see, we've had the privilege of seeing a lot of Puka's um lovely clown designs in the past, and really just hammering in the repetition of motifs. Let me kind of I'm going to do something kind of fun. We're going to kind of imply a shadow, but it also kind of looks like teeth, but I'm just implying a shadow here. There we go. That might not be something that you enjoy. That's probably not part of your style, but I just thought it'd be kind of fun. Never thought about that till now. You're so right. Yeah, so we're just our main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. Just kidding. Our main goal is to just make sure that we are um incorporating some of what's already been provided up here down here. So if I show you the before, here's the before and the after. Now we have a little bit, the sleeves don't feel like they go on forever. The sleeves are given a little bit of a finishing touch, which I really like. And I love the stars on the pants. I think the stars on these pants really iron in the fact that these are like pajama pants or sweatpants. And so I don't want to put the stars in too many places, but I think we can get creative with what we're doing here on these sleeves. Again, we want to make sure that we're adding some interest. So let me find a slightly darker red. I don't want the contrast to be super crazy, but I'm going to go in with maybe like a horizontal stripe just to kind of give us a little, maybe even less contrast than that. I'm really not looking for anything crazy. I'm not trying to take the eye too far away. Honestly, we're just filling in some of this empty space. But then we also don't want to pull away too much from the really cool stuff like your hairstyle. So I'll have some things that we can do really quickly to like make the hairstyle stand out and pop off because it's so incredible that the hairstyle is kind of like one of the things that I really want to see more of. I want to absolutely dive into it because it's so incredibly unique and such a fascinating idea that I really want to make sure that it shines. So here is a low contrast stripe. I'm making it lower contrast so it feels a little bit more like a design element and not a here are a bunch of stripes. You know what I mean? So now we've filled this space with stripes, a very subtle kind of stripe. And on this blue here, I'm thinking of something like maybe a polka dot, incorporating all of these really fun patterns because, I mean, when you have a clown, you go big or you go home. And with Puka, we are being given the opportunity with all this beautiful negative space to just kind of fill it in with stuff. And by doing so, we're really just further hammering home too that this character is a clown, and we're just adding some fun and adding some interest. Let me just do a little bit of a spot here. I was also thinking Blue's Clues, yeah. So it's kind of fun the gymnastics that your mind goes through when you literally just added spots to a blue sleeve and your brain's like, oh, that's Blue's Clues. Which isn't too far off of some of the vibes here. There we go. So now here is our before and here is our after. And you can already see now that we just have just that much more interest before, after. We've given these sleeves an end. We've finalized these sleeves. We've filled up some of their negative space and given it a little bit of visual interest, but we kept it very low contrast, so we're not like demanding a ton of attention. Before, after. Having them end makes it feel a little bit more finished. Not only is the fabric literally finished on the edges, but it makes the design feel a little bit more wholesome and complete because we're now taking this here. One thing that I would love to see, we have this middle section here, and I think it'd be really awesome to see it in yellow. And of course, we could see that that kind of conflicts with our little noodles here. So we'd have to adjust some of the color of the noodles to accommodate the change of the shirt. But I think having the shirt be yellow will play off of the one sleeve being red, the one sleeve being blue. So now I'm just going to take this dark blue. Let's do last use symmetry. I'm going to take this dark blue and I'm going to put that back on this worm here. And of course, you could also do like a white worm if you wanted to, or you could do like a lighter blue. So here is a blue worm, and we can still see the base underneath. Maybe this worm is, I see also your sideburns are kind of yellow. That's kind of fun. So we're already getting quite a few ideas here. So if we brought this sleeve up here, we could then make the this worm up here yellow. I know that it's doing symmetry. Hold on, hold on. Let me undo symmetry. Let me take this red. Oops. Take this red. And now we can go back to our last use symmetry and we can make this one yellow. So now it kind of gives us the impression too that those sideburns are a little bit more connected to these yellow worms. And of course, too, there's a lot of options. There's so many things we can do with these worms. I think your style is so strong and specific that I wouldn't want to do too much to these simply because I don't want to infringe on your very unique art style. Again, there's a lot of things that people are making that are very intentional choices, and I don't want to make things that like stomp on someone's style or their personality. That's the last thing I want. All of these things are just huge examples of the uniqueness that you are bringing to the table. So there we go. Before, after, really just keeping it dark in here. And of course, too, this also you could uh change the order that the worms are in. So for example, you could have one side, this could maybe be the red, yellow, blue instead of the yellow, red, blue. There's a lot of different options here. But yeah, so far, just basically making the chest stand out. He's supposed to be like sleepy T vibe. Oh, I love that. Hi, Music Geekery. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Let me stay pulled out. I love that idea. I love the idea of a TV host, especially because knowing you, Puka, that's right on brand. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? I am Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we're doing VTuber design critiques. We actually had so many submissions that I'm gonna have to do a second stream. But welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a fabulous stream. Music Geekery, what were you up to today? I'm excited to see you. I'm excited to meet you. Welcome in, everybody. We are currently working on a design by Flower Boy Puka, which is very clearly a sleepy little clown, and we love that. We're pals with Puka. We love Puka in this house. I like that the red cheeks and the red nose. I think blue or yellow nose could be a fun experiment. It absolutely could. I think because the cheek. Oh, first off, Raiders. If you need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. Streaming's hard. It's been a long day. But what's up? Oh, That raid alert got me corpsing as we were just chatting about those sound effects. We were working on some world bidding for my D&D campaign. I love D&D. Hell yeah, hell yeah. What are you using, a book or are you doing homebrew? Uh but yeah, I love D&D. I need to draw some D&D OCs on stream. And by the way, if you need to raid and run and go take care of yourself, something good to eat, something good to drink, take your meds, stretch, please feel free. But feel free to hang out. We're going to be doing 4 more after this design, so we're going to be on for just a bit longer. But welcome in, everybody. So yeah, I love the red nose is absolutely quintessential for a clown, and I love the cheeks. And it might just be as simple as us changing some of the value so that we can have it read a little bit simpler. And I think too, let's see, taking and I see the sleepiness under the eyes, so I'm gonna try really hard not to get rid of that. We have the mouth here, and so by just getting this lighter, and I think too, removing the outline from the blush, making sure that the blush reads more as like a cream kind of powder rather than like a different item on the face. So let me there we go. I don't want to get rid of how nice and big these cheeks are. So there we go. So now we have a little bit of a difference in value. And I'm even going to go in here too. Maybe add a little bit of this. There we go. So now we can see all of your facial features and we can see the nose, but you still have blush. And in fact, I kind of like this color here, having it. Oh, hold on. Maybe something that goes a little bit more towards purple and just sleepy incarnate right here. There we go. You still have those Gucci. Got them Gucci bags. Yeah, so now there's no question where the worms are beginning and where the face is ending. Actually, something kind of fun that you could do is playing around with some of these stylized shadows and just further making a little bit of distance between the face and the worms. It's very much homebrew. I've gone a bit nuts with it as I'm going into the specifics of languages of different races, constellations, and history of various organizational rights, of succession, everything I can make to be a tangible setting. I think D&D is a rabbit hole of going down your deepest interests and having an absolute blast. I love that. I love that. My bag's hella dough, full of dough. Yeah, they are full of dough. They're Gucci. Um, I had one where the hair on the top of the head, like blended with the worms. Oh yeah, kind of where it goes like dark. I can put that in here. But thank you for the rate. Thank you so much, and also thank you for sharing more about your campaign. I really love when game masters or dungeon masters um have a really good time with the world that they're making. I don't know. I really love it, especially too because I've had some wonderful DMs make some really cool stuff happen for us. So let me let me do something like that. Ooh wee, yeah, that's kind of fun. And then we go back up here. Maybe I do something like, let me take off the stabilization. No, that's not what I wanted. Let me grab this. Maybe we incorporate some texture here. Make it get a little bit more of a like a braid texture, something like that. So it doesn't just look like I did some shadow or something there. So now we have a little bit of that. We have these really cool sideburns too, and I think they conflict a little bit with your really beautiful eyes that you've made. So I'm gonna just push them back a little bit. I don't want to get rid of them. I don't want them to be gone. I just want to make sure that we can see these big sleepy eyes, um, and have it feel a little bit more like the face is rounding out. And again, I don't want to get. I'm being very careful. I don't want to get rid of these features. I'm just trying to push some of these things apart just a little bit more. There we go. There we go. So now your eyes are separated before, after. Some of these features are being pushed further away from one another. I'm going to do something like this. Making sure, and then I might also come back in here and do the same idea with the worms where it kind of blends towards the top um, with a soft brush. Yeah, I really don't want to get rid of the awesome things that you're including. I'm being very careful to not do that because these are all done with such intention. I want to keep that intention. Speaking of, these little star eyebrows are another thing that Puka has done in the past, that I think are really stellar, and pardon the pun. Um, I don't see a lot of people playing with eyebrow shapes too much, and I think it could be kind of cool to have those be little yellow stars, just to just kind of go forth with the theme, and also have them look a little bit different than the rest of the hair. Um, I really like too that I can see it's actually kind of hard to tell, but this is a really deep saturated like navy, a really dark navy color. Um, so let me deselect. I get very faint hints of this hairline here. I want to make sure that I'm keeping that. Okay, so now I'm going to take some of this brilliant blue that you've got, and I'm just going to come in and I'm just going to, oops, too sharp, too sharp. I'm just going to go like this. Maybe just a little bit like this. Um, not trying to reinvent the wheel either. Just trying to, and I'm not trying to change Puka's style either. I think that's one of the things. Puka has such a unique style that I really want to be careful with adding too much of myself into it, because I don't want to get rid of the flavor that Puka adds as the creator and as the artist. Puka's visual identity and choices are really important, and I don't want to get rid of those. So I'm just trying really, really subtly to kind of do a little something in there. Let me make sure that the outlines are still present. There we go. The setting actually came about kind of accidentally. I had three initially connected campaigns, but then because of the third and current one is piracial, or piratical. It's like biracial, but with pirates. um, it resulted in me incorporating the grandson of one of the previous campaign's villains. I figured that I could just start rolling more and more of it together, and now I'm several 100,000 words in. That I love the a world that expands and grows in on itself. I think that's awesome. Let me undo my, actually hold on. There we go. Let me re-add these. I love that. Holy moly. I'll give you a better understanding of why the hotel is there. Oh, it's amazing with the Navy. We're all chatting. Hold on. They're all chatting about the plot. Pie racial, not me thinking about different pies. Yes. We love a good pie. All right, let me do something kind of, this might not be it TM, but let me see if I can't do a little something here. Let me see if I can't do a little something here. Hold on. I'm not trying to do too much. This might not be it, but obviously too you've got, you have some details in here. You have your own line work too, so I don't want to, or maybe whoops, something like this. So having like the underside of the hair have a color of some sort. Maybe the yellow isn't right. But having something on the underside really makes this like flowery petally look kind of stand out. I can just barely see that really pretty hairline that you've kind of put in here. And so just by doing some sort of color on, because you've already established that your sideburns are the, I'll stay by the yellow. The sideburns are also yellow. So by incorporating something like that, yeah, we're kind of bringing it home, TM. And another thing that if you wanted to, you have this really rich skin tone here that we don't get to see very much of, except for your midriff. You have a really pretty shade of this reddish color, like it's almost like clay. It's really pretty, and so part of me wants to reintroduce it into areas like the ears. And of course, I think it's really up to personal preference whether people paint their ears or not. So that's if that's not an intention that you would like to follow. Oh, hold on. There's different earrings on each side. But if that's not something that you want to do, you totally don't have to. But I really love the complexion that your character has, and I really love to see more of it. And then we have these earrings right here. It'll also really hammer home that these sideburns are a transition between the face and the ears. And let me go back to my last use symmetry. We'll do like some sort of ear here, really just solidifies that our sideburns are their own thing, the face is its own thing, and now our face is standing out way more. We could also, if you wanted to investigate doing something where like maybe the makeup doesn't fully reach the top of the face, we can incorporate that in the design. Just have a back and forth of color. I mean the possibilities are endless with a character like this. So if you wanted to incorporate something like that, or even have something like a shape, so maybe the shape is like heart. Maybe you have like a widow's peak here. Uh, Part of something that it reminds me of is in the geisha. When you see geisha makeup, they use a very special brush that is like a half moon shape. It's like a semicircle or a hemisphere kind of shape. It's like flat. Um, and they have to apply their own makeup, so they'll have this very bright white makeup on this round brush. The brush is kind of shaped like this. So these are the bristles of their brush. That's the ferrule, and then there's like a handle here. And so they're putting white paint here. This is where the white paint is. And so you can see this shape here. Actually, when they apply to the back of the neck, this half circle shape actually is part of the very, very intentional shape of the makeup on the back of their neck. So you could incorporate that into the head, and that way too, the yellow of your bangs is standing up off of the dark complexion of the skin, and then the white gets to stand out as its own shape. Let me go to really quickly. I want to find that geisha makeup. Yeah, so here is a really easy to see example of this. See this? The way that they paint the back of the neck, you can see the shape of that brush. And not all of the brushes are that shape, but you can kind of see there is a very intentional shape to the skin that they've left bare underneath. And I can imagine that this was original, and I don't know, so I'm not a historian on this at all, but I can imagine that this was because they could only reach a certain spot. And instead of trying to get white paint in the hairline and struggling to paint the back of their own neck, making these very intentional shapes and strokes might have been a way to incorporate the trying to keep their hairline clean and making it easier to paint with something that's very beautiful and intentional. So I think it's really, really cool to see people using face paint as an extension of design. So yeah, so something like this where, keeping that hairline very pale, but then bringing back some of your really nice deep skin tone is just utilizing not only the paint to its fullest potential, but also utilizing your beautiful skin to its fullest potential. There's so much contrast here. So by pulling the ears back and doing a little bit of something here, you might be able to kind of like play around. I see that there's a star shape to your hairline as well, which is really cool. Really just another repeat of motif after motif after motif. And that's really fun. Every time I sit my kids to I really enjoy seeing your kids, Puka. I really enjoy them. I get too carried away actually with loving and enjoying people's designs. I have to I have to like pull myself back. I have to pull myself back. Yeah, give them food, water, and safety. Send them to school. Yeah. I just really enjoy one that people feel comfortable enough to share their designs with me, but also I just really enjoy um getting to see what you make and your ideas. And again, this is me really just having fun. Um I like when you send them to the auntie's house, they come home with a new wardrobe. A bunch of candy. My kids are spoiled when they go to Auntie Mandy. I love that I've now gotten, some honorary children. I get so inspired to draw whenever I watch your streams, I feel invigorated. That's so sweet of you to say. That's so nice of you to say. That's literally all I could hope for. That is all I could hope for. All right. So now, Puka, I've incorporated the idea of having the ruffle cuff by making or the ruff rather, with making this big exaggerated collar here. And now we're making sure that it matches the other areas of your shirt. But now there is a lot simpler design language right here. Let me turn this off. So we can tell where your neck is, we can tell where the braids are, and we can tell that the middle of the shirt here is yellow and that the sleeves are blue and red. So here is the before and the after. We're really framing your face in a little bit of darkness, so it's a bit more easy for us to see where your face begins and where everything else ends. Before, it just like kind of lifts everything up, if that makes sense. Our eyes go from here to here, from down here to up here, but we haven't lost these really fascinating braids that you have very intentionally made into these sweet little worms. Before, after. Yeah, it really has framed the face in a whole new way. We really see your eyes. We really see uh the face so much more here. Um, and yeah, I love the stars on the pants. I love these fluffy slippers. In fact, the only thing I would change on these little fluffy slippers, watch this. The only thing I would change on these little fluffy slippers would be to make them also worm on a string. Just also make them a little worm on a string is all I ask. There we go. I love that you've included faces on your shoes before. So I think it's really fun to have a little bit more of that, especially because it's something that you've done before. There we go. Maybe have a little bit of there, a little bit of something different. So yeah, we're making sure that, and of course you could probably draw it better than I did, those little guys. It's not Neo, this is Puka. Neo did submit some designs that we'll be getting to possibly next week. I don't know. We're gonna be doing 4 more after this one. Let me double check. Hold on. Yeah, 4 more after this one. And then I had so many submissions. that I'll have to do the rest next Sunday. So if you guys end up not having your submissions looked at by tonight, then I'll definitely be looking at them next week. Last thing I'm gonna do, and then I'll have to pull myself away. I just get so excited with clowns. I just get so excited with clowns. So is adding a bit more of this blue here. Keeping the bags under the eyes, but maybe just kind of lighten that up. Maybe lighten that up a little bit. There we go. Meh. Hold on. Just trying to get a little bit more of that blue uh and avoid too much of an additional color. So here is that before, after. Yeah. Now the shape of the eye is really, really standing out. Here's our before, after. Yeah, I just get carried away with clowns. I had such a good time with my clown design. I actually, if you guys haven't seen, I have a rodeo clown design. If you're new around here, let me go to, where is it? Where would that be? Herm. I have a okay. Yeah, where would that be? I gotta find it. Work with hmm. What would it be called too? Oh boy, gamers. Oh boy, gamers. I don't know. Oh, is this it? No, this is it. Well, this is actually okay, so this is an illustration. But I have a model that I did recently, a PNG model that I did with an updated version of this design. Let me try to find it again. Oh my god. I'm on X Games mode. I'm just trying to find my clown. I have so many files. I need to go through and clean up my files, guys. I gotta clean up my files for real. And I'm trying to remember, would it be in events? Art? Events? Maybe not. Oh man, I'm trying to model sketches. Oh, hold on. Hi, how are you? Oh, okay, so these are my Kingdom Hearts outfits. Hold on. Oh my god, we're almost there. I have a rodeo clown outfit that I made based off of that Kingdom Hearts art. Kingdom Arts, if you will. And I don't know where it is. There's so much. Let's see. Let's see. Whip. Okay, okay. Hopefully. Hmm. Hmm. Model storage. Miscellaneous. Hold on, hold on. I promise, I promise. I believe in you. Thank you. I believe in myself, hopefully. I have a rodeo, but I'm trying to find the gosh dang file for it so that I can show it to you. Found it. Nope, that's not it. Well, I mean, this was the old model. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Hold on. Hello? Where? It's got to be here somewhere. Because if I brought it in, it would all just be pieces. It would just be pieces. And I don't want you guys to have just pieces of the I want you to. Hello? Man, where is this thing? Hello? Whole clown of car Mandys? Well, yeah, so I've got all the pieces, but where in the Sam heck is the actual thing? And I don't want you guys to have to wait for me too long. I'm just over here trying to figure out where it is. Let me do a file search. Rodeo? Is that a It's a folder. Open file location. Okay, so that's the same one that I found. Page. Let me see. 1%. Oh my gosh, congratulations, yikes. Congratulations on being 1% cringe. You're gonna get a special role in the Discord. Anyway. Anyway. I might just have to pull the outfit up if I can't freaking find it. If I can't even freaking find it, I might as well open it. There it is. There it is. Here we go. I should have just done this the whole time. I should have done this the whole time. All right, hold on. Let me show you a little bit of what I got going on. Ah, my legs. Hold on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god. Change. Anyway, here's what I got going on. There's my clown outfit, my clown fit, if you will. Was it worth it? I don't think so. I don't think it was worth it for you guys to have to wait for me, but you know. Zoop. So here's the outfit. Same design, just updated. A little silly. I got my sparkly hat and I got my sparkly boots. I had a really good time making these big chunky motherfuckers. And you can also see all these tassels. Each one of them is separated individually so that they could all wiggle around. Anyway, that's just another fun little fun. I also did this because I really wanted to have a standing PNG model. I thought it was really fun. Okay. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Anyway, thanks for letting me go down my deep dive. I love clown stuff. So I really appreciate you letting me go to town on your clown. Thank you again for submitting your lovely art as well. No more yeehaw, Mandy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I'm so sorry. Yeah, I definitely will have a live 2D clown model eventually. So yeah, so really my version is on the right and Puka's is on the left. I really wanted to make sure that I wasn't erasing any part of Puka, especially the things that are very packed with intention. I mean, every bit of the design is packed with intention. But now the face is made a bit clearer. We are framing that face with a bunch of darker values so that the lighter values in the center are made a little bit easier to see. We've also made sure that these sleeves are full of aspects that are interesting, but they're not taking away the focus from what's really important, which are these little worms on a string and Puka's face. So we have like a big stripe, we have some big dots. Uh, Something ugly happened to this here. Let me fix that. Oops. What happened here? Who did that to you? Fix it. There we go. So yeah, we have some really awesome stuff here that I didn't want to get rid of. So now we're just kind of putting some twist on some of these ideas that Puka already had. Um, and yeah, and then also adding a little worm on string on the little shoes. I can imagine that these also squeak, which is really exciting. But yeah, and then also these blue highlights here. If you want to have that be curlier or whether or not you want it to be straighter, that's totally up to you. It does look like it's still got some wave, it's got some curl to it, but it just kind of breaks up another like solid dark shape. Holding this close to my heart, oh, that means that's so special. That means so much to me. I see also too that you've got this really fabulous look in the eye too. You have a lot of really good um you have a lot of really good shape language, and so I'm trying so hard to make sure that the integrity of the shape language that you've chosen it remains. Because I can go back and forth all day doing whatever, but really just making sure that I don't get rid of the puka in this by just being like, oh, you should change this and fix this and whatever. There we go. Very subtle actually, but I just put a little bit of blue in the eyes here. Yeah, a little bit of. I can't wait to see the model itself. I bet it's so fucking stunning. I bet it's awesome. So thank you so much for submitting your clown not once, not twice, but 3 times or more already, for me to put my dirty little hands on. I love your characters, Puka, and I really like your art. So thank you again for sharing it with us. Okay. Okie dokie. Thank you so much for showing my clown my kids love. Oh yeah, of course. Let's go on to the next one, shall we? Oh, I gotta go back to work with art critique. Okay. The next one is a design by Jay's GT. Once, twice, 3 times a clowny. Honorary clown. I would love to see what Trex's interpretation Trex is my model parent. I would love to see their interpretation of my design. We have, let's see, after Puka, we have 4 more. Upcoming, we have Jay's GT, Lifted Pixel, Little Devil Jace, and Lord Generic. So those will be our next 4. And then the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The next 15 will actually be on Sunday, next Sunday. So, this is a design by Jays, and Jays actually sent in several designs, but I chose one that I thought had a lot to talk about. So I'm excited to talk about this design. Submitted so many that we don't need to go in depth. I will not feel left out. Oh yes, I when people submit multiples, I will usually only choose one to talk about. And so I chose this character because I really like the idea of incorporating like beastly features into something that is meant to be very polished and put together. I think the most obvious comparison is like Beauty and the Beast, which doesn't seem to fit this character. I love that there's a lot of emphasis on these teeth and the civility. This character is dressed very nicely. Their hair is very well put together, but they have these beastly features that give us like a cool contrast to their story. We're very curious about what this character has to offer, and we want to know more about this character simply by having very dapper clothing, but a very beastly looking kind of face. Happy this is the one you picked? Oh, yeah, this one looks great. Welcome in, welcome in. Um, so, am I at Y? Let me see. Yikes. Let me see. Yours actually said Zoomerical, so it's an X, but yes, yours is at the end. I'm doing alphabetical order. There's also Beast from X-Men, very classy despite looking like a mutated gorilla. Yeah, so I really like the idea too. I think a lot of people kind of pull away from incorporating fur all over a character. And one of the reasons why is that a lot of people fur is very hard to draw. Hair is already hard to draw. So having fur and hair all over is very intimidating. I can definitely see. I forgot to change it when I rebranded. That's okay. That's okay. It has your logo on it. Um so anyway, so this character I really enjoy the like I mentioned earlier, taking risks. When you're making designs for characters, what's going to make them stand out, especially if it's a VTubing model, is taking risks. And making a character that is covered in fur is a really good way to take a risk. You're trying something not only that has significance to you, but is different than a lot of the other characters that we might be seeing. And it's your own lens, your own interpretation that we're getting of this character. One of the things that also makes covering a character in fur very difficult is that lack of contrast that we've been talking about for a lot of the other designs. If I were to take let's see, I'm going to take a mid-tone gray and I am going to slap it over. We can see here that our character is living in this realm of this very dark side. So there are some characters that were very like middle of the range. Some characters are drawn very light. And this character is actually living very much in a darker color scheme, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. We have really clear contrast on very important facial features. The eyes, we can see those really well. The fangs, we can see those really well too. So these things that are supposed to stand out are definitely standing out. But how can we make these features easier to read either through the way that we're rendering it, so how we're shading this, or adding some alternate colors and patterning and something else to kind of pull this character into a little bit more depth for a character that doesn't need a lot of complexity. This is another simple design that doesn't need to be overcomplicated. So I'm going to pay very close attention to not overcomplicating this character and not pulling them away from what the intended function is, what the intended vibe is for this character. The fur was so hard. I'm used to drawing more humanoid types. Absolutely. Yeah, I think the fur, like the hair here, is very specifically coiffed. There's intention behind this hair being brushed and put together. There's a very clean cut beard. So yeah, it's definitely reading like this character's covered in fur, and the hair seems very well taken care of, which also aligns with the tailored suit that this character is wearing and this very neat bow tie. So one of the first things that I'm going to do is I'm going to start introducing more areas of contrast. One of the things that I will start to do, we can see that our eyes are very similar in tone and value to our hair, and just ever so slightly darker than the rest of the face. So what we can do is we can either make those eyes really, really dark or make those eyes pretty light, and that will help push them up off of the face. So let me make a symmetry here. And I like the idea of keeping the color palette really simple. Actually, it doesn't look like symmetry is going to work here. That's okay. So what I'm going to do is I really like this blue. I'm going to start bringing in lighter shades of this blue um, that are still a little bit more realistic. This character seems more grounded in reality than they would be made into like a fantastical sense. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So I'm gonna just start. I'm actually just gonna get rid of the pupil for a little bit. I'm gonna start by making this character's eye a little bit lighter, and I'm just gonna go in with a darker blue. Gonna Another thing that I also recommend with a character that has features that could be conceived as a bit more scary, if horror isn't what you're going for, which this character feels very dignified and dapper. This character seems to be very intended to be a welcoming, if not a little bit of a stern presence, but not a scary presence. One of the things I would recommend doing is making the pupils larger so that it doesn't necessarily feel like this character is um, honed in on us with such a fine pupil. Hi guys, welcome in. He's a narrator. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, this character seems very put together, very very official. And so I think too one of the vibes that I got was like a butler character. And so having a narrator, having a storyteller, I think having them dressed like this and having them kind of have this vibe is really fitting. I'm going to go in with a little bit of this dark color here too. And I am going to just kind of, oops, kind of darken this back up. I don't want the contrast to be so crazy, but I'm really just trying to make sure that I'm bringing some light into this eye. So already you can kind of see the difference between these two eyes, and I can come back in with a little bit of a lighter color right down here. Really just trying to hammer that home. And I'm just going to copy this, copy paste. Ew. Give it a second. Trust the process. Trust the process. There we go. And I'm going to go back in and I want to make sure. Another area of contrast is thickening up these eyelashes. Just the upper lid. They don't have to be voluptuous. They don't have to be super super dramatic. But by offering a little bit more of a lash line to this character, we are really just anchoring that eye on the face. We don't have to do anything crazy. I'm not trying to give them mascara. Not trying to make it look like it's makeup. We're just kind of offering a little bit more contrast. So here is our before and our after. We've added a little bit of vibrancy. We've also lightened up before, after. See how much lighter they are down there? Another thing that can really push a character to having a little bit more of a friendly appearance is by having a bit of a highlight in the eye. Of course, highlights can be incredibly stylized. They don't have to be really big. They don't have to be crisp. They can be soft. They can have a shape. But this character feels very grounded in reality. So I don't want to push the features too far into the fantastical and the cartoony. This character seems like they're meant to represent a more realistic type of character. So I'm not going to try to stylize them so much so that we're losing the realism that this character provides. Oops. And I'm just adding a little bit more here, almost implying like a crease to the eye. And so now we have a character that went from this to this, and now we have a lot more personality in the eye. One thing that I also recommend is just ever so slightly. The gaze looks like it's turned away from us. If I move this eye in just a bit, the gaze will now be turned toward us. It's really subtle. A lot of this stuff, especially with the design that's very successful, like this design, this character reads how I am interpreting this character should read. If you're saying this character is a narrator, I believe that. Seeing that, this design 100% hammers home very quickly, very simply who this character is. And by just doing small stuff like changing how far that one eye came across, now this character is looking at us. Before, after, we've just added a little bit more vibrancy there, and a little bit more contrast. So before, after, we've added a little bit more interest, and I'm really trying not to take away also the artist's integrity either. I don't want to change the style. I mentioned this with Puka. I'm not trying to change your style, and I'm not trying to change the intention behind these characters. Some other stuff that I think could help, we have a lot of this really pretty shade of brown. So instead of adding a bunch of different color, I'm going to see where I can add some shadow to really bring certain features of this character to light. Um, Let me do a clipping mask, multiply. I'm going to do 60%, and I'm going to take a really dark brown, and I'm just going to come in and I'm going to push this further back. And I'm going to invert that, and I'm just going to do the same to the side of the face here. Now I'm going to do that here. Just don't want to, we're going to do a little bit here. Push some of that back. Same with this. Gonna go back here and just kind of push certain things forward and pull them back. So already with this really quick layer, here's our before and our after. We're now framing this face just a little bit more with doing very little. Again, not trying to change too much of the intention behind this character either. Uh, that's actually the model I used to DM. Oh, that's fun. I like that idea. He's from the all-powerful storyteller, or he's a form that the all-powerful storyteller, me, uses to greet the in-game characters, a form understandable to beings in the fantasy world. He is my ground, the in-between myself and whatever characters my players cook up whenever I need to intervene in the game. I really enjoy that. I like the idea of personifying a DM and their presence. I think that's a really creative idea. I think it's really cool. So yeah, so here, and I see also too from context clues that your artist is here with you. So I'm really excited that both of you guys are here. Really simple change before, after. Really, really easy, really simple thing that just pushes that face forward. In fact, I'm just gonna do a little bit of it here to the sides of the beard. Uh, and other areas like where areas of the hair are folding over. So I'm just gonna go in really quickly to areas like this, and I'm just kind of making sure that I'm just selecting whatever here, and I'm gonna just darken that up. Oh yeah, I love the idea of a bugbear, the bugbearator. So now, we when we started this, we had a character that had a bit too much of the same tone everywhere. And but a character that was very easy to understand. Like I don't think we really had any questions about this character being a proper furry person. So now, by adding some of this contrast, we can really see where the chin falls, where these ears fall, where the hair is overlapping, before, after, and even now, before, after. And if I do this, we have a lot more variety. We have some darker areas. We have some lighter areas. I'm the artist. I appreciate all the feedback. I'm taking notes. Absolutely. Yeah. I think the strength, you have a strength in having this character really hammering home that they are a official type of person. I really like this hair style that you have. And I think the fur reads really well. These are all really tiny things that just, bam, just adding a little. And this was actually, if you're interested, this is just a dark reddish brown color set to multiply at 60% opacity. So once you're finished with art, if you're thinking, okay, I kind of want to push the chin a little farther away from the rest, I want to push this ear underneath this hair, just go and select and kind of clip it in, and it makes it super easy. Yeah, this is really fun. Uh, and then if you wanted to create some more variety, some more contrast, you could go in with maybe the brow area here too, and give that a little bit more of a little bit of a get a little bit of that in there. I'm gonna go in with a eraser because it's kind of incorporated in the rest of the fur. So I don't want to like do too much. My main focus is making sure that we have contrast, and especially around facial features that make characters really recognizable. So around the eyes and the mouth, those are going to be really imperative to have um, to make a character super recognizable. All this extra stuff you don't have to worry about this. I'm just going in and adding a slight variation to how light or how dark something is, just to kind of give a little bit more. So something like this, really, really subtle. You don't have to go too crazy with it. But by introducing some slight variation, even if you don't want to render it super realistically, right? Like realism isn't necessarily the end all be all of like making good art. Really just making sure that the ideas that you're putting forward are reading. So I'm going to just add a little bit of light. If you're interested in learning more about getting contrast, having lights meet darks is one of the easiest ways you can make things a little bit easier to see. So I just added a little bit of light here to the middle, a little bit there to the corners, the corners of the eyes. Um, Depending on your style, sometimes people like to make the noses lighter, sometimes people like to make their noses darker. But in the end, no matter what you choose, um, it's really just about having some different value to help push some of these things. So if you wanted it to look a little bit more realistic, you could lighten up the nose, or if you're interested in making it look a little bit more stylized, I might do something like a little bit like a reddish brown right here and really just darken up that area of the nose. Introduce a slightly different color as well. So now we have a little bit of a reddish brown. We can also incorporate a little bit of that reddish brown here on the sides. No, this character isn't going to be blushing at all, but we're just kind of offering up a little bit of variation in the same tone of brown, and without trying to make it look like realistic rendering. You know what I mean? So maybe around the lips, we have a little bit of warmth where the lips are meeting the rest of the fur, just kind of pushing them in and out of the rest of this brown that we're using, and some small stuff like adding some really crisp highlights onto these very uh, demure metal frames here. Just really pushing them off of the rest of the face. Really just hammering home that these are really fine metal glasses. I think that also speaks to this person's character, where they have these very dainty glasses and they aren't broken. They are put together. They're very well taken care of. And I think all of this just goes to show that this person is very careful. With how much Jay's flirts with us, the party, the blush makes sense. No leaking my secrets. Highlights on the teeth would be cool too. Yeah, absolutely. You could just do a little bit. There's actually, you can kind of see there is a highlight here. It's very subtle, so I'm just gonna go right over the same highlight that you already made. I'm not gonna do too much. Very subtle. We could darken, and I'm using a little bit of like a peachy color. We could just follow up with something like this. Very subtle. I'm not trying to do anything crazy. So yeah, very, very nice. Here's our before and our after. We're really just making these eyes pop, giving contrast, darks against lights, and it'll just pop stuff right out. And I see that you're not doing a lot of shading, you're not doing a lot of highlighting, which is definitely not a bad thing. In fact, there's merit to that as a stylistic choice. So I'm trying really hard not to make trying really hard not to make too many like drastic highlights and really really punchy darks. I'm trying to make some of these things fall forward and back so that the work that you've done is just really clear. The one thing I will add selfishly is some highlights on this bow tie. This you don't have to take any of this stuff. By the way, for the folks that are new in here, I always aim to make people feel that their stylistic choices are valid, and that they feel encouraged by their art and this critique, not discouraged. You and your art are really important and worthwhile. And the last thing I want is for you to feel discouraged by some person on the internet, you know? And most of the time, the stuff that I do is because I get carried away with all of the cool ideas that you guys have. I really just like to look at the stuff that you guys make, and I feel really inspired when you guys show me your work. I get really excited about it, and yeah, let me just make this look a little less pink, huh? Darken that up. There we go. I just really wanted to put a highlight on the bow tie. That's not a that's not a critique. Okay, so now here we have our after and our before. So we have a little bit of the inner eye that's just a bit lighter. We see that bridge of the nose with very little, just very soft gradient. We're pushing some of these areas of the hair backward, and especially like the chin right here, without having to change the color at all. We didn't have to add a bunch of unnecessary design to this character. There's no frills. We're really just using contrast to help us. The contrast is always something that I've struggled with in my art, so I genuinely really do appreciate all of this. We'll definitely be using it going forward. That's exciting. And yeah, getting contrast in a piece is really hard. I definitely recommend this is a mid-tone gray that I did a bucket tool, just put the gray here and I set it to the color blending mode. And by doing that, I can really clearly see all of my values. I can see those bright whites, I can see those dark darks, and I can kind of see here's the before. We can see that there's a lot here that's falling into some of the same tone. And now we've just pushed the bright brights and we've pulled some of those dark darks. And now all together, we can see some of these really nice shapes that you've made, just a little bit easier. But yeah, this was a really fun character, a really fun piece. And I'm really excited that I got to work with this. Again, if you guys requested to have these images sent to you after, I will be emailing those. So let me get this made. Hi, welcome in. Hello. Oh my gosh, 2 raids, what the heck? Oh my gosh, a peak raid, welcome raiders, how are you? Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Hold on. We're just finishing this critique here. We have a couple more left to do. Welcome, Raiders. Were you guys coming in together? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandy Quinn, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. How are you? Hi, everybody. Song slaps. Let's go. Welcome in. We're doing some art critiques for VTuber designs. We're here playing Peak. I hope you guys had a good time. Welcome, Raiders, to both of you. Thank you so much. I'll make sure that you get your proper shout out. I have a little bit of a time limit between shout outs, but welcome in everybody. And I'm really excited to see you. How is Peak? I've been binging Peak with my friends. I've been playing Peak with my friends. I actually just made it to the Peak myself yesterday. So, for the first time, I made it twice while my friends were literally, carrying my spirit with them, but last night was the first time that I got to make it to the peak, and I'm really excited about it. It was so much fun. I'm so happy to hear that. Welcome, Raiders. Mhm. I'll take a sip of my water. Oh, we haven't made it yet. You'll get there. It's hard. Yesterday's tropical area was very, very difficult. Like I don't know why it was so hard. But it was very difficult. I hope you guys had a wonderful time and welcome Raiders. If you guys don't already know me, like I said, I'm an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. And your cyber liaison to the digital mall. I'm a little mall mannequin, and today we're doing VTuber design critiques. We usually just do art critiques, but people were very interested in sharing their designs, and I was very interested in seeing them. However, people were so interested that I got so many design requests that I'm actually gonna have to split this up till tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, sorry. I'm gonna have to split this up to next week. Sorry. It was so hard. We got stuck there a lot yesterday. Yeah, I had to go through it 3 times. So, yeah, no, Peak is really fun. If you guys haven't played Peak, it's really fun. It's a good time. It's a good time. Thank you guys for the raids. If you need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. We have, I believe, 4 more left that we're going to be doing tonight, and the rest we're going to be doing on Sunday of next week. And yeah, so welcome in everybody. Mall Access Network and Digital Interface. That's me, but that's a little bit of a mouthful. That's a little bit of a mouthful. Thank you so much again for the raids, everybody, and welcome in. This is a character for Jay's GT that we just finished doing critique for. Here is the before and here is the after. Really just did some small tweaks to some contrast and brightening up the eyes to really get this character a little bit more of a shine. But I really enjoyed this character. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. We're going to be heading to the next submission. I talk a mile a minute. I'm sorry about that. We're going to the next submission, which is Lifted Pixel, aka Jessica Pixel. Let me get your files open. I think we're gonna see some similarity between some of these ideas that we've already seen. If you've been at the stream all for the entire stream so far, you're gonna see some fun extras that are reminiscent of some other characters that we've seen. So we can see here that Jessica has these really fabulous glasses here that are giving the same, very similar to Doran, who had like a digital pixel visor, except for these are meant to look like not only glasses, but they are also meant to look like little windows. I love that there is a special detail here of the Mac window OS and the PC Windows. So we have Mac, Macintosh, and Windows represented. And we also have this really fabulous little chain here. I love how expressive you're getting with these eyes here, and I think they're a really important piece of the design. They bring a lot of balance to the face. Um, they bring a lot of personality and a lot of really unique energy. Whereas when we turn that off, the eyes are actually so small here on the base of the character that the hair and all of these really awesome accessories end up overwhelming them. But with these glasses on, these glasses end up really helping get the expression and the eyes to us, the viewers. I really feel like when I added the glasses, it made me Jessica Pixel. Yeah, these are fabulous glasses. In fact, I really, really hope that these glasses stay with you because they're so special. And I think they really just balance out how large the hair is. And of course, too, working with 3D, having eyes behind the glasses makes it a little bit more difficult to have this like toony style glasses thing. But honestly, I'm really seeing the glasses before anything else, and they're stellar. I really enjoy them. There's so much personality there. I really enjoy them. Yeah, they're so big tech fun challenge. Yeah, absolutely. With 3D, there's a bunch of technical challenges, and I think these glasses are a really fun way to use this technology, especially having a little bit more expression and a little bit more playfulness than what a 3D model might have been able to get you in the first place. So I think this is a wonderful idea. Um, Going with the overall outfit, I really enjoy the color scheme. Again, guys, if you guys have been hanging out here for the stream, this is going to be a very familiar color palette. Jessica has been using um, a primary color scheme, but everything is kind of soft. It's more like pastel. It's got a little bit of this like neon, very retro 80s, 90s. We see, actually, remember we mentioned the Memphis print. We can see this Memphis print on the shoulders of excuse me, of the shirt, and we can see a little bit of a Memphis right here. So yeah, we have these again. This is the primary color scheme, and you guys also recognize it as CMYK, which is also giving us a very digital character, digital color palette. Because for those of you that don't know, CMYK are the colors used for printing. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and K stands for black. Um, so we have all of those colors present. So we're kind of being given this like digital fun, but also again a very common palette, and for good reason. It looks good and we like it. It's got this fun, playful, almost like this bubblegum sweetness to it. And I like the amount of layering you have on this character. The texture's animated in 3D, so it scrolls top to bottom. That's fun, or bottom to top slowly. I love that. Yeah, utilizing it's just another example of utilizing a different program based on ideas for your character that help hammer home parts of their character. So, for example, Doran was the other 3D model that we had from this critique. And like Doran, Jessica being in 3D helps solidify some of the personality and some of the vibe and the energy that this character is putting forward. And if they weren't 3D, some of that might be different. It's kind of like when a book is made into a movie. There are changes, of course, made for accommodating the actors. Like, for example, in Harry Potter, um, Daniel Radcliffe's eyes weren't green like Harry's because Daniel actually had an allergic reaction to the contact lenses. So, a
Drink
detail.
water or else.
Thank you. Hi, welcome in. So a detail like that is something that someone might find strange that was changed, but in reality there was very practical use for it. But also there's a lot of timeline and narrative things that have to change to fit a large book into the scale of a smaller runtime for like a movie or some sort. A book might have 50 hours of readable time, whereas a film only has like an hour and a half to really capture. And so using the media that you're given to its strengths, so Jessica explaining how these patterns actually move is something that you can do in live 2D, but it's something very interesting for a 3D model to
Have
also
a bit.
incorporate. Thank you for the bit. It does the chowder texture, which people have called it. Yeah, so where you're moving over a static texture. I really love that. Texture stays still when the character moves. The layers are another fun challenge. Absolutely, yeah. So that's something that I've seen with live 2D models. But incorporating it into a 3D model is a fun, interesting challenge, and the fact that you've incorporated it just further showcases that you're utilizing your tools and your models medium to the best and brightest. So that's really exciting. Again, these glasses are such a fun and interesting interpretation. You've made it so personal and so unique. Another person, another VTuber that has something similar but is actually very different is Ray Spark. Rayspark has some lovely digital glasses that have these adorable, almost emoji expressions on them. because they're very integrated with being digital and being made of computer parts, and but they're done very differently than these here. So I love seeing your interpretation of a similar idea, because it's very unique to you, and also having that very special detail of having a Mac window versus a Windows window. Reasons why certain books shouldn't be adapted into singular movies. There's way too much to cover. Exactly, exactly. So yeah, so I really love the personality that you've brought to the table, especially too. You've made intentional decisions to incorporate some interesting shapes and some really fun layering to all of these things in a 3D model. They're more of a challenge for you to incorporate them, but you've done it anyway. Um, Fruitsy Collins is another person with glasses. Oh, yes, and Roshan. We love Roshan, and I think Roshan's stellar. I love Roshan. No pun for the space, the space themed VTuber. And Fruitsy Collins, which is another 3D. Both of them have 3D models. Fruitsy is a game developer as well. Very unique. And if you are hanging out in Fruitsy Collins streams at all, they have a chat integrated game that they've made themselves. So really awesome creators. I highly recommend if you are making a design that you find VTubers that are doing things that are similar and think about what part of that you really enjoy. What about that stands out to you? And how do you want to put your spin on it? Because it's your own interpretation, it's your own vibe that you're going for and your own story that you're telling, and so it's okay to have things that are similar. I think we've gotten kind of in the weeds with people fearing that they're going to make a very similar design. For example, there are some whale VTubers, and there was some controversy about a year or two ago where there were some design decisions that were questioned as being like mimicry. But in reality, there are so few ways that you can make a literal whale tail look like anything other than a whale tail. You know what I mean? So some of these ideas can be very similar, but it's the package that you put together and your own flavor and interpretation that make them special and make them yours. So uh, don't worry so much about having the similar idea to somebody else, because what you bring to the table is yourself. Um, and again, it's okay to take risks. So, for example, you took risks by having these glasses have two different windows, and then you're also doing some technologically interesting things here. It looks like there's like a holographic shader here. There's some glitchiness. There's this chain here. These are fun design risks that are just extra bits of flavor. And I really enjoy this. I really enjoy what you've done here. I think those glasses are stellar. And I think the rest of the outfit plays so well with them. I like that you've incorporated these strap elements to kind of break up some of these larger shapes. We have some different materials here with these buckles. I do like that you have like a little pocket that seems like it's special. It's made specially for this one little piece of technology here. I like the asymmetry as well of your necklace. It's so hard to photograph these high res from Unity. Oh yeah, Unity is definitely its own beast. Who we talking about now? This is Lifted Pixel, aka Jessica Pixel. I turned back in. I tuned back in. Yes, yeah. So this is such a fun design. Um, they've got the M Tune shader. I currently work in games, but I don't work in Unity. I have coworkers that work in Unity, and whenever I see them open Unity, I fear for my life. I Unity is its own beast, and for any of you guys that work in it and actively choose to return to it, is wow. My coworker complaining that Unity crashes like a motherfucker, and I'm just over here with Photoshop like, yeah, uh-huh. When it comes to Blender and Unity, I know just enough to get by. Yeah, it's a lot of information. Absolutely. So yeah, I love there's a big variety of texture. There's a big variety in color, but it's all in a very succinct, strong color palette. And you have a lot of contrast. Something that we've been talking about so far is having contrast. So if I put this gray over here and I do color, we can see here, and let me see if I can't put like a, okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, it's actually pretty good. All right, hold on. The edges might be a little messy, so forgive me. So here, if we do this, we can see there's a lot of contrast. The hair and the skin have some darker tones. And then we have areas of lighter tones to help balance that. And of course, we have this really cool pattern. Oh, I see that some of that's gotten kind of wonked. Let me undo that. There we go. I use Unity to make games. It's a tool I'm really familiar with, and when you get familiar with it, it can be pretty awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. I mean, I learned it to upload VR chat, but so buh. I do get it being overwhelming, yeah. The pocket's just for the pet, and it's always there, with the hoodie down, the underpants image not included. Oh, yes, yeah, you also submitted a hoodie. I just wanted to talk about, this one. Let me actually snooze my ads real quick. Um, so one of the things that I really like is you have a good balance of contrast, you have a really strong color palette, and your idea you've limited these high, density patterns to very specific little areas. So we're not being bombarded with them. And you've also taken this really crazy pattern and softened its intensity by putting an overlayer over top of it. So we're just being given hints of these patterns, and you're giving us large areas of solid or less intrusive color to break that up. So that's really strong. I don't really think I would change anything really about this design. The one thing I think is that I think some of the proportions could be just a bit stronger. I think with the glasses for the face, the hair being so large, the glasses end up evening out the face. So the face feels way more balanced with the glasses than it does without. I sent the detail shot of the thigh area. I was wondering what I can do to make it read easier. The thighs here, I think this area, it reads super well. I love that you have the old style pointer. I think this works well. They look not only like garter belts, but they also have, the garter here. I think it reads super well. Was there anything specifically about it that you're not enjoying? Because I think these look great. In fact, if you wanted to incorporate this motif anywhere else, I think that would be awesome. So if you wanted to do like an armband or like a belt that had the same situation on it, I think that'd be really cool. So one of the things that I really like is that I can see that your character's waist and hips are a bit wider, so we have a little bit more of a shape to the body, and I think some of the proportions could be changed to give you a little bit more balance to that. Of course, everybody's body type is different, so take this with a grain of the shot under. I was wondering what to do about the lace and more accessories. Okay, let me double check real quick. I tried to really keep it back to only necessary images because, again, there were so many. But let me make sure that I am getting your. Hello? Where is it? And I'm so sorry. I know that it's somewhere. Hello? I'm trying to find it. There it is. Okay, hold on. Trying to find the area where I click individual. There we go. Making sure that I don't lose you. Oh my gosh, so many submissions. I don't know why I thought that I could get through all this. There we go. All right, let me get your picture. Nope. Okay, I see. Okay, let me download this. Actually, can I just copy? No. Hopefully it downloaded. Hi Chroma, how are you? I included the hoodie and leg warmers as well since they add a lot of shape to it. Yeah, the hoodie is a very special, like unique situation. I just chose this one just because it was a little bit easier to just choose one outfit rather than multiples. Downloads. Dang it. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. It didn't download. This is why I'm like, I try to make sure that I have all the stuff. There we go. All right, so let me copy this image. Okay, I have it. And let me So here is the, oh boy. Hello? No! Come on. The technology doesn't want to work with me today. There we go. Okay. So, one thing that I would recommend, the lace that you have here, I think is a bit too classic for the rest of the outfit. You have a lot of very modern pop ideas here. We have like these fishnets read very like techno raver. The colors are super vibrant. You have a lot of clean lines and a lot of very plastic. You know, you have a mixed media. You have metal, you have plastic, you've got fabric, and the lace here I think is a bit too um classic, historical, compared to the rest of you. I think you could honestly just a ruffle of and the pan color isn't on purpose, it's just a good color scheme. Yeah, it's the primary color scheme, so it is a strong color scheme. So yeah, something like just having maybe a colored band here or having some ruffles, something like, you know, very, very simple where you can see that it's been kind of bound together, like scrunched together, but it's not so dainty of a, I think the it's too delicate of a look here. So yeah, you could have some lace here or, you know, some ruffle that is a little bit more solid. Maybe it has the same gradient as the upper. So well spoken and informative, feels like I'm sitting in an art lecture. Oh, thank you. So yeah, having something kind of gathered, so you still get that that frill without it being super delicate. I think that's the one thing, is that everything else seems very strong. You have something that looks to be like a plasticky, almost like a holographic kind of look. Everything is very tech heavy, and I think the lace doesn't go as well with some of these other really strong ideas that you have. So let me just go here. Also, if there was something that you wanted to do, you could incorporate some blue under there if you wanted it to be this really bright blue. Could also be pretty cool. Oops. So have this bloomer, no pun intended, but have them be like bloomers, have this nice blue underneath. Uh, you know, you still get that kind of like magical girl kind of vibe, but you end up taking it to a place where it's more of a soft frill without it being too delicate. I think that's the biggest thing, is avoiding making it look like it's stylistically too far away from where the rest of your outfit is. Um, yeah, the texture can change depending on the zoom. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I like that too. So the texture kind of stays changes depending on how big. So we can see that you've made yourself larger here, so the texture has stayed the same. I like that. Um, so yeah, I think the glasses are one of my favorite parts about this. So some of the proportion changes that I would try, the shoulders seem to be losing some of their width. Your hair is very big and very, very impactful. And I think the hip as well is very big and impactful. I really like it's this nice pear shape that we have here, and I think there's some stuff we can do to help bring some of those features back out. So one of the things I'm gonna just copy and I'm gonna paste. So one of the things that I might see would be just bringing these shoulders out, trying not to do anything crazy. Try to bring the shoulder out just a smudge. Really don't, I don't want to make anything too wide or too broad, because again, that can really change how a character looks. But here is the before and after. We're just giving a little bit more structure back to the shoulder. I'm just gonna actually take that right here. I'm just taking warp obviously to uh very different in a 3D model, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm giving back a little bit of thickness to that arm. Before, after. Really not trying to make the character too broad. I'm just bringing back a little bit more presence to the shoulders. Another thing I think would be nice is having a little bit more thickness to the thigh, so we can taper these nice wide hips down more towards the feet. So Not trying to do anything too crazy. I'm just gonna go in here and I'm gonna add a little bit of shape to the leg. Again, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, just trying to add a little bit of proportional shift so that some of it feels a little bit more on balance. Let's see here. So we have a little bit more of a gradual uh, shape rather than it being super wide and then super thin. Nothing crazy. Not trying to change the body type at all either. Just trying to add a little bit of proportion. If you've ever struggled with having characters with other body types too, I recommend looking at a lot of reference images. There are a lot of really awesome people out there that provide um, reference images specifically for body types. So here is before, after. Really just brought a little bit of thickness, not trying to do too much. Before, after. Just broadened the shoulders out and thickened the thighs. Hi, Nika, how are you? Before, after. Just trying to bring these transition points uh, a little bit thicker where they meet the rest of the body. Because we do have a nice fuller figure here, just adding a little bit to it. I think too, if you'd like to add a little bit more shape to the calves as well, you could totally do that. Though it is a stylistic choice, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Just kind of adds a little bit of variety, adds a little bit of shape. Not going to try to make it go too crazy here. Just a little bit to the calf there. I'm good. I'm getting in all my food since tomorrow I'm on my pre-surgery all liquid diet. I'm not ready for it mentally. Good luck with your surgery. More thickness I want to achieve the model and will eventually. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, just subtle, adding a little bit of broadness, a little bit of curve, but not making it too broad, not taking it to a place where it looks out of the realm of where you want it to be. Um, One of the things that I love is the idea of the hair having these bright colors in it, and I'm not sure if it's a material thing, but I feel like having this hair be brighter to really hit some of these super sweet pinks that you have could be really cool. Let me take a soft brush. For now, I work on con prep though because I gotta order my charms by tomorrow. Ooh, good luck! I can't wait to eventually make some stuff, some more stuff. So yeah, trying to punch up some of this color, grabbing some of these, really, really just trying to brighten it up just a hair, not trying to make it look like it's like glowing or anything, which is kind of difficult to achieve, but really bring some brightness into this hair. Really just punch up that color just a bit more. And I really like how vibrant the base of the hair is, and I want more color back there. And I don't know, there's so many limitations you can have with lighting in a Unity space. So there's only so much you can put and have your model still be economical. If your model's super expensive, it's going to be hard for your computer to run it. And then that doesn't help anybody. So I just want to see all that. I want to see more of that pink under there. And I want to see more of that blue. I love the idea of punching up that color. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is probably just a lighting and material thing and not actually a part of the design at all. Um, I'm just gonna make it vibrant. Bow, 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 bow. I only have a limited knowledge of Unity, so of course I don't want to make like suggestions and requests that just aren't realistic for the medium. But yeah, adding some of that vibrance, there's the before, the after, pop, pop. I'm sure in the environment and the way that you have this, it reads much nicer. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So yeah, I think this is a great design. I think it's super fun. And again, I just have the before, the after. Really not anything crazy. Let me remove this one side so that I can put this over here. But yeah, this is a fun design, a really fun idea. I really love the glasses, and I think this is stellar. I think it really captures the vibe that you're trying to capture. I learned more based on wanting to add stuff. I'm super stoked that your main takeaway was get more thick and
Hi,
not too
Mandy.
busy.
I have a
Hi,
friend with
Sia.
me today.
Oh, stop by and say hi. Welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome in. We have just a couple more that we're going to be doing today because we're getting up onto 7 hours, and these are always long ones. Thank you so much for 11 months. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, no, really just wanted a little bit more of the shoulders and the thighs and a little bit at the top of the arms. But yeah, I think you were very considerate of where you put your busyness, and we have enough solid to break up those really busy areas. And again, overlapping a semi-transparent material over top of a really busy pattern is a good way of still getting that pattern without uh doing too much to it. Of course, there's definitely things that that people might want to see more or less of, but I think with the glasses on the top, I think we have, and I can see just how much more vibrant this looks here. But let me actually take this real quick and let me put it on the other model, and we can get a better look at just how much balance is added by adding those glasses. Let me get your chin. I'm gonna line up your chin. Gonna line up the top here. The head might be at a slightly different angle, but we're just gonna make sure. Actually, there we go. And I'm just gonna erase some of that. There we go. There we go. So having that really white, that pale screen on the glasses really pulls our eye back up here. I think it's a little disingenuous without the glasses. So see how much more balance there is with the glasses up here? I think it's great. And you can already see how much more colorful this is. It's great because here's the colors that I added on, and then here's this image where you had that a little bit different. Depending on the lighting, the hair can be pretty vibrant. It glows some as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I was getting. Um, so yeah, thank you again for your wonderful submission. I really think the glasses do balance it out. So I'm really excited that you shared this, and thank you so much. Um, we're gonna move on to the next one. The next one is a drum roll, please. Lil Devil Jace. Let me open up Lil Devil Jace. We have a bit of a little risque over here. So just in efforts to be a little bit more conservative on the Twitch. I don't know what Twitch is going to like or dislike. Hello? Oh my gosh. Can I add another hello? Why isn't it letting me, it's not letting me edit anything in here. Why is it, hold on. What file type is this? Properties. It's a PNG file. It's saying index number. What is that? Hello? Why is it an index? Hold on. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it to work. What the heck? It's calling this quick export as PNG. Yeah. Okay. It was treating this file as something called an index, and I don't know what that is. But we're gonna just get rid of that. I've literally never seen that before. Okay. And of course, I accidentally closed down the window that I needed. Hold on. We're gonna go to work, whip, critique. Let's see if this works for us. Open. There we go. I know when it comes to coverings, as long as the butt, groin, hips, and femme presenting nipples are covered, you're Gucci. Just in case, we're gonna make sure that we cover And I'm gonna choose a nice dark color. Doink. There we go. Just in case. Just want to make sure. That being said, let's get into it. Let me copy, paste. Okay, so this is Little Devil Jace. We have this really cool design here. I really like how the cropped sweater is kind of calling attention to these really cool top scars, these tattoos. I also love how high the crop is. Usually, you see them cropped about the middle here, and so the fact that there's this really high crop, and again, we have another 3D VTuber. Um, we have this really high crop, and I think it's a really pleasant shape. They've really molded that shape to Jace's torso. And let me show you what I'm meaning. Like this is following Jace's torso, and I think that's a really nice touch. You can kind of see it goes back here. Instead of it just being a straight line, of course, that's a little bit straight lines don't really exist with a 3D humanoid. So really wouldn't be possible to have a straight cut. But see just how much more interesting this is now that it kind of curves. And having these ribs, they kind of lead us into these very lovely tattoos here. I also like that this is again another solid color scheme. We have black, and again with 3D models, lighting is very much one of the biggest enemies to getting something to look like a certain color. But we can see here that Jace has a very analogous color scheme here. We have these Valentine's colors, I'll say, where we have the almost like these bubblegum pinks, but they're more warm. This lightest pink is actually the coolest pink that we have. And then we have these red wine kind of colors, and with just a very small hint of this yellow. So again, this is a very like this is pretty much monochromatic. This isn't even analogous. This is a monochromatic color scheme with the inclusion of black, white, and then this one little bit of yellow. Everything else is pretty much in the same neighborhood. So that, and you can see that all of the outfit changes that they're going through are following this very strict color palette. They also have a tail. They have a little devil tail that isn't shown in these other angles. Yeah, this top tattoo is really, really cool. I think there's a lot of personality. I think the hair, it's really going for this scene pop punk kind of vibe. It's not only giving it's giving a little bit of like mid 2000s, but it still feels pretty current as well. It's getting into territory of like e-boy, and it's just a lot of mixtures of a lot of really fun contemporary styles, and I think it's really, really cool. I love that the hair comes a little bit asymmetrical. We have this really fun shape here, um, that is very reminiscent of anime. Oh my anime. This shape here is very L from Death Note, but then we have this addition of this really nice little tail piece here. We can tell that it goes a little bit longer. But we're getting a little bit of Sasuke, we're getting a little L, very iconic anime shape. That was sculpted very nicely on this character. I also really like the way that the bangs are falling. They're covering the eyes, but they're not covering so much of the face that we're missing this character's face and expression. There's enough room for this character to emote and to show some of their personality without us completely losing it. One thing that I would really love to see is a little bit more of the pink in the face. I'm also just a sucker for like blush and stuff. I'm actually going to focus on one outfit actually because we have so much detail here. It's so homogenous. I'm actually just gonna focus on one outfit here, just to keep it narrow. So I'm gonna just do this outfit because I like this one's my favorite. This one is my absolute favorite. So we're gonna focus on this one. I also like how the background also, hammers home this very, kind of like flirty. There's hearts. They're a little devil. They have a cheeky little like nightshirt sleeping kind of situation happening. So this character feels very flirtatious, very romantic, and I think the color scheme is one of the things that really hammers that home. Also, if you guys know about the tattoos below the belly button, then this definitely makes sense. A lot of demon and devil tattoos, or devils with these tattoos have a very specific vibe, and I think you can really get this character's vibe. The silhouette is also very clear. We can actually just see a really clean version of it. There's not a lot of things poking in and out of the silhouette. One of the things that I am missing is their tail, which they have included in the over the shoulder view that we got. But having that tail kind of come out to the side here is just another way for us to get a view of their oh my god, get a better view. I am slowly I'm slowly fading, guys. Get a better view of their design without having to see any other angle other than this one. Um, I also with the yellow eyes, I'm gonna try to do a little bit more. I kind of want to see more either tattoos, which they already have, but tattoos and some other things on the face. Maddie booting down. It's just a lot of these are a lot of talking. There's a lot of talking in these streams. And so I'm very thankful that you guys are understanding that I cannot get to all of these. And to be fair, yesterday there were only 20 submissions, and or rather there were only 18, and then this morning there was like double that. So let me do multiply. I kind of want to see more of, let me take this soft brush. I want to see more impact on the face. These eyes are almost getting a little lost. But the hair, I think the shape of the hair is good. The color is really good. So I kind of want to make sure. It's awesome that you're doing this. It's really cool to get an insight into someone else's design philosophy. Absolutely. That's one of the things that I most enjoy, is getting to see other people's ideas and things that are unique to them, things that are very exciting, things that people love, and they do it in a way which is really cool. Okay, so one of the things that I'm doing is I'm kind of playing with this like romantic, um, exaggerated makeup situation, trying to kind of play off of this like blush that's like way too much blush that almost becomes like eyeshadow. um and that way we're kind of bringing some attention to the face here, in a way that they've already got this really nice wine color on the underside of the eyes. So I don't want to do too much that I'm like, compromising their original idea. Like, these are just things that I think would make really interesting additions to make the face stand out. So I'm going to take this same rich dark color in their eyeliner and I'm just going to do more of it. Ham it up. Give them that smoky eye. Put a little bit more of that here on the edge. Kind of really hammer in that smoky, kind of sultry looking like scene and emo punk kind of eyeliner situation here. So here is the before, and here is the after. And we've really, again, creating that dramatic contrast around the eyes. Let me go in. They have a really thin eyelash here. Saying hello before I get locked into drawing. Thank you so much for saying hello. Hi, Why. So maybe having a little bit more lash here. Just a bit. Again, I'm really just trying to create contrast around the eye, and make it a little bit more uh, deep. Love you. Aw, love you too, away. So yeah, they have these really pretty eyelashes. I kind of want to see a couple more of them. Really hammering home, hamming it up, hammering on, laying it on thick, being really dramatic about it. And then you can see here is our before and our after, just going crazy with it because this character, I think, is one of the few opportunities we have to do something crazy like this. I'm gonna try to, oops, I'm gonna try to kind of get that a little bit more subtle there. There we go. Really kind of laying it on thick. I think for a character, I think this style especially, it makes it easy to kind of lay it on thick. I think it's definitely, and this might not be somebody's taste either. So, to each their own. Um, but having this very romantic feeling devil character, I think having this really like crazy makeup, it's just gonna further push them past the just having some really cool eyeshadow to having some like crazy incredible eyeshadow. For those of you that were middle schoolers in uh in the early 2000s, um, do y'all remember Tokyo Hotel? Oh man, this outfit is giving Tokyo Hotel. Very like Euro, maybe even like going into Japanese street fashion too. One of the things that I also would love to see is a little bit more contrast in the lip, even if it's just the upper lip of this character. Maybe I'm the only one that remembers Tokyo Hotel. So yeah, having that upper lip be a little bit darker, just giving a little bit of contrast. Yeah, that takes me back. Yeah, just all right. Having a little bit of contrast here. This is multiply. I'm gonna add a little bit of highlight to the upper lip, a little highlight to the nose. A lot of this too is something that might have to be with like the texture on the model too. Not all of it is lighting, so some of this really is just texture painting. Um, but again, some of it won't, we won't be able to achieve as easily with a 3D model. I remember them. I had a friend back in the day who was really into them. Yeah, they were they brothers? I can't remember. Maybe a little bit here. Trying not to do too much. I'm not really. I feel like if they wanted lipstick, they would have had it. But I'm trying to bring some attention to the features on the face, so that they don't just disappear. And again, too, we can kind of see that this is kind of a they're kind of a victim to the screenshots that they could get. Um, but yeah, just trying to make sure that I am capturing the spirit. So now, and again, some of this is the lighting. Some of this might be texture painting. So with a 3D model, you have to kind of take some things with a grain of salt. But one thing I also would like is a little bit more contrast. If it were me doing texturing on this model, I would bake in shadows to the neck just to make sure that they are reading how they should. Let me clean up that jawline a little. I don't want to give them a crooked ass jawline. There we go. And maybe we have a little bit of that back underneath the. Maybe we lighten it up a little bit under. Okay. So really, this is a combination of lighting and texture painting. But here is our before and our after. We've really drawn attention. Those eyes are so bright and dramatic. We've chosen this really vibrant yellow. And in order to make sure that that doesn't get lost, I've darkened everything around the eyes to make them stand out. Again, before, after. And just really shaped the face, just really brought attention right there. There's no mistaking that you're supposed to be looking right here. And I think that this is still pretty achievable for a 3D model. Again, it might not look exactly the same, but I think that's still an achievable result for a 3D model. Depending on the medium that you're using, it's going to be, quite a bit different. So keep that in mind when you're choosing what kind of model you're going to be making. Another thing that I really enjoy, I like these horns. They're such an interesting shape, but they're almost giving ear. So one thing that I would see if I could look into is getting a different material for these horns. For us, if you're drawing it, it would really be a matter of like adding some rendering. But for 3D modeling, it would be something like a material change, or even doing texture painting. And if you don't know what I mean by texture painting, the paintings applied to 3D geometry are called textures. For those of you that have live 2D models, a texture atlas is a basically a laid out version of all of the UVs and stuff from your 2D model on their mesh. That's a lot of jargon, but so here I've made these horns a little bit shinier, hoping to make them read a bit more like a horn rather than reading like ears that are kind of poking up out of the hair, because this is a devil after all, and we want to make sure that they are getting the proper representation. I'm also going to really subtly put like a little bit of red on the bottom here to make it seem as though the light from the hair is bouncing up onto these horns. So here is, let me do a little bit of a, maybe a little bit brighter of a highlight right here. It's also kind of giving them this like spidery look, which is kind of cool. There we go. Okay, so now we see those horns. There's a lot more contrast in those horns. They're pushed up off of the head a bit more. Before, after. Really just hammering home. Really small changes can make a big difference. I mean, I don't think I have any complaints about the outfit. I think there's a lot of visual interest. Maybe having a little bit more asymmetry could be really fun. Again, going in with this idea that we're making a punk scene kind of character, I might take a belt that's maybe like a slightly different color. They have a very specific pink scheme that they're going for. So maybe doing something like this where we have another belt. Um having stacked belts is also a very common thing for art styles and for outfits like these. So having this really big exaggerated belt, and I think we could also take the opportunity to add some more texture. So I know this doesn't really look like there's much happening, but whoops, hello? They've got a bunch of cool zippers and everything. So let me put a little bit of rendering on this really quickly just to kind of make it feel like it belongs here. Got a little bit of a like a leather almost. Make sure that it's a little shinier than everything else. Put a little bit of a shadow right here. We're gonna just kind of, there we go. And I'm just gonna kind of take this color and I'm just gonna kind of go around real quick just to, there we go. So now we have this other belt here. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna do another heart-shaped belt buckle, because why would I not do another heart-shaped belt buckle? Oops. Why would I not? If I can, I will. There we go. Do another heart-shaped belt buckle. Gonna do a little bit of this gray underneath maybe. There we go. Just kind of, there we go. Heart-shaped belt buckle, yippee. Got that fun addition of just a little more personality. Just gonna pop this over here. There we go. So yeah, just a really subtle change. And now I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna just start doing some extra, maybe the holes in the belt are also little hearts. Gonna take this same vibe here. Maybe there's a flap on the belt here. It really just kind of goes to show that you can really do anything. Of course, it depends also on if you have accessibility to modeling custom things. I know that if you're using Vroid, you might not always be able to model things so custom. So that's also something that I'm taking into consideration. These changes might not be possible, but it's fun to play around with. Let me actually, there we go. And then I'm going to put another heart right here. There we go. It could be fun too to incorporate things like spikes. Just another example of making, we've got chains, we've got ribs, we got cool like 2000s like tattoos. So maybe having something like spikes here would do a lot for giving us a little bit more of an interesting vibe here. Again, pardon that these spikes look like absolute dog water. Um, this is just us trying to get a little bit of personality in here. Just another example of stuff you can do. Let me erase some of this. But yeah, adding some more material, different textures, some different flavor just adds interest. It's kind of like when you're cooking. If you're making food and you season it with some things, they all have to go together still, or else it'll taste like a mess. But as long as your ingredients go together, and they're they have harmony together, but you're adding variety, it keeps it an interesting dish. It's pretty vibrant. You might have something where it's a little bit more citrusy. You might have something else where it's meant to be a little bit more mellow. But overall, you're just trying to get variety. And that ends up making it super super tasty, tasty to look at, tasty to use if you are the person using the model. Okay, so now we're kind of cutting into the symmetry. Another really simple way to integrate something fun, let me merge those together, would be having one of these tassels be longer than the other. Really easy to do. One tassel hangs further than the other. Just another way for us to kind of push how much how much asymmetry we have, how much symmetry we have. I really like the idea of having more belts. They have chains, they have some, you see these suspender straps. The suspenders almost disappear, so I'm kind of craving something else like this dark color here, this dark pinky. Actually, let me put that on its own layer and let me do color. So having like that wine or like a deep pink will just help these suspenders stand up off of the rest of the outfit, and will give us a little bit more uh, going on here. There we go. Um, for Tokyo Hotel, I want to say at least three of them were brothers. How many were there? I thought there were only two. I thought there were only two. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Save. There we go. I'm running out of steam. I'm gonna try to get through these. Let me drink my water. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves too. Okay. Okie dokie. So we can see here, here's our before and our after. Before, after, just from a distance, we're breaking up some of these areas of large solid with this belt right here and with the change in the suspender color. And then the face, you can just see here before after. We've added contrast and it's hard to see when you're far away, but it's a little bit more evident when you're close up before after. And just having a little bit more of that pink makes the outfit kind of come back up to the face. And it's just a really good way for us to add a little bit more of interest. And I think one last thing I would do is I kind of want to see a little bit more asymmetry and just a little bit more of this very cool, like punk kind of situation. I want to see more scene. I want to see more punk. So I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to add checkerboard somewhere because checkerboard pattern was huge. You couldn't go anywhere without it, it was everywhere. Copy paste. And I think that fits the vibe of this character. So I'm going to take this checkerboard. Oh, hey, it's already transparent. That's pretty cool. And I'm gonna just put it on one of these legs. Not on both, just on one. Quick question, how often do you do this kind of thing? I do an art critique every single month. However, I don't usually do VTuber design critiques um, because the art critiques are more so meant to give you tips for your art. But this is specifically regardless of whether or not you drew this. This is just for people to get ideas about their design. Um, but yeah, I like to prioritize doing art design stuff. But yeah, this is the first time that we've done a VTuber design specific thing. So I'm gonna just grab this and I'm gonna see if I can't. There we go. Obviously, there's like some text here, but I think the text kind of adds to it. It's somebody's like it's somebody's watermark, but I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the watermark on here. All right, we're just gonna do very simple. Yeah, the watermark is kind of silly, but I kind of like that. Okay. So now we're incorporating a bit more, and I might even make this just a little less. There we go. So now we can kind of see we've got this fun addition of more asymmetry, but this really feels like it matches the vibe that this character would have. I wanna take more of this pink. This is really all just personal preference, honestly. Um, so again, whenever I do stuff like this, it's me more so getting carried away by playing around with people's ideas and just having a good time doing it. Um, so having like the bottom kind of have this pink gradient as well, because I want more. I'm finding that I want more of the pink in here. Oh, I kind of like that. Hold on. Oh, that's kind of cool. Whoa. I like that. That's kind of neat, but I feel like it's a little much. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's better allocated to the bottom. I kinda like that, maybe? That's kinda fun. Just wondering, as I've got a big whip that I need to get first layers done, so, I know once that's done, I'll need critiquing to get the colors working right. Absolutely, and if you have a design that is art that you're making, you can definitely submit to the art critique. If anybody has illustrations or animation or anything that you'd like me to take a look at, please consider applying to one of the other critiques, that would be for, next month. Um, this one was actually supposed to be for June. This is actually June's critique, so we will be doing one closer to the end of July if you're interested. But feel free, as long as you're making the art, that is the only real stipulation for submitting it to the or the art critique, since that is something that you yourself are creating. Another thing that I think could just add a little bit more personality. Again, I'm just going in because there's so much that you can do. I kind of want to see if I can kind of rough up this character's pants a little bit. So just kind of do something like this. We're not doing anything crazy. We're just kind of Mary, you're going crazy with it, Mary. You're going crazy. Maybe have a little bit of their skin showing through. I'm going to choose a little bit of a darker color here for their skin. Just having a little bit more going on. Um and adding like a little bit of a wash. Again, this is a lot of texture painting though. So I'm not sure how much of this that they actually have control of, but giving them a little bit of a little bit of variety in some of this, like by giving a wash to their jeans, really will just make the design stand out that much more. So yeah, that is about what I'll do to this design. Um, I think the shoes could be cute whether they're pink or white. Those are very I think those shoes are very specific. Like they're white for a reason. Probably post mine for art critique. I was going to redraw her, but I'd rather get advice first. Okay, absolutely. Absolutely. Um it's as a physical piece on a big canvas, but it'd be photographed instead of scanned. If that's not a problem, absolutely. I've done critiques for paintings, physical paintings in watercolor, in acrylic, mixed media. I've done. There has been miniature painting. There has been photography. So yeah, absolutely. White creepers are serious. Yeah. There is there is a specific meaning for these shoes. So I ain't gonna do anything to those. I ain't gonna I don't wanna mess with those too severely. I'm actually just gonna get this looking right. There we go. There we go. So yeah, so this is what I've done. We have our before and our after. Before, after. We've addressed some areas with some contrast, and we've also gone in and just added a little bit more oomph to some of these things. Let me go in here. I think it'd be kind of cool to have some like white accessories as well. Include some of that half and half kind of vibe. So they're both black and white. And it just makes it a little bit easier to see them. Get a little bit more. There we go. There we go. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. I thank you so much to Jace for submitting their design, and let me put them side by side. I chose this. I liked this design the most, so I'm happy that I got to do this one. I love I have a scene design myself that I cannot wait to commission a model of because I don't have an updated version of that for my model. With vertical things, it's a little harder to show you guys with clarity. So let me save. I'll get it in once I've got that layer done. There's some unsightly lines initial drawing that I want to get covered up first. Of course. No pressure. So here is our before and our after of our character. Really didn't touch. I think the top is really cool. I can see that there's the zipper has like this little bit of like metal hanging down. Just having an asymmetrical tie just does wonders to break up this horizontal line right here. And then really just packing on some really pink, dramatic, some very shadowy, smoky eyeshadow I think is just a really fun way to bring our attention to the face, putting a little bit of attention on the lips and a little bit of attention on the nose through texture painting and a little bit of texture material to these horns really will help make the difference. And of course, I just went kind of crazy with the pants. Just had a good time with making these pants kind of fun and quirky. Whether this is something that Jace painted on themselves, who knows? You know, that's just kind of up to them. That's up to them to have fun with and vibe with, and it just gives us more of that 2008 to 2014. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. We're on to the next one. We're almost done, y'all. So for our next one, we have drum roll, please. I do really like the second belt. I think the second belt's dope. Let me see. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so we have two more. The next two happen to be our friends. So I'm gonna just do a quick looky loo. Because actually I really don't have too much. Actually, I'm gonna show you this next one. Hold on. So this is Lord Generic. Generic is a terracotta soldier, which is really cool. Very rooted in Chinese mythology, which is really cool. Generic's also a big sweetie, tall. You can't even see. I can't even. Tall, absolutely vertical. There's not actually too much that I'd have to say. If if you didn't know that he's a terracotta soldier, you would just think that this is a really pleasant color palette. For those of you that have been here for most of the critique, we'll be able to see that Generic is utilizing a very fun complementary color scheme. We have our purple and we have yellow. Purple and yellow are a less commonly used color scheme, but I like seeing how many VTubers have been utilizing it. Generic has some of these deeper purples here. He's giving Avatar. Yeah, there's a lot. And look at how nice. There's some cooler purples. There's some warmer purples that go towards like eggplant, and things that go a little bit towards indigo. But Generic is staying in these general areas, and anything that could have maybe been black has actually been shaded with these really rich shades of blue. Um, and given a little bit more richness because they're blue. We have some of this cool indigo kind of violet situation. So see all these really there again, we're going back to there's a variety of colors and that's helping us with contrast. You can very clearly see that this belt is another material and just like a couple of the other people that we've talked about today, the different colors help our minds interpret those as different materials. So this belt, all of this belt is this lighter, warmer purple. Then you have a secondary belt, you have some gold and a tassel. You have this main robe that does have some gradients to it and some pattern, but it's all this very similar, deeper blue and purple. The pants are even darker because, again, we're trying to create contrast, and you're supposed to be focused on this really interesting asymmetric robe. And then we're bringing in elements of, you can see here where some of this is like clipped in, some of these patterns. This might have been like a work in progress, but we have these really fabulous like wave filigree details that are just enough to show. They make me think of Japanese and Chinese paintings. The color selection looks like you gave a grape a hairstyle. Sorry, I couldn't unsee it. These colors are really splendid. I think there's a lot to love. And not only do we have the yellow and purple, but now we're going into shades of orange, which contrasts the blue that generics design also use. So here we have all of the, and even here on this side, the artist for this model has incorporated lighting into the model, which is really interesting. Um, More of like a dynamic lighting, which is really fun. So yeah, we have all of these browns and oranges and then these golds and they're distinct from one another. They stand apart from one another. But we are playing very safe with our color palettes. So there's a lot going on here. If I zoom out, there's a lot happening, but in reality, when we boil it down to the colors, all it is, all it really comes down to is yellow, purple, blue, orange. Two sets of complementary colors and also analogous scheme. So one side with the purpley and blue, one side with the yellow and orange. So really, it's very simple. These colors work together because they've just been proven to work. Um, we're given a very dignified warrior vibe with this armor, but the armor is not the only thing that's important here. It seems more ceremonial. It seems more for a ritualistic purpose rather than a fully actual like warfare purpose. So generic is this very dignified looking, regal looking person. Also, too, if you guys are familiar with color theory, purple is often associated with regal and royal because purple used to be a very difficult color to manufacture. It used to be delegated to very specific plants or this one specific type of snail. So, obviously, as you can imagine, if the color is only created by very few things that are hard to get, not a lot of people will either A, have access to them, or B, have access to enough of it to make a deep, rich color. There's actually a city in Japan that's known specifically for their indigo dye, and they make it straight from indigo. Like the whole export of indigo is is basically the whole town's thing. And so getting natural dyes, there's also a town in China that's known for a very vivid indigo dye, and they actually prioritize using it for tie dye, which is really cool and unexpected. I believe it's a native people's tradition of using tie dye, and that's where tie dye came from, which is really fucking cool, really cool. So I highly recommend if you're interested in getting some more interest and detail in your designs, some color theory, it comes from specific stuff, like, having purple represent royalty or regality. If you're watching Apothecary Diaries, Lord Jinshi, which is not the inspiration for this character, but Lord Jinshi also utilizes a lot of purple and a lot of the um, more elegant concubine characters also utilize blues and purples, which are very regal. And of course, red. Red is a huge staple. Mandy said what I was just typing. Yeah. It might be, there might be a bit of a delay. Crazy how fast Mandy can break down a design. Well, it's a good design. It's a good ass design. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah. So I think there's a lot to love around here. I think let me just slap a grayscale on there. Let me just scrap a little bit of grayscale on there. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of getting some Star Wars Old Republic vibes. I think too that's not without good cause. A lot of Star Wars, especially the Jedi culture, or rather the Jedi, they're not a race, are they? Anyway, the Jedi are very inspired by Japan, and also Chinese culture. So you imagining Star Wars here is you also being fed this type of culture through the lens of Star Wars being put back to you and then reassigned, which is really fun. I love the way that media just kind of transcends and is new, and that's what happens with all these models. People are making new and interesting ideas, even more new and even more interesting. My purples are based on Han purple, the first purple dyes used in China from around 100 BC. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so I really, you can see here that there's a really dark value here with this deep navy, and we can just get a hint of this. So I guess the only thing I would say is if we just lifted some of these values a little bit to just separate some of these things. But again, I think with color they're very successful. It's pretty obvious where things start and stop. But let me copy and paste. And let me just do some small tweaks. I think this gradient here in this specific belt is a really wise choice. I'm going to just go right here and I'm going to just do really small stuff to just further, really just rendering choices, honestly. I'm not really going to be changing any of the color. I'm going to take a little bit of this blue and I'm going to lift it. Oops, I need my soft brush. Uh-oh, I'm going to lift it right here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take a little bit of the purple from down here and we're just going to cut the edge right here. Really, really there. So now, before, after, we've just cut a clean, lighter edge here to just further separate the pants from the separation of this robe right here. Same thing here. We have some dark values on this chest plate that we don't want to lose, and we don't want to lose the lapel of this robe. So I'm going to select the robe here, and I'm gonna just, it's gonna be really small rendering adjustments. Really tiny. The art is really nicely done, so I really don't, I mean, there's not really too much to complain about. All of this is stuff that is just small contrast. I think most of the name of our game today has been establishing contrast, but I think that just goes to show how important contrast is for legibility. So I'm going to go in again and I'm making sure that I'm taking the same colors from other places of the same material, and I'm gonna just lighten this up here. So there's that. I'm gonna take a little bit more of this purple here, and I'm just gonna hit this with that light purple. I'm gonna do a little bit of a shadow under your hair. Again, I don't want to make it look too crazy. But now, with just the addition of a highlight right here, look at that. Bow, 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 bow. So yeah, a very small amount of highlight just makes it go from, you can see here now there is a distinct cut here. We also have this really fascinating triangle situation that's happening here. Hold on. I don't know if you guys noticed this. We have a really nice like shoop. Oops. There's like this here and this here. Very nice. And then of course it's like tucked back here. We have that same triangular shape mimicked here in this sash here, this belt. Another triangle. another triangle. So this is an asymmetric design, but it feels very balanced. It doesn't feel like generic is super heavy on one side versus the other. And we have this high contrast metal and an arm bracer to grab our attention on this side. But we have a really elegant, robe over here to kind of pull us over there. So again, here's the before and the after. Just putting that hint there just pushes that forward off of the stuff that it's behind, or rather in front of. Let me see here. Another fun thing that we could do is really punch up some of the vibrancy of these highlights. Hi, Teeny. I know you said hello earlier, but hello again. So what we could do is we could really just ham up some of this armor. I'm talking hamming it up. Really pushing the contrast. I really think the whoever your artist is, which I think you included in the submission, the artist really understands how to draw. They're very, I think that's kind of silly to say, but the artist really understands what they're up to. There's a lot of variety in the rendering here on the metal, so they're taking into account the different planes of this metal, and it really shows that they have an understanding of capturing a more 3D look. And it looks metallic, it feels metallic, it's really nice. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure that I can. And there we go. I'm really hamming up this highlight here, really going in hard with some of this just to really push our contrast just a bit more. I'm taking a really, really pale yellow here, like almost imperceptibly not white, and then just going in with a little bit of white right after, catching some of these edges right here. So, pop, pop, just a little bit. Really, yeah, we're hamming it up just a little bit. I'm just trying to catch some of these edges and really take this metal from being really good metal to being really great metal. Just really subtle. We don't need a lot either. On this side that's in shadow, we really don't need too much. We're really just catching the edge. I'm not trying to take it too far when it doesn't need it. In fact, oops, this is just a really good example of how I'm working off of a base that's already so strong that it really isn't something that needs a whole ton of work. And I'm just trying to do this really fast. My artist is VA artist, or Ryan Vardis. She made a great design from my jumbled pile of design notes. Hell yeah. A real question is, why do we have the ham emote? Why don't we have a ham emote? Or why didn't we at some point, and why did we have to wait so long? I don't know. Also too, erasing out this little edge. If you've ever struggled with having something look like it's got a hard edge, just kind of erase that little edge right there. And of course, now I'm going to take a little bit off of this down here. So yeah, if I show the before, after, really just adding just the final bit really isn't, it's more so just, oops, it's more so just putting a little bit of extra like contrast on the metal. It looks like a nice matte metal, which is definitely something that exists. Like I feel myself just being pulled to having a little bit more shine on it. Of course, it's so easy to overdo that shine. So I'm trying not to take it to a place where it's becoming kind of like gaudy and too much, but by adding a little bit of that, just in very specific spots, we are catching some of that really fabulous metal. Let me down here too. Oops, just right here. Really, and you can already see that the artist has done this edge highlighting, so they know what they're doing. They know what they're drawing. They know what they're about. And I'm just over here feeding off of the really cool work that they've done. Same thing here, hitting it with just the littlest of, I want a little bit more of this bright highlight here. Bright ass highlight just to get it just a little bit of oomph. Just a little bit of oomph. Just a little bit more. Bam, bam. Same here, just catch the edges. um, a little bit of these edges with some of that bright. It's called usually called a hot spot or a hot highlight, where it just gets bright white. Um, Let me snooze those ads. Yeah, so it's just a little bit. Really not trying to go too much. In fact, it's super easy to go a little too overboard. But yeah, I'm just hungry for those highlights. And then also too, something that I can do, I'm gonna take a layer and I'm gonna make it overlay at 30%. And I'm gonna take this same yellow that I was using, and I'm just gonna go back over and just brighten some of that up over there. Really, really small, just brightening up some of that gold. I think the metallic, it looks metallic, it feels metallic. So this is really just a personal preference. It's not even a necessity. We also have these really fabulous shoes. Look at these. God damn. God damn. God damn. Look at that. Right. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. So if I back up, you're like, okay, Mandy, that doesn't really look like you changed anything. Ooh, subtle. You, ooh, ooh, boop, boop. It'll make more sense when I show you the grayscale. Here is the after, and here is the before. Look at how much more that is just popping right off. Really, the only necessary thing is like kind of like this right here and this right here, just to push those off of some of the dark behind them. But other than that, the rest is just hamming it up. Yeah. I really like the freckles. I really like this intense expression, but you're so much more friendly than this expression puts on. You're so much more friendly than the expression puts on, which is kind of funny. Another thing is that the outfit is so gorgeously rendered. I feel like we could do a little bit more on the face to neck area. Hold on. Bow, 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 bow. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. I really like the way that they drew the shadow on their nose. That's cool. I just want a little bit more of this, maybe. Bow, 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 bow. Maybe even punch it back, punch it. There we go. Look at that. Oh, did I draw it on the? Ew, ew. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I am still live. Am I alive? Maybe not, but I am live still.
Dear
Yeah.
God. Where did all these shrimp come from?
That's true. Hold
Oh,
on.
it's just you slouching.
It's just me slouching. All right. So yeah, really, 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 really small. Doot, doot. Really just push the neck value back, and that does a whole bunch, a whole wonder. Doot, doot. I really push the highlights up. Again, just push highlights up, push shadows back, and then you got yourself a wham bam. So yeah, I think this is beautiful, really well done art, a really cool design. It seems like I picked up on the vibes you were putting down. I was smelling what you were stepping in, so to speak. Um, and I had a really good time looking at this. Thank you so much. Don't forget to rest. I am about to. I'm actually gonna have to split this up into 2 days because oops, I didn't want to make copies because I had so many. All right. I had so many designs that I wasn't expecting. It went from like 18 to it went from 18 to like 30 in an evening. So I'm just gonna make sure that I get through about half of them. And I think I have one more left to do. What is that? Why does that look like that? Hello? Did I accidentally merge something? That looks like poop. Let me fix that. Hello? Okay. Why does it look like that? Copy. Okay. Why do you look? What? What happened? Did I? Okay. Maybe it just needs to have the other one. Okay. I guess it just needed to have the other one underneath it. There we go. So yeah, really very subtle, really just hanging out with the highlights. That's all I really did. So yeah, this is a fun design. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. The last design we have for the night is another one of our friends. And this one was also drawn by our pal Fable Storyteller. This is for our friend Lorelei the Raven. Let me rename this real quick. And I'm just like with Fable, I'm gonna speed run this one because there's really not too much that I would have to say. I really enjoy. Not only are they my friends, but I just really enjoyed the art, and I got to see them work on this art as well. Another very vertical, very vertical design. So this is Lorelei. Again, using a monochromatic palette, very dramatic, with contrast. I think it's really nice to see an example again of contrast being used in an unexpected way. So the hair back here, because we have such a dark sweater, we have such dark hair over top. The hair underneath is actually a glowing shade of red, which just helps give us a little bit more bang for our buck. And make sure that the hair doesn't swallow up the rest of the outfit. The inside of the coat also has the same treatment. So we're using a design motif of this glow, this galactic starry interior inside the coat as well. And it's taking up this dark space. There's a lot of dark fabric here, and it's making it more interesting. Also, boob windows are so entertaining and nice to look at because, again, we see negative space. You're not seeing the sweater around, you're seeing a star shape, which just further hammers home this starry, celestial kind of feeling, but in a way that's not so obvious. It doesn't seem in your face. It's just a nice cut, and it seems very elegant. This character is a character that oozes elegance all the way down from the pumps. Which you can see here, the highlights have little tones of orange. If you're ever rendering red and it feels like it's falling flat, try incorporating some purples into your shadows and some oranges and yellows into your highlights, and it'll make it feel a little bit more dynamic. Same thing here with the pants. We can see here that it's not, these pants aren't being rendered with gray. They're using brown and like a reddish color to have this be a little bit more warm. And it's also reading as a completely different material than the sleeves here. Laura's model was eating, it just got back. Still eating, but I can actually talk now. Well, welcome back. So yeah, we can see here that Fable and Lorelei chose colors that represented different materials rather than just having everything be the same shade of black, everything be the same shade of red. We have variety in our color scheme, and like we've mentioned several times before during this critique, the different shades and the different rendering styles are telling us that these are different materials. So that's super, super fun, super, super neat. And I think it reads really, really well. I think the only things I would do would be purely selfish indulgences. I think this is a really strong design. Always so pretty. I adore the rendering on the fur. Yeah, I think everything here is just done so well. This is Lorelei the Raven Queen. So the fur on the coat is meant to invoke the feeling of like raven feathers, and I think it does that very successfully. I had to chug my water. One of the things that I would love to see, and again, this is a selfish indulgence, would be Lorelai in a fur coat. I think that's like a totally different outfit. But imagine a red glittering cocktail dress and then the longest, most luxurious black fur coat you've ever seen. Or even a feather lined coat, that could be dope. But that's not this outfit. Just like with Fable, we can see here we have the celestial and the star shapes appearing in our jewelry. We have this really fabulous zipper, which is a cool brush. I should figure out how to make a zipper brush. We have a lot of fun texture too. I don't know. The rendering is really spectacular, so I really don't have too much to say. I think I just love my friends, and I also really just like this design. If I did not know this person, if I didn't know Lorelai, I would still really enjoy this outfit. I think I'd still really enjoy this design. Lorelai wants to make sure everyone knows that Fable did all the rendering. I'm tab dancing. Yeah, yeah, tab dancing. I love that term. So yeah, I think in terms of making a variety of textures and materials, we are completely successful in using punches of color. Even though it's a more monochromatic palette, there is enough variety here in texture and in color, um, like the vibrancy of this red, that we're getting something that looks uh, like it has variety and it's not very one note. Um, One thing we also have here is the hair is rendered asymmetrically. It does not look like the hair is different lengths on each side. It's just there's more hair falling on this side than there is on this one. We have these lovely bangs here, and we're just kind of breaking out these shapes. And if we wanted to, we could take a look at the silhouette and take a look at just how much of that is made obvious through the design. So here we can see everything. We have a hairstyle, we can see this big fluffy ruff, which we usually associate with these dramatic coats, and we are also seeing the bottom of the coat here. So seeing this plus this gives us enough context that that's a coat. We can see where her legs are, we can see where her feet are. So yeah, this is a really successful silhouette. It doesn't have to be super big and flashy. It doesn't have to be super crazy. This is a successful silhouette. If we wanted to add more onto it, we could make it a bit more asymmetrical, but that's not necessarily necessary. You can put interest in other things like the rendering, the texturing, the color, all that stuff. And of course, too, we're seeing it mostly from here. So seeing the character from the bust up, we have a lot of food for the eyes. Uh, Here's a cool addition to the claw hand. I think that's really fun. It's a bit of jewelry. It's kind of menacing. It also adds that asymmetry without being super in your face. So if there were anything that I would want to add, I feel like it's all just personal stuff. It's not even anything truly necessary, you know. So you could take a character. Let's see. Let's move this over. So if we wanted to, having a bit of let's see, a necklace. Uh yeah, I don't know. There's nobody jumping for these things, and it's just like giving giving the stars to people that aren't even jumping. So I think having some additional like necklace situation here could be nice. Of course, we you know, the goal to not obscure the boob window is also very real. So I get us not wanting to mess with that. But having like something here, like maybe some sort of pendant that goes along with story could be fun. Maybe it's something where we have a little bit of this bright, intense red happening here. Maybe, you know, maybe a drop or something like that. Don't want it to be like, don't want it to read vampire, but you know, maybe it's, much more subtle, so maybe it's, like, up a little higher. I don't know. Having a little bit more of that gold, brought up, I think it's the incline? No, no, because y it well, it should adjust. It usually just kind of assigns it to somebody. The hitbox is unforgiving, but maybe it is, I don't know. I never noticed that silhouette-wise, Laura's fur looks like baby bird's wings, you know, tiny fuzzy round things. Yes, yeah, so the rendering is meant to call to mind raven feathers. So I'm happy that you noticed that. So let me just kind of do a little bit of a let me just do a little render here. And then right here, just kind of so some sort of like pendant situation here could be really fun. It doesn't have to be anything significant, but like having a little bit of something. I think mostly what I'm wanting is the gold up here. Um Not necessarily anything else. I'm just kind of wanting some gold up at the top here. And a necklace is a really easy way to do that. And of course, we're like we can't even it's not even such a huge deal. But let me go. I'm trying to make sure that I have some contrast, like a shadow underneath. There we go. Gonna take some of the shadow here from the chest, put that underneath too. So yeah, having a little bit of something here, a little bit of gold. Maybe we even have the necklace come back around. Let me So maybe it's like a double layer situation where we're just getting a little bit more uh, of that color. I do symmetry. Of course, too, these are very dainty looking. So if we wanted to do something a little bit more impactful, you could have um, more of like a thick uh, like statement necklace. So let me do something like this, having something like this where there's some variety in the thickness of these necklaces, so it's not just like the same. Might be a little too much. So, again, these are all just my own suggestions. I think I really just want to see a little bit more of that really cool gold up here. Um what's interesting for me is that the design isn't too far off from the envisage one of the major NPCs of my current campaign. That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that you can kind of like, I don't know, stuff that stands out. It's super, I think it's just, I don't know, a lot of similar ideas, but they're done so uniquely. I haven't seen anyone do it like Lorelai's done it. And I think that just goes to show that, like, even if you have ideas that remind you of something else, like, your interpretation is unique and special. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I love it. I love it a lot. Let me finish this render real quick. Oops. Let me finish this render real quick. But yeah, having a little bit of something up here just to kind of break up some of this up here and bring that gold right back up. But I think the craftsmanship's done really well. I think the colors are really well done. I mean, and again, I'm trying to come at this as unbiased as I can for my friends. I'm trying to take this at an objective level. Um, but I love my friends, and I think you should love them too. So something like this, maybe incorporating that. Let me actually. Hello? There we go. Hold on, I'm gonna try to soften some of this rendering too. We're gonna try to get some of this softened up. And then I'm gonna take like a bright highlight right here. And again, this might be a little too much, but it is my own personal. I just like, yeah. I really like drawing metal and jewelry. I don't do it very much. Oops. I don't do it very much, but I like it a lot. I'm gonna actually take some of this red and I'm gonna put that a little bit right here. Just a smidge. And then I'm gonna take this red and I'm gonna catch it right here. Right here. There we go. So like that light is hitting it on the side there. Do the same over here. Oops. Same over here. Really just getting a little bit of that red. Wonderful. Okay. So yeah, having something up here, some gold around the neck area, I would just adore. Um, but I think honestly, a super nice and beautiful outfit regardless. Um, Yeah, so seeing that same metal from here brought up here, I really enjoy. Maybe even also more of the metal brought onto the toe of the shoe. We saw this actually with with generic, where the toe tip was this brilliant gold color. Um, and I don't know. It's part of my part of the. Let me do last use symmetry. I'm so zoomed in, but this character's so vertical. Actually, let me just do something like this. Twink. There you go. There's a little bit more. You can see what I'm up to over here. There we go. Yeah, I think it could be really awesome to incorporate more of that gold into the rest of the shoe and just break up. I really love how stunning this red is. So again, this isn't really a necessity so much as it is like a me being like, ooh, what else can we do? And I think that's something fun. That's another fun reason to show your designs to other people, because they can give you their ideas and their excitement without you feeling pressured or forced to make those changes. It's not about you showing people your art just to have them say that it needs to be changed, but them, showing your art so that people can be super excited about it and inspired by it. I'm just gonna take a little bit of this. I'm gonna kind of just capture this top here. Again, just really fun to play with materials as well, showing that this is made out of something else. And then I'm going to get a little bit of this darker color and really just kind of flap it here. If you guys are curious about how I render metal, and I render metal so quickly, here's the tutorial. Um, There we go. If you're curious about any of my tutorials, if you go to that link, I have links to all of them. And I also have images of those tutorials that are available for download on Coffee. If you want to know how I how I download, how I draw metal, here's just an example. So here, let me grab this toe tip here. This toe tip you can see is right where Fable put the toe tip. So I'm just kind of and I'm gonna just grab the edge here. I really enjoy drawing metal. It's something that I do almost every single day for work. So just kind of that vibe. And I'm gonna just kind of put a little bit of like a lip around here where it meets. Wonderful. There we go. Super simple. You can actually kind of see how quick it is to get metal looking like metal. And I'm gonna just incorporate a little bit of its surroundings. Okay, so having a gold shoe tip, or even like if it's just the heel of the shoe could be really fun. That's just, a quick little whatever. And then incorporating some more gold up here, maybe a pendant. That's also super fun. Um, and I mean, having some variety of hairstyle, having some other hairstyles is really fun. I know that Lorelai has explored other hairstyles, but I really like again this vibrant underside that's like glowing. It's not just dyed another color. It's glowing. It's emulating its own light, which is really fabulous. I really enjoy that. Maybe another thing we could incorporate is something that Fable has a bit of in her design, which is where we have um some of the highlights in the hair are given a bit of color. Um, just stopping by, but I love whatever's wrong with you. Thank you. There's a lot wrong with me. So let me go to color. And if I just take a little bit of this, oops, 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 there we go, and slap it right here. We don't want to make Lorelai's hair look red. That's not the goal. The goal is to kind of give it a little bit of that oomph of like, ooh, what's going on here? Again, it's really just um taking a main color here and infusing it into the black that this character has here. We can see here there's a bit of a braid, so we might even be able to let me change this to a clipping mask here. I'm going to take a little bit of this lighter color and maybe I can get a little bit of this braid popped out real quick too. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of the braid popped out. So yeah, and again, it doesn't need to be super crazy. We're not trying to make Lorelai's hair look red. That's not the goal. We're just adding a little bit of that into it, to kind of give it a little bit of interest. But again, I like it how it is already. Uh, it's just an extra fun little tidbit. Red tinted black would be gorge on Lorelai. She's gorge already. Yeah, yeah, we love Lorelai in this house. So yeah, it just kind of makes it's another playful way to kind of, you know, it's just this is just me playing around with my friend's art. This is just me playing around with my friend's art. So yeah, really just accessories. Let me copy the original. Whoops. Let me clip these back in. Let me group this. So here is the before and the after. Very, very like not anything before. after. Hi, Fable. Yeah. So really just adding some sort of extra jewelry, which is not really anything crazy. Before, after. But this is me. I just really love my friends and I really love their art. You know what, too? Because I'm a little bit of a ham. I'm a little bit of a ham. Let me just kind of, I don't know. This is a little bit of me. This is a little bit of me. Oh baby. Oh, I go too I go too hard with I go too hard with blush, I think. I think I go way too hard with blush. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I go way too hard with blush. But I just really like putting blush on people. It's like I get to do makeup on my friends. I get to, also look how cool the red mascara is. Let me like not. There we go. Look at that. Don't. It might be too much. I'm gonna try to get that softened a little bit. There we go. I don't know. I just like putting blush on people. And like the tip of the ear here. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Oh, I know it's over here too. Uh-oh. No, I don't want that. I want this. Eh, eh, eh. Oh. Ah, there we go. So I don't know. I go a little ham with adding blush on on people. Actually, hold on. This should be its own. There we go. Lighten it up. There we go. I just like putting blush on people. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong of me to like putting blush on my friends? Before, after. Ooh, us when Lorelai, yeah. I think another cool place to add some of that red into is the lips. So having the highlight on the lip be this reddish color. So it still looks black, but it's got this vivid, rich red tone to it. But yeah, that's just me farting around with my friend's design. Let me show you the before and after. I really did not do very much. Again, this is me just farting around. But I don't know. I really enjoy. Um, Let me put both of them next to each other. I didn't do. Actually, hold on. I didn't do very much to them. I didn't change very much. So the changes are very subtle. So they might not be as noticeable. But if you take a look here, let me go poink. Uh, Very subtle. I added a little bit of blush over here. I changed the overtone of the hair to be red. Same with the lips. I added some extra gold jewelry to kind of pull what we have here from the belt up to the neck and just add a little bit of interest there. And then I just added some gold tips to the toes of the shoes. Really just pulling the gold upward and pulling the gold downward. Here you can kind of, it's really very small stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. Today was a long one. It's 8 hours in, guys, which is fucking crazy. So I really appreciate you guys sitting. If you've been here for the whole day, thank you so much. This is a literal working shift of time, which is kind of crazy. And so for those of you that have joined me today, I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed. We did, let me see. Oh boy. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 characters. My
Initiating
goodness. Oh,
security scan.
no. We don't need a security. I don't think we need security. Oh, dang it. I said we didn't need security.
Scan complete.
Uh-huh.
You call this folder organization?
Don't call me out like that, Penny. Stop. I need to make more of those because she likes to say that the like 5 of them. So we're gonna have to continue. There's so many of you delightful folks that we're gonna have to continue this. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 more for next time, which is crazy. So we did 14 today. We're gonna do 13 on Sunday. Thank you so much for doing this. Of course, I thank you so much for submitting. For those of you, sorry, I'm like losing myself. For those of you that are new around here, and have never had a design critique before, or have never had your art critique before, thank you. Thank you so much for trusting me with your beautiful designs. I really hope that you enjoyed
Remember to
watching.
drink some water, Mandi.
Thank you. I'm gonna have dinner. I have dinner waiting for me. I'm gonna have water. Make sure you guys, if you've been here and you've been watching me for 8 hours, make sure that you're stretching, you're sleeping, you're taking care of yourselves. But again, I will be continuing this next Sunday. Okay. I'll have my schedule out. It'll be on my schedule. So if you did not have your design looked at today, or if you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for supporting me. And if you're waiting for your design, it'll be next Sunday, the same time, 8 p.m. Eastern, or rather, sorry, 1 p.m. Eastern. It's 9 now. Oh my gosh. And for those of you that didn't get to submit your work, I will be doing this again, so don't you worry. If you guys want to show your art, so art that you have made, I have a link just for art critiques. So if you're interested in submitting to the art critiques, we'll be doing that at the end of the month. Um, oh, oh my god! Hi, Nuts! Hold on, my tracking went crazy. Ugh. Hi, Nuts! It's Nuts! Welcome in, Raiders. Hi there, everybody. Oh my god, it's a rat raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. Yo, 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 Nuts, how are you? What were you doing today? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Kiku. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. All the clowns are here. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My, I don't know what happened, but my smiling friends came out. How are you? I hope you guys had a fabulous rat time. A rat-tastic time. Your model looks so cool. Thank you. Thank you. Your 3D debut. Oh, my button wasn't working. Your 3D debut? What the fuck? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed it. Oh. Some scuff, but it went great. I'm so happy to hear that. What the heck, Nuts? Congratulations. God damn it. I'm gonna. He told no one. Can I cry and be angry at the same time? Yeah, I can. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for the follows. What the freak? We got to bully Nuts again. Guys, if you don't know, oh, hold on. Now I'm just full of my expression. I'm so full of expression. If you guys don't know, Nuts has been painstakingly modeling and texturing and rigging a 3D model for what seems like months. And not only was Nuts so generous with giving me a bunch of resources for live 2D, but it's just been an all-around incredible pal. I'm so lucky that I've gotten to meet the clowns that I've gotten to meet. Nuts is one of them. In fact, we've got Puka, we've got Nuts, we've got Neo, we've got Billy. I have had the absolute pleasure of meeting a whole gaggle of clowns, a whole car full of clowns, if you will. I hope stream went well. It did. It's been 8 hours. I got through 14 designs, and the other 13 we're gonna be taking a good look at next week on Sunday. I had to break it up in two. So yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited to take a look at your model. I'm gonna have to see the VOD if you have your VOD up. And I'm so happy to hear that you got to debut such a labor of love. First off, thank you guys so much for the raid. Second, thank you guys so much for all the follows. You guys are so incredibly nice to me. If you guys want to see real quick, I do have a clown. I have a clown model. I have a clown model. Do I have it in this scene? Hold on. Oh, is it window or is it hold on, I got a clown model. I just stumbled onto your stream. I love the theme and model. Everything looks so fun. Thank you so much. I'm a mall mannequin. Welcome to my mall. Welcome to my mall. There we go. Hold on. Let me put this here. Hold on. Let me get my little. Hold on. There we go. Here's my clown. I'm gonna click off of that. There we go. Here's my clown, everybody. It's a rodeo clown. Yippee! Five Nights at Freddy kicked my ass. I'm gonna be honest. Which one were you playing? My God. Oh my God, what the fuck? Also a rodeo clown? Yeehaw! Yeah. I don't know why I went goofy there. I don't know why I turned to goofy, but I did. Here, let me get this bigger. That's it. That's me. A little rodeo clown. I love my friends. I have a lot of really cool clowns that I know of, but I usually look like this. I usually look like this. It's my usual vibe. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I usually have a mullet. So, oh, stop shitting your pants. Stop shitting your pants. I didn't think another rodeo clown BT out there. Oh well, you're very generous. I'm not usually actually a rodeo clown. I'm most often a mannequin, okay? First and foremost, and even as a rodeo clown, I'm still a mannequin. So you could say that I'm really just modeling the rodeo clown outfit so that the real rodeo clowns can buy it. Oh, oh. Oh my God. Chase, why'd you do that? Oh. Here. Look at my queer little clown instead. Look at my gay little clown instead. Look at that. Ow, my golly. I'm not huffing nothing. The only thing I'm huffing is copium. Always love seeing your models. Oh, thank you. I am so leg. I have many, at least 2 legs. I have 2 of them. See? Oh, hold on. I got 2 of them. Trex really did give me the leg, but to be fair, I also drew myself with lots of leg. You guys like that here? Wanna go to the mall? Ba, ba, da, 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 da. Farted so much we exploded. That's exactly true. Y'all need anything from the food court? I'm down here. Y'all need anything? Hold on. Let me get rid of this clown up here. I'm at the food court, y'all. You want anything? Let me see. Hold on. Let me take a look. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't think they have whatever it is that you're asking for. You haven't asked for anything yet, but I don't think they have it. Just before you've asked, I don't think they've got it. What else do you want? Can I have a non-corporate Panda Espresso? Okay, okay. Oh, I'm trying to think of other oh boy. Bear 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 not Express. Is there a hot dog stand in there? Yeah, you can have hot dogs. But they're all vegan hot dogs, so I hope you enjoy that. Is there ramen? There was. I love being inhospitable. I love that. I love that for us. Oh my gosh. And nuts, if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. We're actually gonna be passing our pretzels along, and we're gonna be passing our pretzels. Loki scared me. I'm sorry. I tried to make the vine boom like soft in the background so it wasn't awful on your senses, but I'm sorry. I know I just kind of whipped out of nowhere. Been in the works with mine for years. Character design is weighing me down. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you offer any off stream. I usually try to do my work on stream. However, I do have an art critique stream that I do every month. So if you are making the art yourself and you would like some feedback, I'll be doing an art critique stream at the end of this month. This VTuber design was a specific. Someone's picking on my nose again. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about? Who was doing it Oh my God, Celador, Jesus Christ. Who was doing it the first time? Mary, you got your fingers in my nose? My God, get out of there. Get out of there. However, I usually do art critique streams, and the caveat is that you yourself made the art. However, the VTuber design stream today was regardless of whether or not you made the art, you could share your design and have it reviewed. And it was there were so many people that I had to actually split it up in 2. So if you would like to take a gander next weekend, on this time Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern on next Sunday, I will be continuing where we left off from this stream today. And sometime at the end of the month, I will be looking at those art critique submissions. They're picking my nose. Get your hands out of there! Get out of there! Oh my gosh, I have to do that this month. I would love to see it. I would love to see your art. You guys are full of stink. You guys are disgusting. You guys are full of stink and rot. You guys are full of nasty, huh? Didn't want to submit my model this time around. 1,000% throw my art next time. I love your art. If you guys don't know, Nuts has drawn some art for me. Just before I leave, I'm gonna hold on. Let me find it. Hee hee. Where are you? Where it is? I found it. Found it. Nuts has not drawn me once, but twice, which was so incredibly generous. The fact that I got 2 is wild. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's huge. Oh god. First one. Look at this. I took my arm off so I could beat the stink out of you. I could beat the freaking stink out of you guys. Yeah. Gotta beat the stink out of you fuckers. I sound so aggressive. I'm really not. People have asked me if I take my arm off. I don't, but Nuts gave me this cool basketball or sorry, baseball kid kind of vibe. Like I'm playing baseball on the diamond and you came up and I said, "Hey, who the fuck wants to know?" And you're like, "Hey, you Mandy Quinn." I said, "Who fuck wants to know? Who wants to know?" And then I have my arm off. I turn around and I look at you like this and you're just like, "Damn. Stop picking my nose." God damn. And the second one is this one, which is really cool. Look at this. I love this vibe. Look at how cool this is. What the fuck? Who wants to know? Yeah. Get your fingers out of my nose. You guys are freaks. Get your fucking fingers out of my fucking nose. That's for me and my wife only. Just kidding. Just kidding. Beat you to death with my arm, W. Yeah, yep. That's me. Yeah, no, that's totally me. I don't. Just so nice in here. It's just so nice that you have to sully it. You have to sully it with your stink. You gotta sully it with your fingers in my nose. Get out of there. Get out of there, you freaks, you little freaks. Get out of there. I did not make this model. This model was made by a real pup, and if you'd like to support everybody that has helped me with my beautiful mall, take a look over there. I made that the clown model that you saw earlier. I made that. I actually was a PNG tuber until this past May, where I made every single one of the models I had. So this model was made by a real pup. The background was illustrated by Marira Saul, aka G. I did the overlays, all of the overlays, and I had some help with a lot of other things. So please take a look at those credits. Also, scroll up. I don't know why it doesn't let you land like at the top of the page, but whatever. It's very silly. I don't know why it does that. Oh my gosh. But thank you. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a long day, 8.5 hours. I'm ready for some rest. I'm ready to eat. I hope you guys are also ready to take a break and eat. And for all of you guys that have followed today and joined me because of these designs, thank you so much. Uh, thank you. Yeah, I still love using PNGs and PNG tubing. I still really love it. In fact, I made a whole tutorial on how to use Honk. So if you're curious about any tutorials that I've made, I recommend taking a look there. I gotta say, out of PNG tubers, I always felt that you pushed the medium with your Honk stuff for sure. Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think PNG tubing is definitely, and I mentioned this at the beginning of stream, I'll let you guys go after this. But being a PNG tuber does not have to be a a step toward live 2D. We have there's 3D, there's a whole slathering of PNG programs like Rahi Tuber and Honk both have um they both have motion control with your mouse. There's PNG Tuber Plus that has rudimentary physics. There's VitoTube, the new VitoTube, not VitoTube Mini, but VitoTube itself is basically an engine, like its own game engine, pretty much. And these are all ways that you can push the boundary. There are toon tubers that are using, like for example, this is Gob. This is Gob uses Adobe Animate. He has a whole swath of pre-animated expressions and toggles, and they all are animated in a way which blend from one to the next. Gob is a super sweet person. We were actually supposed to do a collab for Halloween, and I never got the opportunity to. So I need to reach back out to Gob so that we can actually do our collab. And I also want to do an art trade with him. I've been wanting to draw Gob since I met him, and he's so nice. He's so fucking cool. I can hear me clapping my hands. I love Gob. Gob's really cool. And so yeah, so you don't have to have a live 2D VTuber to to be a VTuber and to be successful at VTubing. I think one of the things that I really enjoy is that I'm a really expressive person. And so being able to have my face tracked, whether it was like 3D or live 2D, but having my face tracked, I think is one of the ways which I can connect to people. But there are people that do such incredible things with PNGs, layering of textures and technology and ideas. Super fucking cool. Absolutely adore creative tubers with their models that explore all sorts of different art forms. I wish I were there more, or wish there were more. Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm so excited to see. I've only been streaming for just over 2 years, and I'm super excited to see what everybody does. There's so, I mean, 3D is its own powerhouse, and there are people that are learning new skills, people that are pushing themselves to do more and learn more and try things. And as a professional artist who does stuff like these critiques, hearing you guys tell me that you're inspired by some of these designs that you've seen or that you're inspired by the art that I make is really humbling and really awesome. And for those of you that don't know and you're new around here, please consider following me on my socials. I post on Blue Sky and on Coffee all of the art that I make. And if you'd like to see some of the art that I make real quick while I have you held hostage, just kidding. I mean, you can leave it whenever you want, but if you want to see some cool art, hold on, I got some. I actually finished something just the other day. The other day meaning yesterday? No, Friday. I finished this on it's huge. It's huge. It's gigantic. I finished this the other day, Friday. So I like doing cool shit. I like drawing, and I would not be the artist that I am today without streaming, without feeling like I wanted to push myself and try new things. And I am a professional illustrator. And in the 2 years that I've been VTubing, there have been noticeable improvements because I felt like I wanted to push myself because I was in front of people. I wanted to do more backgrounds. I'm very much the type of person that draws a character on a white background, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. Actually, it's more of a 50% gray background, but I digress. But doing things with backgrounds, pushing how I'm lighting things and exploring new things is something that I really have been working on and I'm very excited about. So you guys trusting me with your art is super special to me. So thank you. Thank you. I adore face tracking. It helps deliver expression and thought, etc. Yeah, and my lack of thought, my two brain cells. Like somebody once told me that my brain cells, not mine, but the royal my brain cells are two snails fighting over a strawberry, and I like to say that that's me for real. What an awesome thank you, thank you. It was very fun. I had this one took like a few months to do, not in terms of like time, but I had to take a break for other stuff. I had a whole re-debut where I rebuilt all of the stream. Like the whole stream was rebuilt entirely. um the lighting and color hues mix perfectly, absolutely stunning. If you guys are ever curious to know, I used gradient maps for the pink and purple, and then I drew blue over top. I have a whole tutorial on that tutorial page all about using gradient maps and rendering with rendering metal. Here's another one for context. This was my self portrait from I think my 800 follower situation, my first year streaming. So you can already see the improvement that I've made. I still really like this piece. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Here's my hair. But yeah, I think this piece is still really fucking cool. I really like the way it looks. But I'm pushing myself with like perspective. If it's not perspective, it's a background, and if it's not one, it's both or whatever. Um, so yeah, you can see the improvement that I've been undergoing. Like no matter how experienced you are, you can always improve. Um, and it's just been really fun to draw new stuff. This is something that was done with gradient maps. I'm currently doing my entire setup and drawing everything this time because my computer crashed and deleted everything. That fucking sucks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, make sure you guys get backups. If you guys are creating stuff, please, get a good like 3 to 5 terabyte fucking chunky external hard drive and just back that shit up. I need to practice what I preach. Big top art. Yeah, that's fan art up in the corner that people have so generously made for me. Um, yeah, so again, you can see that, the vibe is still really fun with this art, but I've definitely improved, definitely improved. I do have backups, but I decided to use this as an opportunity to draw. That's fair. That's totally fair. And I'm happy to hear that you're making something positive out of it, despite it being fucking devastating. I get super excited when an artist says that they really like a piece they've done because the old adage, you are your own worst critic. Absolutely. There's a lot of here, let me grab one more. There is a lot of yourself. Oh, you put a lot of yourself into your work. It is such a personal and emotionally charged uh hobby to have. A lot of people are doing this out of just sheerly wanting to see their vision put into the world. Not everybody does it professionally. You don't have to. In order to be a successful artist, you don't have to sell and commoditize your art. Commoditize a word? Hold on. Is it commoditize? Yeah, it is. It is. Commoditize is a word. Okay. I kept saying that word. I couldn't know. I didn't know if it was a. Anyway, you don't have to sell your art for it to be worth something. You know what I mean? And the fact that people come here to yeah, commodify and then commoditized, commodified, either way. Um so people coming here and seeing these critiques and participating them or having being curious about them or having ideas based on what they're seeing on the screen is all really exciting. I know with like the with AI kind of permeating everything in the artist circle, and I won't get in the weeds with it, but with I feel like people have more so than ever used it as an excuse not to try. But then on the opposite side, so many of you are working so incredibly hard. And so looking back at your art and not being able to see what is good about it is something that I'm working on. I want you guys to be able to have ideas and be able to look at a piece and see a piece and say, oh, this part really worked. I still really like this idea that I had, but here's all of the ways that I can improve it after, even if it's like a month of time. Maybe it's years of time, but like there's so much you can learn just in a short amount of time, and all you have to do is keep drawing. It sounds like it's going to be hard, and it is a lot of hard work, but really you just have to keep drawing. Your colors always pop your pieces. I'm noticing. I'm loving it so much. Thank you. I have an addiction to color and a lack of care for my retinas. Um, Last thing is if anybody is curious, do I have it here? Okay, do you want to see what I was drawing in 2009? I almost said 1989. That's not correct. Y'all want to see what I was drawing in 2009? This. That this is what I drew in 2009. You want to know how old I was in 2009? I was about I think I was around 12 or 13. I can't remember. It's been too long. This is 2009 Mandy. This is 2009 Mandy, okay? It's not bad, but it's not good. It's not bad, but it's not good. And Microsoft Paint, baby, look at that quality. Look at that quality. Ooh, wait. Airbrush tool who? Anyway, oops, it's pinned to me. Anyway, it's there it give yourself the grace of just the passage of time. Give yourself the gentle understanding that you gotta trust the process. And if you're making stuff like this, and maybe in like, I mean, the resources available to people now that weren't available to me back when I was a little squirt is crazy. So the amount of growth that you can achieve just by learning from people around you and trying new things is crazy. And you know, if you remember that to this, I mean, you gotta trust that if you wanna get there, you'll get there, and it just takes you trying and keep going, keep going. Don't let it keep you from especially don't let AI keep you from just doing your fucking thing and making good stuff. You know what I mean? Don't let the fucking brainless, machine keep you from making things that make you happy, because at the end of the day, it can't hold a candle, to you guys being fun and living life and I don't know, just enjoying fucking the process of drawing. My god. Just enjoying drawing. I posted it in art instead of putting a new stream up, but, new stream setup fixed it though. Okay. I'm glad you said Glad it all worked out. Oh man. All right, guys. It's time. It's time for me to go to sleep. But I gotta eat first. I gotta take care of myself. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, okay? And we're gonna be passing our pretzels off to Lorelai the Raven. If you guys don't know Lorelai, we were looking at Lorelai, um, and now I'm forcing you to look at Lorelai again. We were looking at Lorelai's model. Here is the Tart. Welcome in, Tart. Oh my gosh, Tart. We're actually raiding out right now. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're actually passing our pretzels off to my pal Lorelai the Raven. So if you don't mind, we're taking the train. We're going on the train. Boo boo. I hope you had a fabulous stream. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with Tart. And I can't wait to see you again. I love when you always not when you always. I love when you bring your community my way. I really appreciate you. And again, I'm sorry that I'm catching you at the very end, but we'll be back next week. Thank you again so much for the raid. And welcome everybody. We're going to Lorelai the Raven. I love your streams. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming in. I really appreciate you passing your community and trusting your community with me. Guys, you're gonna love Lorelai. Lorelai is also drawing, so if you guys want to continue the art and the love, please come with me to go see Lorelai. If you don't already have Lorelai up and you'd like to come, here is the link to Lorelai. Thank you again for the raid, and thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Have a good night, everybody. Bye bye. Get out of here, you.